Welcome in, everybody, to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. This is a $5,000 CC tournament. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am just thrilled to be joined by Madame Two-Time herself, Rhea Adams. How you doing? Welcome to the booth.
Hello, nice to be here. This is exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited that you're here. How you feeling? You got a big 92 players out there. You ready for a day of flesh and blood?
I am beyond excited. I love playing these events, and I'm even more excited to get to cast and show off just how exciting these games can be.
Yeah, kind of a brand new meta, perhaps. No more blue
Things
bonds.
Are very shaken up.
No
Yes.
more yellow bonds, and we've got a ProTour literally just a stone's throw away, so I know the Flesh and Blood community is out there with eyes peeled trying to see exactly how this metagame is going to shake up leading into Amsterdam. And Amsterdam, I don't know about you, but I kind of just want to watch a game. You want to just...
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Should we just kind of get down into it? I think we've got a matchup here that you might have some experience in, if I'm not mistaken. So talk to me a little bit about this matchup here. We got Adam Franzi, Prism, Awakener of Soul versus Justin Gottlieb on Victor Goldman, High and Mighty. Rhea, talk to me about what you're seeing.
Yeah, I know a little bit about this matchup. So this is a Vestige Flood-based game plan for Prism. She's going to try to put as many permanents on the board as possible, exactly like that, what we're seeing on turn 0. And Victor's responsibility here is going to be to keep this board as clean as possible while also reducing Prism's life total to 0. Looking for a lot of go-again attacks from the Guardian side, and just going to try to have as few permanents on the board as possible.
So seeing here for these players, we've got a pretty classic equipment loadout for everybody. We've got the Halo of Illumination, of course. We've got the Dreamweavers. We've got the Footsteps and the Vested Soul. Looks like we're on Justin's side. No time skippers in the matchup, but we do have the Crown of Dominion. Might be allowing for some more positive visit the gold main estate plays. No go again to start this turn off, though. It's just going to be a Spinal Crush coming in. This is going to be, I think the Parable of Humility might have something to say about this, though.
Yeah, so Parable -1 on all of Victor's attacks until that leaves the battlefield, both attacking and defending. So we need 7 powers to pop any Phantasm now. I will say something interesting that we do see from the Victor's equipment side. There's no Aurum Aegis there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the Anothos. We're going as aggro as possible, trying to reduce Prism's life total as fast as possible.
Those go-again attacks that you mentioned, sometimes the best follow-up to something like a Zealous Belting, something like Arouse the Ancients, can just be that good old trusty 6-power hammer. This is going to buy 2 blocking cards here from Adam, so he's just going to take the 2 damage coming over the top. Going down 230, no crush, of course. Justin here going to go ahead and arsenal a card. This might be initially looking like Justin's in a bit of a climbing up position. You got those 2 permanents, and another one just hit the board there in the Pierce Reality as Adam just went ahead and arsenaled himself. Let's see how Justin wants to go ahead and string together these turns.
Yeah. Passing and Pierce combined, a very deadly combination because there is no popping that first Herald, and it's even bigger now. If we see something like an Erudition come out, going to be very important that Justin has access to Gauntlets of Iron Will and Civic Steps as armor to block it out. We're hoping for go again here.
Sorry, 1 because of Parable, so only 1.
No. Yeah, so he's saying only 1 for the Payable. But yeah, coming in for 8 over the top. Yeah, normally 9, so it is 8, so this, the 2 damage coming over here.
We do see a Golden Sun in Justin's hand. Overpower, quite good in the matchup. Prism typically is only on Soul Shields.
Start with Zealous
and there's that go again that we were talking about.
Zealous Belting here, going to go ahead and check the pitch, see the greater power than 5 in this case. It is the base power, not the 4, thanks to the Parable, but looks like Adam is comfortable just taking that 4 right away. Zealous Belting, one of the most classic cards in the Guardian's arsenal here. A way to go a little wider when that's not always the easiest. We're going to follow it up with a Weakest Link, a great card against Prism. A lot of those cards in those hands do not block, and the Weakest Link can do a nice job of getting an extra card out of the hand, drawing a card. Wouldn't do a lot for Justin here, but still, this is some good pressure. We'll have to see. Let's check out the hand for Adam. Do you see a number of cards in the hand there that don't block?
Library doesn't block. Merciful Retribution doesn't block. Figment doesn't block. This could be dangerous. So Adam is going to be forced to either play that Merciful Retribution as an instant.
little fun. Little flicker of the lights there. Everybody in the booth's hearts stopped as we wondered if the power just went out. But this is now a weakest link coming in for 5. A little weaker of a weakest link with, powered down by that Parable of Humility. But you can see Adam having a real think because this is a really critical time that Justin might have found this card.
And this is a conundrum. We just saw in Adam's hand, his hand in total blocks for 3. He has no figments to use his defense reactions. And he has 3 no blocks in hand, one of which is a Library of Solana. It doesn't pitch.
Mm-hmm.
So this weakest link, unless he can figure out a really fancy trick, is going to make him discard presumably that library.
Library, right? Because once that's in the graveyard, there's no way to get it back. What a strong follow-up here for Justin. Maybe he had to wonder, he sniffs out the no blocks in the hand after Adam just took the 4 there. This is, part of the way this Prism deck can stumble a little bit, can put out so many powerful permanents, has really interesting and different game plans with the Vestige, with the Empyrean Rapture, but here the weakest link, a beautiful tech card coming out of MST. You have to imagine someone else with the last name Gottlieb is happy to be seeing MST cards being utilized here in such an effective way. Justin liked that joke as well.
Asking the question.
Going ahead, he's
Probably so.
check the arsenal. I will say, Justin sounds a lot like his brother. This is something my brother... Look at this. And the Halo of Illumination going to come out here, maybe looking for some ward.
Well, yeah, so it looks like we're going to get a ward figment. I was going to say there's 2 alternatives here. There's splitting timelines that Adam is choosing between.
Yeah.
He can put that Library of Solana in his soul, which is a way to not discard it, the weakest link, or he can go get a figment to use as defensive ward.
This is fascinating, though, right? Because the Halo of Illumination is key to one of Prism's main game plans in this matchup, if I'm not mistaken. Going for that kind of Arclight Sentinel loop, at least utilizing the Vestige of Soul to draw a million cards. You have to, for Vestige, get a card in that soul first. Halo of Illumination being popped on this early turn means that we went from initially thinking like, oh, Justin's really just in the lead here, or excuse me, Adam's just in the lead here, but now this is going to be a very different timbre of the game moving forward, and it looks like the card drawn off the top there for Adam was the key to get the 3 block. That was a fascinating sequence there. Walk me through it, Rhea.
Okay, so we pitched Figment to crack Halo, put a Herald in Soul. We drew a Herald off the top. Herald of Erudition blocks 3. Figment of Triumph combined with Parable of Humility put that weakest link from 6 to 5 to 4. Blocked 3 plus 1 resource left for Phantasmal Footsteps. Blocks the 4th point. So Adam gets out of this with none of his permanents dying, with a library on the board, and with a Figment out, and critically, he has 1 soul now. He's looking for 1 more soul, and then presumably he can start popping off with Soraya. But like you said, Halo is gone now, so he has to find a way to kickstart his turn with a card going in soul, because there's no Halo as a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Adam there really believing in the heart of the cards because for Halo to work, you have to put the right card into the soul there, and that Herald of Triumph hitting the soul, is a card with Herald in its name, but it was also the only card in the hand that blocked, so he had to rip a card off the top that had block value, and as we saw with the rest of the cards in the hand there, that was not a surefire given thing, but he is rewarded for his efforts. He is rewarded for breaking that Halo of Illumination with a great Library of Solana that has now hit the arena. Its effect was not active from last turn because only 1 card pitched, but now, looking over at Adam's side of the table, there are a lot of things in the arena in a game of Flesh and Blood that's normally rather impermanent. These cards are looking rather permanent here, and Justin's going to have to find a way without the use of a card like Time Skippers to see what he can clear. And you can see having a real think. Let's see if we can take a look at the hand, see what he's looking at. Looks like a bunch of blues, and once again, no critical go again here. These cards are sometimes better defensively. Victor wants to be clashing to get as much value out of that hero ability, and so far here, it's only been able to get 1 out of those 3 turns to find the go again. Let's see how he wants to go about this, and it looks like it's just me taking care of the passing Mirage.
Okay.
What do you think about that play?
Very reasonable play. Victor has plenty of 7s, so he can still pop things through the Parable of Humility. With that passing on the board, Adam kind of had free reign on the first Herald of each turn to get a yellow in his pitch and then play a new one. Oh, but Adam immediately reestablishing a new passing straight into an Arclight Sentinel. So he has 2 yellows. He has Intellect 5 this turn. Justin, without Time Skippers, is not going to be able to do anything except kill Arclight this turn. And Adam is going to get free reign on the next turn cycle to open with a Phantasmless +2 Herald.
Yeah, so the question is, he just has a good deal of armor over there in the gauntlets and in the civic steps. He's going to just have to go ahead and clear the arc light here. So now Justin does seem to have identified Adam's game plan to a certain degree, getting rid of that passing, realizing there's only one card in the soul, and the halo is gone. So we do have to find a way to get cards into our soul if we are Prism here. But the Arc-like Sentinel having something to say about the Anothos, keeping the passing Mirage around for another turn. So this is going to be an 8-power Herald of Protection here. This is, if it hits, makes a Spectre Shield, of course, goes to Soul. Let's see if the Civic Steps, let's see if the Gauntlets of Iron Will want to go ahead and get involved with this. But we have to, if we're Justin here, we have to be thinking about cards like Angelic Wrath.
Absolutely, yes. So Angelic Wrath, an instant speed reaction gets around even your Gauntlet of Iron Will +1 denial. Has the potential to really punish any blocks here. But Justin is so incentivized to keep Adam low on Soul. Adam, of course, has 3 cards left in hand, so if this does hit, he can go get Figment of Erudition and really start popping off.
3 cards in hand?
And we have a Tome of Divinity, yeah.
Right.
So if this hits, there's a potential to draw many, many cards this turn cycle.
Yeah, let's see if Justin has sniffed out, trying to keep him off the Soul. Looks like he's getting ready to lay down a couple cards, but he's going to need to... Oh, he's laying down all 3 here.
Oh, wow.
Putting the weakest link. We're going to clash because this is not an ally, but it's a Visit the Gold main estate on top. Let's see, is he going to go ahead and break
from
that
both
gold?
players.
He
Yeah.
could.
So he could break the gold. He's very likely to hit another attack for himself. But then he doesn't have a gold available to overpower a Golden Sun later in the game.
Yeah, it looks like, and he might have, I don't know exactly how it works. Maybe he had the choice to put the Arclight Sentinel on the bottom because he did
From the
fail to
Victor
win
ability.
the Clash.
Absolutely.
Which would be interesting, saying, I don't want to see that Arclight, and let's put that on the bottom, but elected to leave both cards on top, keeping the gold around. Looks like Adam here might be reaching for card from hand. If he throws down with the Herald of Erudition, no, it is going to be the Wartune Herald, and the Erudition headed to the pitch zone here. So this is another 6-power attack. Does Justin have the popper in hand that can go over the top of the Figment of Triumph to keep Adam off Soul?
But this is really dangerous because if Justin does pop, he has no cards in hand.
Has to leave the
Passing Mirage isn't dying. Yeah. So Adam has really put Justin in quite the awkward situation here. There's 2 bad choices that Justin has to choose between.
Sometimes that's where you want to be in card games. Darned if you do, darned if you don't. Let's see. This is, also in large part because Justin decided to lay 3 cards down there instead of utilizing those equipment pieces to block. This is a challenging spot for the Victor. Going second, seeing 2 permanents head down from the beginning. You're happy to see the Halo gone. Looks like we're going to be going 2 pieces of equipment here and the Visit the Gold main estate, so no poppers, but we're going to block it out utilizing the equipment, and that means that the Tome of Divinity is headed to the arsenal, but also 2 yellow cards are in the pitch. Library of Solana. Prism is getting erudite in different ways here, drawing 5 cards.
I don't know about you, Sam. I have heard before that 6-card hands are a good thing.
I have also heard that, especially when your poor opponent here hasn't been able to keep any cards to get rid of the Passing Mirage. So poor Justin, all he can do here, go ahead and draw back up to 4. We know that Visit the Gold main estate is on top. But for Adam and Justin, they also both know that Adam's sitting with another Arclight Sentinel in the hand well.
Yeah. So there's an Arclight Sentinel and a Tome of Divinity available. If essentially anything hits this turn, if any cards go to Soul, it's going to be a very favorable board position for Adam. Pierce Reality and Passing both still out, so the first Herald is only going to become more and more of a real threat as Justin's armor suite begins to fade.
Now, these players here, I was chatting with them a little bit before the game, they roomed together for this event. They're in the same room. They
actually are in the same
They're on
room.
the same team, so you have to imagine they have some experience here in the matchup, and that Arclight Sentinel is headed to the bottom here. We're coming in with another Herald of Protection. Go again. How about 8 power, go again, no Phantasm here. Justin's going to have to find a way to deal with, and now both of those equipment pieces blocking for 1 less, meaning that he's going to have to put both of them if he wants to just use 2 cards. But now with so many cards in hand, that Quicken token could maybe go a long way with another Herald.
A very long way with another Herald. And importantly, the Merciful Retribution in Adam's hand is another way to utilize that Quicken token. You'll notice Justin has no Arcane Barrier available. And even the Quicken token will deal Arcane when it is destroyed if there's a Merciful Retribution out on the board.
Absolutely true.
Ponders,
Frailty.
Spectral Shields made by Heralds of Protection. That card is a very useful way to turn what are typically very minor game effects into some very lethal closing damage.
8 power go again. This is one of the decks people have their eye on. If Zen is becoming a little less powerful, a little less popular in any given meta, Prism might be feeling a little stronger. Looks like Justin here on Victor is going to go ahead and put 2 cards and let 2 come over the top. Justin's going to head down to 38, but critically, that Herald is going to Soul.
That Herald is going to Soul. We're getting a Figment out. We're getting a Spectral Shield out. And Tome of Divinity is now online with an Aura in hand. I think things are about to get very ugly.
Yeah, gonna have to see now with 1 Arclight Sentinel headed to the bottom, 1 in the graveyard. The loop requires 2, so
it does.
Gotta make sure we can find them both here, and you definitely can't find, the one that's in your pitch zone. But if we do go ahead and grab the Herald of Rebirth here, we do have the Arclight Sentinel in the graveyard already if we are Adam, but we do need to find that second one to continue the loop from there.
Yes, so we're missing not 1 but 2 pieces to make the loop consistent. We both need the Figment of Rebirth, which is an option here, and exactly what we're seeing. But also, Figment of Erudition is not yet on the board. Adam has access to the Great Library of Solana to draw 5 cards per turn. But without access to Erudition to easily draw 2 extra cards each turn, he might have an issue keeping the loop continuing across more than just a turn or 2. Of course, there's your stopgap measure to draw more cards when you don't have Figment of Erudition available.
Yeah, and here's such a nice interaction between the Vestige of Soul and that blue card in the pitch. Tome of Divinity normally costing 4, but because we've had the card hit the Soul already, Tome of Divinity just requires 1 blue card to satisfy the cost, getting that extra resource thanks to the Vestige. And
a second Tome. Oh my goodness. Okay. So now we're in a really dangerous situation where Adam has the potential to put not 1 but 2 or even 3 permanents on the board. So there's a light blue, there's a light yellow, we see a Genesis, an Arclight Sentinel, and a Merciful Retribution. All right, let's start doing the math. Light blue is 4, light yellow is 3 more, 7, another Herald of Erudition, 10 resources available. That sounds like a Genesis and an Arclight Sentinel to me. I think we might be at the loop.
And there we go. There's Genesis, there's Arclight, there's Herald of Rebirth on the field. Justin here can do not but kind of nod and stare down this army of angelic permanents that Adam has managed to assemble here. And the Great Library going to check and see there's a lot of yellow cards in the pitch zone at the end of this turn. So we're drawing 5 more from here. The weakest link like 3 turns ago had such a good chance to go ahead and finish, make this game a little more interesting. But the Halo was such a good counterplay here. The Arclight Sentinel going to go ahead and get destroyed. As you heard Justin say, only 1 play for him. All he can do is declare an attack against the Arclight. That pitch card's going to the bottom. The Enothos took care of the Spectral Guardian of Prism, but now with all those cards, before Justin goes to the end, Adam's seeing if he wants to play anything at instant speed.
Yeah, there's an option to flash in a second Genesis here if he has one available. There's also, there's going to be a temptation to play something like a Merciful right now, but that can be quite dangerous, actually, because you'll end up breaking the loop. If a Merciful is out on the field, your Arclight Sentinels start going to Soul, which it conveniently does not put them in the graveyard, so you can't rebuy them with Avalon, the Figment of Rebirth's attack trigger. Importantly, Avalon has not been awakened yet. She's still on her Figment side, so if Adam does want to establish the loop this turn cycle, he's going to have to commit extra resources for that. Of course, with 6 cards available, he's kind of free to do almost whatever he wants at this point.
And it looks like we saw Adam kind of motion like he was going to awaken the Figment of Rebirth at the end of Justin's turn, because you can only awaken 1 Figment per turn. So maybe he was thinking, do I want to awaken 2 on the turn, or 2 kind of on this turn cycle, 1 on Justin's turn, 1 on my own if we were Adam here, but elected to not do so. Going to allow Justin to draw up. So we're back to Adam's turn in his action phase here. Looks like we're going to start things off pitching a card into, I believe this might be a Herald of Erudition from the Arsenal. We're going to have to see, and it is the Herald of Erudition here.
Oh, but he missed the Genesis trigger, so no card has gone into Soul this turn yet. Okay, that changes that changes a lot in terms of... It is a May.
Yeah.
It is a May. Yes, it's an optional ability, but that means that Vestige is not online yet on this turn, so things have gotten a lot more interesting. Of course, Herald of Erudition, Dominate. I only see 3 armor on Justin's side, which 3 + 1 + 1 + 1 is not 7 on this Dominate.
We are going to get to Clash here. Justin's using him, but once again,
losing again.
Seeing the Visit the Goldmane on estate on top, and the Herald Edition is going to win, which is going to create a Vigor token on Adam's side, unless Justin wants to break that gold here. This is really everything is coming up Prism to start off the RealmFest here. It's like you planned it out, Rhea. You said, I'm getting in the booth. I want to see Prism go absolutely stupid. So it looks like we're getting to see that here.
If I couldn't play her today, then we had to live vicariously through the players, yes.
Something tells me after this game we're just going to get an emergency ban from Legend Story Studios.
Yeah,
Yes,
the infamous
Prism is banned for specifically the RealmFest and only the RealmFest. I don't know why, but I just kind of can smell that in the air coming out after this.
Well,
If the game continues from here, yeah.
I'm feeling that Justin has a little bit of sway there potentially to
something along those lines.
nudge the brother and ask for a bit of a temporary restriction.
So we've talked a lot about the quote-unquote loop for players that might not be aware. You know, it's going to come up, so it might come up here. So without getting too macro, the loop describes, and I'll let you kind of really get into it, but it's looping Arclight Sentinels back to back to back with a player like Justin here not having access to extra action points and therefore just kind of being stuck every turn to just attack an Arclight Sentinel.
So the idea every turn cycle is to play an Arclight Sentinel from your hand, attack with Avalon, which is the angel on the back of Figment of Rebirth, and she has an attack trigger to banish a soul and put a yellow card from your graveyard on top of your deck, which lets you get a second Arclight Sentinel, and you can just go back and forth between those two, as your opponent can't do anything except attack Arclight Sentinel for the rest of the game.
And we can see here, Adam, we're still resolving the Prism trigger from the Herald of Erudition going to Soul, and then we're going to draw 2 cards as well off of the Herald, unless he's already drawn those 2 cards. I don't know the exact sequencing in which he did it. He's got a lot of cards in the hand there. We did see him go ahead and grab the Figment of War, which gets the Courage token and also kind of represents a secondary win condition, right? You utilize Bologna on the back to go ahead and pump up all of those angels that you eventually make. You can win with winning the game through this just true army of angels, and we are going to immediately go ahead and awaken the Figment of War, grab Bologna thanks to the Prism ability here.
Interesting. So with Bologna activated and not Avalon, it looks like, at least temporarily, we're opting not to try to set up that loop that we talked about. Adam, it looks like, has a grip full of heralds after this. So it will be Bologna attacking for 4, go again, of course, because of Luminaris Angel's Glow. And then importantly, he'll be able to follow this up with 2 additional heralds. Now you may say, but wait, only the first herald has go again, which we saw already. Herald of Erudition didn't have Phantasm. But if the second herald is popped, Phantasmal Footsteps doesn't care about your first herald of the turn. It cares about the first popped herald of the turn. And so there's a potential for Adam to actually attack with 3 heralds this turn cycle.
Now, interestingly here, Bologna, you can, the way you pump up all of those angels is you banish a card from Soul, but Adam here, the Halo is gone. We do still have that one passing Mirage on the field, as well as the Pierce Reality and the Parable and the Genesis, of course. But you got to be careful with your Soul if you're Adam here. Getting a little too Soul happy, banishing cards to Bologna is going to make it more challenging to continue from here. But here we have the Herald of Erudition coming in with the Courage token. So this is 6 now. No go again. But like you said, if we go ahead and pop this, the Phantasmal Footsteps can get in here. This is going to be the Phantasm trigger thanks to the Crush the Weak, blocking the Herald of Erudition.
And importantly, this is a 7 power reduced down to 6, still pops through the Parable of Humility.
And the Phantasmal Footsteps here, just like you called out, Rhea, going to go ahead and get another action point. So with a grip full of Heralds, this is sometimes how you can do it. Still got 2 cards, so Justin might be able to take care of either the Genesis or the passing when all is said and done.
But it looks like we might just be pitching to get that card out of hand. No, Combat Chain was closed due to Phantasm, and we are attacking one more time. Blue Herald of Protection, typically not the scariest threat, but when you have the opportunity to put yet another Figment on the board, yet another Spectra Shield on the board, and just keep diversifying this board state, it can get pretty threatening pretty quickly.
Yeah, Justin here going down to 28, having to take the Herald of Protection, which means it's time for a Spectral Shield into the arena. It's time for another Prism trigger, another Figment hitting the board. It is looking challenging for Justin to navigate, but no Arclight Sentinel to speak of on this turn cycle, and so with at least 1 card left in hand, Justin's going to have his pick of the litter of which, Spectra permanent he wants to go ahead and try to take care of. Figment of Ravages, once again, Speaking to more inevitability on the Prism side, arcane damage to an arcane barrier-less opponent is another way to try to close out the game. Let's see what Justin wants to take care of here. If it's that passing, if it's that Genesis.
Yes. Passing, Genesis, and Bologna, all three of them very real threats right now. With 3 soul, Adam has the opportunity to awaken on Justin's turn, awaken on his turn, and have 3 angels all with +1 power counters by the time that this turn cycle ends. But at the same time, Passing Mirage and Genesis, both reliable soul generators for Adam at this point. There are 3 very reasonable decisions here that Justin can make in terms of which cards to kill. Of course, if he has access to go again, Bologna and a Spectra could both die this turn. But with just 1 card in hand, it's probably just going to be one thing down.
Justin here, having a think.
I guess have to take out the Passing Mirage again.
Yeah, going to go ahead and take care of the Passing Mirage as you listen.
At some point.
We'll try to take care of the Genesis later, most likely, but this is going to make it at least a little more challenging.
Yep.
Yes.
Adam here making clear he's going to go ahead and utilize the Genesis trigger on this turn, make another Spectral Shield, draw a card, and now critically a card is in the soul for Vestige later in the turn. Both players here sub 30. Adam on Prism at 26, Justin at 27. This is round 1 of the RealmFest 5K Open Tournament as part of the circuit leading towards the all-important $50,000 invitational tournament at the end of the year. Over 100 people here in the room, multiple events for multiple TCGs, but we've got a Light Soul being pitched here.
Activating Prism, looking like Avalon is about to come out.
We're going to go ahead and banish a card from the soul, reveal.
Oh, revealing a blue Herald of Protection off the top. So no free soul, you know. Adam going to have to deal with just having 3 soul available.
Really tough for Adam here. Things are really going poorly for him. Seeing a blue card on the top there, you know, nothing's going his way, unfortunately. But we do see...
I mean, having an Arclight Sentinel and a Genesis and a Parable of Humility in hand, just nothing available to do this turn cycle.
Let's see exactly how he wants to utilize all these cards. A bunch of yellows, a Weakest Link would go crazy in here as well, but Justin has not been able to go ahead and really have much agency in a number of turns as Prism here has just been able to establish such a dominating board presence. If you're Victor, where are you looking for your edges? You know, you've gotten rid of the Passing Mirage. There are 2 angels on the battlefield. Are you hoping to see kind of a I don't want to say a mistake or a misplay, but are you hoping to see the Merciful come down, make it like, okay, now I don't have to worry about the loop. I can leave the Merciful up and I'll take a bunch of Arcane. You know, where do you think you're looking for edges if you're in the Victor seat here?
So as Victor, what we're hoping for here is Prism just has a fistful of Heralds and isn't able to add much to the board this turn. And then we want to go a go-again attack into an Angel, and then hammering down that Genesis and trying to kill, at least for the next few turns, 2 things per turn. Again, we're kind of on cleanup. We're on janitor duty, as I like to say right now. So Bologna trigger here, we are doing the +1 attack trigger. So both Bologna and Avalon are going to get permanent +1 power counter. They don't go away end of turn like Dawnblade, making both of these much more real threats.
And now here, the Angel of Rebirth is going to go ahead and trigger. We're going to go ahead and grab a yellow card from the graveyard, unless Adam doesn't want to banish a card from Soul here.
I think he's thinking about it. He's looking through his graveyard. There's definitely some juicy yellows in there.
Yeah, going to go ahead and banish that card, put the Arclight on top, and this might be the writing on the wall. This might be where things start to get a little ugly. Interestingly, we've seen Justin block with all 3 of those Command and Conquers because that turn 0 Parable has turned them all into 5 powered blockers.
Yes.
Not the type of thing you'd like to be seeing if you're fans of Victor here. And it looks like we are maybe just going to have to put a couple cards in front of the Avalon, just try to protect the life total, because Justin is probably aware he's not going to be able to use these cards for much else on the turn.
Yeah. So we crucially have all of the ingredients here. Adam has an Arclight Sentinel in hand. He has one on top of the deck. And Avalon is now awakened.
With a Genesis on the field as well.
With a Genesis on the field, so there's a soul generation every turn.
And then
there's the Arclight Sentinel. And that should be an established loop. Unless Adam draws something like a red, which means that he doesn't have enough resources to continue doing all of the shenanigans on a turn cycle. Always a possibility. Of course, Genesis lets you throw one of them away per turn.
And that library, of course, giving Adam even more chances to see the cards he wants to see. Just in here, only one play. Going to go ahead and once again visit the Gold Main Estate into the pitch zone, take care of the Arclight Sentinel. He can just do not but draw up his 4 cards, and we have got a whole host of options here if we are Adam. Keeping those +1 counters on the Angel thanks to Bologna. Got that Genesis trigger. There's the Arclight from last turn.
There's a Merciful where everything could go wrong if that hits the field.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and put the War Tune Herald into Soul here. Now, interestingly, this is not the action phase yet, right? We're still at the beginning of the turn, so it does work for Vestige. You do have a card in the Soul now for the rest of the turn, but you don't just get to have your Genesis trigger go off, put a Herald in Soul, and then immediately go activate Prism. No, that's only during an action phase.
Yes. Genesis has the same timing as Tunic, which you also can't respond to, which I think most players are familiar with at this point. Of course, Free Soul means more Angel attack triggers, which means more +1 power counters, and another ALS on top of that.
So Adam here needs to make sure to attack with Avalon, banish a card from Soul, put the Arclight Sentinel back on top of the deck, and play an Arclight Sentinel. Yes. Those are the things that have to happen. The rest of the turn is up to him. Justin here, without the time skippers, it's something that a lot of Guardians were bringing. We picked a matchup. We're like, okay, it's going to be Prism versus Victor. Mm-hmm. We don't know if they're going to bring the time skippers or not. We don't know exactly the timbre of any given match, but it is a very different matchup. These Victors are here probably more to prey on Zens.
Absolutely, yes.
This is we're watching the metagame develop,
yes.
Right? The Zens, maybe you're staying home a little bit more, which means the Prisms are feeling a little more emboldened, but it also means the Victors are feeling more emboldened. If they're trying to prey on some more of those Zens and that are still trying to stick around. But if the Prisms are coming, you don't have the time skipper, sometimes the board state can look like this.
This is the metagame in action, just like you said. Everyone always wishes, I wish I had just 2 more sideboard slots to add cards in. Concessions have to be made in deck building, and that means that more road decks like Prism can sneak in and prey on you when you do things like cutting time skippers. Exactly like you said, this metagame has been shaken up with the Bonds of Ancestry bans, and so no one knows what to expect now. I think these Civic Steps, not having time skippers, looks at a Zen list that is much more interested in just rushing down, a Victor list much more interested in rushing down Zens, which I think is what Justin probably came prepared to do. So Merciful Retribution in the pitch. We're seeing an attack with a Herald here.
Herald of Judgment, yeah. 8 power, go again, once again. Some of those cards from the very beginning of this game, the Parable still being so impactful, so important, so many Spectral Shields as well. Yeah. Another element of the metagame that we can kind of call some attention to as we just go ahead and take a peek at Justin's hand.
It does have Phantasm, doesn't it? Yes.
Does have Phantasm, as he's realizing. So does have a card that has greater than 6 power in the Spinal Crush.
Yeah, so this is a free pop for the first time in a long time. A Herald that can be freely popped on the first attack of the turn.
Pay 1 for footsteps.
I'm going to go ahead and grab the action point back here. Needs to make sure that we have enough resources to attack once again, as we've said, with the Avalon, play the Arclight Sentinel, but the Vestige of Soul just does so much work in powering up all those yellows that you do have to play in this Prism deck.
Pitching a light blue, going up to 3 floating. I hear that you have some experience with that.
Yeah, if you have experience with Prism, then I have experience floating 3 resources, shall we say.
It's an Avalon trigger. The last soul is going to be used for Arclight Sentinel. So that means that we don't have a surplus for Bologna attack triggers anymore for +1 power counters. But that 1 Genesis means that that loop can keep going every turn.
Yep. And Justin here, of course, going to block that attack for 6, knowing that he does most likely have only 1 play on the next turn, but even though the Soul is empty, the Genesis, of course, can go ahead and fill it back up, which is all you really need is the 1 for Avalon now. The 2 counters on the Angels might be enough to actually close the game out in terms of damage. And we've heard it once, we'll hear again, can only make 1 play. That card go into the pitch, the Anathos taking care of the Arclight here, and the writing might be on the wall for this first round of the RealmFest, folks.
So Adam has established a loop where he loses 1 card from deck every turn cycle with the Genesis trigger, but essentially he's turning that 1 card into 12 damage between the Bologna attack for 6 and the Avalon attack for 6.
We'll use these just so it's not the same as like the pluses.
Okay.
Looks like they're just saying, I got this is
All day.
Too many spectral shields
This
to.
is DJ Khaled suffering from success. I got too
Absolutely.
many spectral shields. Which dice do I use to take care of all these incredible resources I have at my disposal? One thing, I think we can also highlight here, we have two friends, two teammates playing a matchup that can be, not the most fun for the victor here, trying to stare down these Arclight Sentinels. But, I think we also look, there's only a couple Prisms in the room, so Justin made honestly a smart meta call, not
Absolutely.
bringing those time
Yes.
skippers, because Justin making the call that there's not going to be an enormous amount of Prisms was rewarded for that call, but then unfortunately punished for playing into one in the first round, and is having to try to reckon with those sideboard decisions here. Let's see if he can find a way out of it, or if the Angels and the Sentinels are going to have their way and carry Adam Franzi to 1-0 here at the RealmFest.
Justin still has essentially half of his life total to work with. There's always a possibility that he has a time snap potion in his deck that he's digging towards. Adam only has one Arclight Sentinel on the board right now in each turn, and so playing a time snap, cracking it, and then killing Avalon and an Arclight Sentinel could theoretically get you out of this kind of waking Guardian nightmare.
And that's why we've seen Adam look for some of those more other parts of a win condition, right? Bologna creating these powerful go-again Angels that you have to deal with. The Figment of Ravages can potentially also get you arcane damage later in the game. We do, of course, see one Merciful Retribution in the pitch zone, but there are many in the deck that if Justin is able to find the way out of the loop, is also having to deal with his own life total. Now all the way down to 16 here, facing down this attack for 6. Adams 10 life up at 26, and again, another card being headed to the block, Blue Chokeslam, so 3 more coming over the top. Justin's going to head from 16 to 13, and then there's the other Arclight Sentinel just needing to pitch a blue into it, thanks to the Vestige of Soul and the Genesis, which means Justin's only going to be able to make one play.
Only one play. Hammer to Nothos for Arclight Sentinel.
You know the play.
There he says, there it is.
Yep.
Now, it is interesting, these spectral shields that kind of seem to be just doing nothing. You just mentioned there's plenty of Merciful Retributions left in the deck, and there is, as I said earlier in the game, no Arcane Barrier for Justin. It's very easy to convert, if the loop is broken, the spectral shields into a almost wizard-like machine gun of arcane damage at your opponent.
Checking out the hand here, see a Celestial Cataclysm, way to get some go again. There's that Merciful Retribution. There is the Herald of Erudition as well. Can go a long way with the Pierce Reality, but it would have Phantasm, because we have gotten rid of 2 Passing Mirages if we're Justin here. But we're just going to go ahead and start things off, attacking with the Avalon. This is going to go ahead and put the Arclight back on top.
Yes.
Slowly whittling down Justin, as you hear him say. This is 6 more damage. It's got go again, thanks to Luminaris, Angel's Glow. Now, an interesting interaction, as I believe we could see a Clash card there in the hand for Justin that he's going to put down.
Flash.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and see on top. Looks like Enlightened Strike does finally win the Clash. Not sure exactly how the ruling works, if you do Clash on ally attack or not, but
Small victory.
it looks as though, Justin's going to take the small victory where he can. Both players there going good ahead and resolving the Might token. What I will say is, regardless, I don't think it's going to matter in this game potentially, but
yes.
it is something that we can, call some. It's interesting to look at for future games.
Absolutely.
Phantasm trigger here on the Herald of Erudition.
Yes. Parable of Humility still being played around. It's hiding underneath that Pierce Reality, but it's
It's still there.
been here all game.
Now the question is, are there enough resources left in the hand? Do we have the blue to play the Arclight Sentinel here?
We can't clash on ally.
Okay.
Okay. Seems like they've found a judge ruling. So when an ally attacks, it is not a hero attacking.
Mm-hmm.
And Clash ruling, or the Clash rules text, is very specific. Clash with the attacking hero. So, Victor kind of can't win for losing, as we like to say.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite going to be able to make that Might token. This pop is still going to work out, though.
Yeah, and interestingly, I don't know if Adam is really incentivized to pay for the footsteps. Looks like he's going to go ahead and do it, unless the Arclight Sentinel is in the arsenal here.
Well, if he has a light blue is 4 and 1. Oh.
But maybe it is in the arsenal. Let's go ahead and check out the hand, if we can. Yeah, let's see. Merciful Retribution. No, so it is in the arsenal, so he is going to be fine to go ahead and play it out here. There was a moment where my heart kind of skipped. I was like, wait a second. Has perhaps we seen the moment that Adam, that Justin was waiting for, a slight misstep, not being able to go ahead and play out the Arclight if it's only 2 cards in hand. A light blue would only bring you to 5 resources, but Adam here looks as though he did park it in the arsenal, meaning that both of those cards in hand are available to pitch with.
No.
Wait, no. That's a Herald of Protection. Because
the loop is gone.
Last turn, I thought I saw an Arclight Sentinel in the pitch, but I must have been mistaken. But it looks as though Adam has identified, I'm so far ahead in this game, I don't need the loop anymore. We're interesting seeing, sometimes players might just concede, might just say, all right, at this point, you've got the loop. But Adam here saying, I don't need the loop no more. I got 2 Angels with so much power. This is all I need in order to finish this game out. And that is going to go ahead and clear out that final Herald there, the disabled there. It's more than 6 power, so it is triggering the Phantasm. But once again, Justin, no cards in hand. So Adam might be just saying, I'm going to take all the cards in your hand, I'm going to keep attacking you, and eventually I'm going to find another way to win. Yeah,
so Justin blocking with that card, no way to clear anything on the board. Adam actually immediately goes back to having an Arclight Sentinel in hand and being able to attack with Avalon. So we might have just actually gone back to square one and have the ability to reestablish. But there was there was definitely a bluff from Adam there of, no, I've got the Arclight Sentinel in Arsenal. You might as well just block. You're still stuck here.
Right. I draw no Spectral Shield because it's light, not illusionist.
So this is a light card hitting the soul thanks to Genesis, but because it's not illusionist, as we heard Adam there, not creating a Spectral Shield, really, again, in a tough spot. No Spectral Shield made on the turn. 2 soul in the soul. Some cards in hand there. You can see the Soraya. You can see the Figment of Protection as well. It looks like we're just going to be going ahead and attacking with Avalon, pitching that Figment of, I believe it is Protection. Going to go ahead and be coming in for 6 again with Go Again. You can see that early win condition that he tried to, or attempted to establish with the Bologna, putting in so much work here. These 6 power Angels just doing so much at the Enlightened Strike. There's some Go Again, but it's going to have to be used for defense here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, hard to justify holding cards from Justin's perspective when you know that there's an Arclight Sentinel coming. But yeah, I just want to highlight how much work those Bologna attack triggers have been putting in. We're on turn 13. I think we've been in the loop for 5 or 6 turns.
A million years? Yeah. You've been in the loop for 7,000. It's been 84 years.
But doing the math, we're looking at 2 cards in Soul have now represented close to 20 damage at this point.
Yeah. And it looks as though, I can really think back to that weakest link turn as the thing that just completely changed this game, or if not changed the game, defined the game. And it came down to Adam finding a way out. What it, in a funny way, really came down to was that Parable on turn 0.
That Parable turn 0 and that Herald of Erudition being drawn off of the Halo. Yeah. Both were just defining moments of how this game ended up.
Yeah, it looks like, Adam had nothing go wrong, but he had to actually get a little lucky there. Find a 3-block off the top of the deck to pair with the Parable and the Figment that he grabbed, the Figment of Triumph. This is, part of playing this toolbox of a deck that is Prism. You have to sometimes find your way through some situations that might not be entirely immediately obvious to every single player. And Adam here found that one turn. You can see him having a bit of a nod in the head as he goes ahead and finds the 3rd and final Tome of Divinity. That is going to make this turn go even longer.
Yes. So that Tome has the option to draw 3 cards. Adam has a Passing Mirage, which, as we saw earlier in the matchup, is quite useful, as well as a Genesis and an Arclight Sentinel. So there's an option to start generating 2 Soul every turn cycle and start using those Bologna triggers more freely.
Tome of Divinity here, drawing 3 cards, of course. Adam still at 26, Justin down to 13-ish minutes remaining here at the first round of the RealmFest 5K. Avalon going to go ahead and be attacking here. Going to go ahead and banish a card from the Soul. Once again, get that Arclight Sentinel on top.
What card you're going to put on top?
Yeah, Justin here, perhaps sarcastically asking which card is going to go back on top. 2 damage coming over the top with a couple 2 blocks, the Pummel and the Zealous Belting. You also, the cards didn't exactly line up for Justin early. Didn't find the Go Again. Had a lot of blue cards in the hand.
Those are your 2 ideal cards to see in this matchup on turn 1 or 2 and not on turn 14 after the board state has already been established like this. seems like Justin with 2 cards in hand is looking to probably pop once and hammer down the ALS. We're still just hoping for, some accumulation of the board state where the loop is not maintained and there's a glimmer of hope for Justin to escape out of this. Adam's deck is getting quite thin. A lot of cards have gone in Soul. A lot of cards are in that banished zone. So if there is a misstep, things could get ugly quickly.
Let's see. So the 2 blues there represent a total of 8 resources, right? With the Vestige of Soul being active.
Yes.
And 1 resource is currently floating. So you can't pay for both the Arclight Sentinel and the Genesis. You don't get it all. It looks like it's just going to be the Arclight Sentinel keeping a card in hand. Content to let Justin keep 2 cards here because, listen, we know where one of them's going, and that's going to be into the Arclight.
Yes. So there is an option. We saw quite a few visit the Gold Main Estates that have not been resolved in this game.
I had to guess what play I'm making.
Here, Justin, there. Once again, bringing some levity to the situation as well. That's something we can highlight, not only that these 2 players are friends, teammates. I probably played this matchup a fair bit, but also, part of what we all love about the Flesh and Blood community is sometimes you can sit down in a match and be like, dude, I don't got my time skippers, man, but you can still have a good time, still, find the moments of levity, the moments of fun where you can. And again, there were moments in this game where Justin really could have turned the corner.
Absolutely.
But it just seems to currently be breaking Prism's way, still at 26 to Justin's 11. This is going to be a Wartune Herald for a casual 10 with Go again here.
Seeing another pummel in Justin's hand, so it's going to end up being a bit of an inefficient block. He has the Golden Sun to pop this potentially.
Yeah, we did establish the Passing Mirage on the last turn.
Oh, there's a Passing Mirage.
So now this, you just have to go ahead and throw 3 cards. It's only going to be a total of 6 blocks, so 2 once again coming over here. And now Adam might be putting himself in the position on that turn, 3 turns ago perhaps, when he didn't continue the loop. He's just trying to establish a position where he's maybe just going to go ahead and close this game out, maybe even right here. We bought 3 cards out of the hand already. We have Avalon coming in. Here's 6 power. We have potential, if we have enough cards in the hand, to throw another Herald.
Yes.
We have, of course, the Angel potentially. This is just going to go ahead and take the other final card. 3 damage coming over, so 5 life. 2 block is remaining on the equipment. Is there a world where Adam can just close the game out right here and now?
Well, Bologna's going to come in for 6. Something is going to have to give. We're probably going to see equipment.
And if you banish the card, you can go ahead and put the +1 counter, push this to 7.
Absolutely.
Which means you can put the 2 pieces of equipment in front of this.
3.
Oh, we have 3 pieces of equipment. Of course, the Tunic went go ahead and get in there as well. Going to give the Quicken, which might just spell unfortunate doom and gloom on the subsequent turn here because Justin's going to head all the way down to 1. Merciful Retribution can do the 1 point of Arcane. We have the Figment of Ravages down there. I'm not sure if we'll have enough soul to do the banish, but at this point, we bought all the cards out of the hand. Justin is going to go ahead and take 4 after blocking 3 of the 7. He's currently down to 1, not represented on your screen there. Looks like just making sure there's going to be no instant speed effects at the end of Justin's turn, but the writing is on the wall here, folks.
Yeah, and we did see something very important there. Arclight Sentinel not played that turn. Adam has seen, there's blood in the water. He knows that he can lunge for the win without giving Justin another turn cycle of living inside that loop.
It's really, you can see the 2 Pierced Realities and the Passing Mirage are going to be the path forward for Adam here. He went ahead and established, I don't always need the loop to win the game. I am able to go ahead and find it in other ways. We're going to go ahead and pitch the Light of Soul, pitch the Passing Mirage for 6 total. That's going to put the Merciful Retribution, and that is game, set, and match. That means once the Arclight Sentinel is played, if it is, once any other aura is taken care of, once any card is popped, it's going straight.
And the Quicken token is going to close the game out.
That's that. The Quicken token is going to go ahead and be destroyed upon the attack, and that means 1 point of arcane damage from the Merciful Retribution. You called it out earlier in the game, Rhea.
A very unconventional way to win that game. Quicken token.
Screwing up the loop.
Okay. Quicken token. Losing or winning the game for Adam from Justin's own effect, from his own civic steps.
And that really, it's kind of the story of the game, right? Justin rewarded for not bringing the time skippers because of the actual meta that we can think is in the room. A lot more Zens than there are Prisms, but unfortunately it is the civic steps that, of course, ended up going ahead and losing the game as the Quicken token dies to the Merciful Retribution and puts a point of Arcane. So that was a good game, a long game, and now we're going to go ahead ahead and jump into our backup match, which we're going to go ahead and do live, given that we don't have too much time left in the round. It is New versus Riptide. We've got Mr. Fresh and Bud himself, Tommy Hendricks on Riptide Lurker of the Deep versus Seth Clark, New Alluring Desire. We're jumping right into this live, folks. So the Spider's Bite into Beckoning Mistblade into, this is going to go ahead and be a Persuasive Prognosis coming in to close the chain. Look at this. This is a fascinating play, though, on the first chain link. Spider's Bite came in. It looks like Tommy blocked with the Snapdragon Scalers to turn on the Piercing, giving it power greater than its base, meaning that Inertia Trap would trigger to Riptide, getting a point of damage across. Now this Buzzsaw Trap here is going to go ahead and deal a point of damage as well, it looks like.
Using the dagger effects against Seth here to intentionally turn on their effects.
Dude,
and
what a cool, I mean, we kind of see it after the fact. What a cool play. I've never seen that. That's a very fascinating interaction.
Yeah, Snapdragon Scalers can just always say, you know what? I am going to turn on the Piercing on your Spider's Bite every turn of the game.
Dreadbore here going to go ahead and put a Searing Shot into the arsenal. This is going to be 5. No D-reacts from hand and nothing in the arsenal means that no, if there is a D-react in the hand, it is a dead card here. 3 life for Seth, meaning that 3 more Riptide triggers will close this game out. Can see, if we look down at the equipment, there's a -1 counter on the Arising Wave. There's 2 -1 counters on the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, meaning that, Seth has to just keep it around. That means those chi can always be used as the attack reaction.
Also, something important here, Seth can't just put 1 card in front of this Searing Shot.
Yep.
It has a critical on-hit effect, lose 1 life. So if he takes 2 and then loses 1, that's a game over.
All right, that's going to buy 2 cards out of the hand for Seth here, which means Tommy can go ahead and draw back up to 4. Seth on 3, Tunic going to 3 as well, meaning this could be a little bit more of a powerful turn. Let's see, looks like we've got a Levels of Enlightenment and a Codex. And with Tommy here without a card in the arsenal, that's going to rip a card and cause a discard.
Yes, Spider's Bite into Codex, just the bread and butter of assassins everywhere. Of course, there's always the option to trap again with the Snapdragon Sailors, turning on that Piercing again.
And
right into another Inertia Trap.
Is going to go ahead and ping for 1. Seth heading down to 2. Turning on the Piercing with the Snapdragon Scalers. It doesn't block, but it does have a block value printed. It does actually block for 0, which is very different than having nothing printed at all, meaning it's a legal target to use for defense. Now, the question is here, how does Tommy want to deal with this Codex of Frailty? And the other question is, does Seth have something like a Death Touch to throw in? We can see that Sigil of Solace. Does Tommy think he's going to need that extra 3 life to go ahead and finish this thing out? And if he plays it from hand, he can also put a card in his arsenal thanks to the Riptide trigger, which means he won't be discarding. Thanks to the Codex. Fascinating here.
Yes. Of course, Tommy has to make that commitment before he sees what Seth chooses off of the Codex.
The Codex can't resolve. It looks like he is just going to go ahead and resolve the Codex, so he is down to discard a card because he wants to have a card in his arsenal from the Codex. You have to imagine, even though he's going to have the Frailty and Seth is going to have the Ponder. Oh, look at this. So Seth's just going ahead and grabbing a Command and Conquer. He's got the 1 floating, and he's got the Tunic
up. Yes.
So Tommy's going to have to keep 3 blocks to keep whatever he wants in that arsenal.
Specifically 3 blocks that aren't traps. Command and Conquer as the ever-important line of text. Defense reactions can't be played. And Riptide, kind of famous for having quite a few defense reactions in the deck. Important to note, there was an Inertia Trap on this turn, but Seth is going to be able to come out of this turn cycle with an arsenal anyways.
I got to make sure. Not sure if Tommy resolved the discard off of the Codex. And we are going to see that. Yep, he's going to go ahead and get rid of the Boulder Trap here. Now Tommy's going to go ahead and gain 3 up to 7. And take the 6 down to 1. Which means we're just going to lose the final card in the arsenal there. That means that whatever we grabbed off of the Codex here is just headed straight to the graveyard. Now we're going to resolve the Inertia first, then we're going to resolve the Ponder, meaning he's going to go ahead and get around that Inertia, and that means Tommy here, with just 1 card left in the hand, let's see what it is for him. No, he discarded the trap in the hand, so we'll see what he's got.
Yes. Importantly, he does have access to Bullseye Bracers still, so he has a way to put a 0-cost arrow in Arsenal if he wants to. Looks like it's just going to be Arsenal instead. With your opponent at 2 life, you're probably just looking to Riptide trap them out of the game at this point. There's a Collapsing Trap in his hand.
He does have a Collapsing Trap in there. That's 1 more point. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and come in. This is the Beckoning Mistblade here, coming in for 1. Not only threatening to go and get the +1, threatening just to kill Tommy here.
I also want to.
Let's go to reactions.
I also want to look at Tommy's deck. There's very few cards left for him.
Absolutely, which might have something to do with. Yeah, this is going to go ahead and trigger. It's going to cause Seth to discard his hand and then draw that many cards -1.
Yes. So still going to have access to 2 cards.
It looks like so Seth is thinking about maybe activating New in response with that Chi.
Oh, interesting. Oh, he
no,
still has
just gonna
access
go ahead
to the
and
mask.
yeah, it's all at instant speed. So we're just going to go ahead and banish the top card, which is a Murkmire Grapnel.
And then discarding not 1, but 2 Sync Belows, which aren't very useful when Dreadbore is out on your opponent's side of the board anyways.
I wonder if Seth is maybe having to see those cards go away. Both players here, almost nothing left in the hand. Is that another trap? No, it's an intoxicating shot. So Tommy here's got to find one more trap and also critically has to get it to trigger to finish this game out. Only 1 minute and 17 seconds left on the round. So both players are going to have to think hard about what play comes up next. This was a random Ponder in the arsenal from last turn, and it's just a random card off the top, which is a Chi, which means it's time to just come in with the Spider's Bite here. We don't know what's in the arsenal. Again, it was random. Tommy does have to think about the Arousing Wave. It's just going to buy the 3 block because, of course, he himself is also at 1.
Yeah, Arousing Wave still on the board at this stage of the game is very threatening. Tommy has to overblock every attack by 1. And that's a Rowdy Locals.
That might just close the game out from here.
Game. If Tommy blocks with an attack action, it goes up to 4.
Oh, and that's
deals
gonna
1.
do it. Tommy
In
here.
the nick of time. Oh my goodness. So Seth pulling out the win. Rowdy Locals bumping itself to 4 when it sees itself being defended by an attack action. What a way to close the game.
Tommy there, brought out the buzzsaw, brought out the collapsing trap. It discards 2 cards that don't do anything at all whatsoever. And then, unfortunately, found the blue off of that card, allowed to come in with the Spider's Bite, which took the final card out of the hand. And then, of course, the Rowdy Locals, which was the random arsenal off the top.
Yes.
A fascinating end to that game. Really cool to see the Spider's Bite interaction with the Snapdragon Scalers and then the Inertia Traps. Tommy seemed to be very close to finding his way forward in that game, but unfortunately was not able to do so there. We're going to go ahead and grab our meta breakdown at the end of next round, so that'll be coming up shortly, so don't go anywhere. We got to go ahead and take a quick break because our next round is coming up momentarily. What a great round with you, Rhea. Thank you for jumping in with me.
Absolutely.
We'll go ahead and take a quick break. We'll get Charm3r in here, and the rest of the RealmFest is coming up soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, to the RealmFest here in New Jersey, and I am joined by Mr. Darick Charm3r. Oswald, don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging. I'm shaking your hand. It's kind of I like to do it. It feels like it connects with you. We connect the audience. But how you doing, man? How you feeling?
I have mixed feelings, largely because of the weird travel to get here, but also because I was walking the tables while you were covering round one. It was a very exciting round one. And this field is not what I was expecting. There is still a healthy amount of Zen, as you would expect, but not nearly as many as I had thought. And there is an awful lot of Victor out there today, which I thought was rather surprising, as well as an incredible number of Brutes. Now, there is diversity in the Brutes. I saw Levia represented. There are Reinars out there. Obviously, Kayo is a monster. So I have mixed feelings because I felt like I knew what to expect in an event that's leading into the Pro Tour, and this field is kind of throwing me off my game a bit. I'm curious to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I mean, there's local metagame trends that, of course, are always relevant, but this is a good, perhaps a foretelling of what comes at the Pro Tour next week, as the metagame does look to be shifted by not only the bans, but also, we'll segue here for you, but also some new cards that came out for a certain light warrior hero named Sir Botyn, Breaker of Dawn. And guess what? We're featuring Mr. Botyn on our next feature match. Let's go ahead and dive into the action here. It is going to be one of those brutes you mentioned, Levia, the Shadowborn Abomination herself, Michael Clare piloting that deck, and Mr. Jonathan Mangle on Sir Botyn, Breaker of Dawn, a deck that has gotten some incredibly powerful new pieces. I don't know if you messed around with those new warpaths, those new blocking charge equipment, saving grace in conjunction with those blocking equipment are there. It's just nuts, dude. Like, the Botyn deck looks to get some significant upgrades thanks to the cards that came out in that Armory deck.
I have not personally piloted it, but I have played against it in testing. Botyn definitely got some help, and I noticed that, we're here at the RealmFest. They had some of the Armory decks available for purchase, and the amount that was here when I first walked in the doors versus the amount that are left on the table is pretty significant. So I feel like a lot of people are very excited for some of those new additions that you were talking about.
Yeah.
They were going fast.
Looking ahead towards the table here, we do see Levia able to go first. So depending on what kind of game mode Botyn is going to be playing, I'm not sure exactly if they're going to be doing more of the combo, a little more of the Raiden. Are they going to be able to set up long enough for Levia, before Levia kind of runs down the Botyn here? Perhaps if you're not doing a lot of attacking, you're not allowing Levia to fill her graveyard for those critical cards that require banishing 3. Looks like we do see a couple swords presented here for Jonathan, so it's going to be that combo game plan. We do see 2 new pieces of equipment over there. Looks like they're going to go ahead and let's not look in the equipment side. Let's go ahead and look on the combat chain with our players as we look at the Warpath of Winged Grace and the Helm of Halo's Grace. 2 cards that are coming out in the Armory deck. The Helm of Halo's Grace, when you block with it, you can charge a card. If that card is yellow, you get to draw a new card. The Winged Grace on the bottom, when you charge a card, creates that Quicken token.
Yeah, those cards were very needed by Botyn, in my opinion. One of the, I don't want to say criticism, that sounds a little harsh, but one of the, I think, analysis pieces that I've done in the past is that Botyn can sometimes struggle because he's so card hungry. Because a lot of times you have to pitch a card in order to pay for his things, but you also have to charge a card. So a lot of times, even though they might have a low pitch cost, it feels like his cards have a multi-card investment. Now, you do get that payoff, right? You get the setup by putting the stuff in your soul. I do like this approach of going with the combo game plan. As you said, you potentially are attacking less, denying Levia some of those setup options. But another thing that is rather interesting is you can potentially, with a big combo turn, get a kill, get an elimination before they can get into their demi-hero status as well.
Something I want to point out on the Levia side, this is a card that I was on day 0 in my KO list that I put together. This is the Ball Breaker. We're seeing a couple cards being pitched into the other weapon here, the Mandible Claw, but we have a Levia expert as our producer here. I want to hear a little bit about the Ball Breaker, so I'm phoning a friend. I'm on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I'm phoning a friend. I'm calling in the big guns. Ethan, talk to the people at home about Ball Breaker.
Sam, yes, hello.
Yes, I'd like to talk about Ballbreaker, please.
Oh, of course. Okay, coming right up. So I think this might be Paxi from the League of Levia Discord, who has been someone who, as soon as I let leak about potentially Ballbreaker being a thing, he was posting results that even rivaled mine. And he said he was going to be here this weekend. So I think this might be my boy Paxi. I'll have to go and check with him. But even if it's not, the Ballbreaker has been something that, if you're deeply invested in the League of Levia scene, I let leak an 80% win rate via list. With over 200 games played, that was running Ballbreaker. And it's really all about using more Go Again to use one of your weapons as the chain ender, since you can chain in Pulpings and Wild Rides and Shadow Realms and Dread Screamers as the forefront of what you're doing with your turn, and then ending on this +1 damage Ballbreaker. It's fantastic. I hope we get to see it, because if you count throughout the game how much damage you get out of Ballbreaker, if it's at least +3, that's an entire extra card you presented lethal over your opponent, which is just crazy in a game of Flesh and Blood.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
Speaking of +1 damage, it looks like we're going to have a damage taken here because it's a 3-block placed in front of the Take Flight that was played by Jonathan Mangle.
Yeah, wondering if that should have been an attack. Oh, no, because that's not an attack action being blocked with. Yeah, so the Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell not turning on the Botyn hero ability there. It's the Centauri Saber to follow things up, and then it looks like Jonathan's going to go ahead and place that card in the arsenal there. Michael down to 37. Just want to go back to the Ballbreaker, because we've got just new pieces of equipment all over. The Ballbreaker here on Michael's side. If you've discarded a card with 6 or more power on the turn, it gets +1. Represents that you're potentially doing a little less claw into claw with something like a Blood Rush Bellow that we're seeing here. It's going to go ahead and draw 2 cards, pitching away another non-6 power card in the hand. So we saw 2, but in that there were 2 in the hand for Michael. 1 was what blocked with and 1 pitched. But now, you do still have that Mandible Claw available for 5 with Go Again. But even if you then just go, Ballbreaker into, or Mandible Claw into Ballbreaker, you do 3 card 11. That's it's not what you want to see out of your Blood Rush Bellows, but that's not that terrible in terms of rate. Having the Ballbreaker as your chain ender, also that +1 damage of the breakpoint, can definitely be relevant later in the game as the life totals get low.
You mentioned that this is essentially going to be an 11-point Blood Rush, and that's not typically what you're looking for. But when you look at what was in this hand, I think that this is really just about getting out of that clunky state, because we have the Doomsday that was pitched. So not only is that a non-6 attack, but it doesn't even block either. And then on top of that, as you rightfully noted, we had some other non-attack options that were hit there as well. So a lot of very unlucky things to have in an opening hand here. Now we're going to roll the Scab Skins. I like this aggressive use of it because you've done the Blood Rush, and if you're trying to make up for maybe a poor hand, perhaps you can get lucky here. We get the 5, so a couple of action points available to Michael Clear. Let's see what he can do with them.
Yeah, because I think I understand the aggressive use of the Scabskins here. We just drew another Blood Rush Bellows. That's headed right to the pitch zone. We're going to come in with the Deadwood Rumbler. This is going to be a draw and discard and maybe banish a card if it is a 6, and it is. So we can banish a non-Blood Debt card if we'd like, maybe something like one of those non-6s. But we are just going to go ahead and banish the Wrecker Romp here. This is going to go ahead and come in for 8. No Go Again, but does have the extra action point thanks to the Scabskin Leathers. You have to be the aggressor here if you're the Levia, right? You're watching a Botyn attempt to set up this game-ending combo. You have to try to kill them before they get there. So the Scabskin Leathers saying, listen, sometimes you're forced into the brute life. You don't choose it, it chooses you. This is going to be 8. With basic Go Again, you have to imagine that is something like a Graveling Growl or it's something of those lines in the arsenal, or else why would you start banish that 6 power card? You might need to, you might have had to satisfy the cost of that 1 cost in your arsenal.
Yeah, I suspect that's probably the case. I was talking about how this was a bit of a clunky start. You also draw into a second Blood Rush that you're going to have to pitch here as well. This is essentially all the things that Michael wanted in the wrong order. So if he can salvage this and follow that up, as you were saying, and then still turn this into like a 15-point turn, keep that aggression, that would be a massive, I think, win for him, all things considered. Now, we do have the block with the helm, as you were mentioning, so we're going to have the charge. Great use of that new helmet from the Botyn Armory deck.
The Helm of Halo's Grace here going to go ahead and try to save Jonathan from all this damage, and it is a red Graveling, so this is coming in for 9, so a lot of value in total on the turn. You blocked for 3, and you were able to come in for a total of 17 points of attack value on the turn. And critically, Blood Debt is not turned on whatsoever. Still are going to have 3 cards with 6 or more power in the graveyard at the end of the turn, as well as only 2 misses. So, a Banished 3 is guaranteed to hit on your next turn cycle. Blood Rush Bellow, powerful card. 1 is in the pitch zone, which means you're not going to be seeing it for quite some time. But if you're Michael here, perhaps this is as good as you could have hoped, as we mentioned, with a bit of a clunker hand to start that turn cycle with. And that's going to buy all the equipment block as well.
Yeah, this is actually kind of interesting because it says to me that Jonathan really likes the cards that he has. He's going to commit all of this equipment. He might either have a good follow-up hand for getting additional chip damage in, or could be already close to setting up one big combo turn. I'd be kind of curious to see if he found it so quickly, but again, it's more likely that he just wants to get that chip damage in. He had actually a pretty good first turn. 3 damage might not seem like a lot, but every little bit that you can get when you're at the combo Botyn is helpful. It just means that when you go off, you are more likely to position yourself, even if you don't get the full-on kill, position yourself in a spot where they have to commit cards, right? Ultimately, when you pull off your big combo with the Sabers, with your Luminas, etc., you want to get your opponent into a position where every turn after that, they are forced cards out of their hand, because Botyn doesn't have a lot of natural disruption. It really just is the damage.
Yeah. Wonder what the follow-up here is for Jonathan, that he wanted to utilize the equipment block early. It's always good to make sure you get your defensive value before you try to go for the combo. The Beaming Bravado here, of course, getting the +1 thanks to its own effect, not requiring Michael to block with an attack action. Jonathan keeping his own agency, not allowing Michael to have any say over whether Botyn here is able to go ahead and give the go again. Jonathan, of course, down to 33 after that Blood Rush Bellow turn. Michael still sitting at 37 after just that early bit of damage. A lot of armor still available for Michael. Do you see a Beast Within? Art of War looks like he's going to go ahead and say no blocks here. Let's see if Hugo says there's no blocks. We need to make sure and wait and see if we're going to give go again. The answer is yes. Something else I want to point out as well. A lot, of course, good fridge over there for Michael, but the Savage Sash instead of the Carrion Husk does potentially represent a little less blocking value on that big combo turn, as we see the Beacon of Victory come out and is going to go ahead and grab something else here.
Yeah, it's a little bit less value, but it's not as much less as you might think, just because, again, the nature of the attacks that are coming from Botyn, because there are so many, and because while they're, even when you're on a double Lumina or something like that, while they're big attacks, they are not necessarily something where it's going to be 6 or more. So you never really get that full value from a Husk, whereas the Sash still allows you to be aggressive, as you rightfully said. I think that's something you want to be in this matchup. You don't want to give your opponent time to set up their combo and find it. But here we have the Beacon, goes to find that legendary, the Spirit of Irina.
Which means most likely there's a 0-cost charge card in the arsenal there that Jonathan's going to go ahead and deploy here. Or he may be just going to play with his action point. Yeah, just going to go ahead and play the Spirit. Does have the action point to go ahead and throw it down, meaning that this also is insurance against the Scowling Flesh Bag on something like a combo turn. If you have to start the turn with charging, and then now the Spirit of Arena says, even if Michael wants to block with that Scowling Flesh Bag, you can just lay out your 2 or 3 Luminas even in response, because you can play them at instant speed, meaning that the Intimidate from the Scowling Flesh Bag is not nearly as effective at stopping that big combo turn. So Michael here, a little bit, the onus is on him to find the damage. I'd say for Jonathan, perhaps the onus is to find the charge, because we've now used both pieces of equipment that allow for just charging on demand. Gonna have to find some soul shields, gonna have to find some way to charge without taking too much damage from the Levia.
I think what we saw out of Jonathan here tells me he's probably played this matchup enough to understand how important that Scowling Flesh Bag is for Michael in slowing down the combo turn, because, you and I were kind of talking about, all right, what is it that was so worth protecting by throwing all of that equipment in front of it? And they did this to set up the search for the Spirit, and that tells me that Jonathan has lost a lot of games to that Flesh Bag interrupting things, and he said, all right, I'm just gonna make sure I've got it on the board.
Wild Ride here going to go ahead and discard the Boneyard Marauder, so the Art of War in the pitch is going to go ahead and power up this Wild Ride. 6 damage with go again, which means if we want that ball Ball Breaker can come in for 4 at the end of the chain. I feel some kinship to Ball Breaker. I don't really know why. We recorded a video with it for a YouTube channel that I'm on, and I, on the morning of the video, was like, I'm not doing a Mandible Claw and KO. I'm doing the Ball Breaker. I end my chain with Mandible Claw. Gosh darn it. I think it's going to be better, and it won me the game. So I feel a kinship with that card as Jonathan stares down this Wild Ride for 7. 6, excuse me.
All the best Brute cards start with B or have multiple Bs because Brute starts with B, Ball Breaker, Blood Rush, Bellows. It just fits. But here, you were talking about the charge, right? We have a Soul Shield here. This is a great way to get that going. And then we are going to follow this up with the Mandible Claw for 3. But this has Go Again. Still the 1 pitch floating. A lot of additional opportunities here for Michael.
Called it out immediately, and Jonathan answered the call with that Soul Shield, went ahead and found it in the next hand. Still, basically the same amount of blocking value as 2 cards, but you do get to go ahead and put that Soul Shield in the arsenal. And we're just going to go and that Beast Within, not the best arsenal target here, so we're going to go Wild Ride into Mandible Claw into Ball Breaker. This one we're not going to block if we're Jonathan here, so the Botyn player headed down to 29 to Levia's 32. Round 2 here at the RealmFest in New Jersey. $5,000 prize pool, 92 players, over 100 in the room.
Worth noting, that's the first +1. Ethan did say if you get at least +3, that's like 1 additional card. So
all right, I'm writing it
there's
down.
our first +1. We will keep track of that and see if we can hit that magic +3 mark, as Ethan had mentioned. But now that Michael has finished his turn, we're just kind of talking this through, and then it's going to be Jonathan's answer back.
Okay, cool. Over to you. 1 card.
Yep, over to you. 4-card hand, he says. And we're going to see what was in the arsenal here. And just a nice light attack coming in for 3. Still the 1 card in hand. This is a light the way. When this hits, if a yellow card was charged this way, gets Go Again. But no card charged this way, so it's just 3. I suspect that this is going to be a 0 for 3, and that card that's left in hand is likely meant for the arsenal here.
Yeah, but now here's the thing. If you're Levia, even though, this card doesn't represent the Botyn ability, it's just a random little 3 damage, 0 cost.
That chip damage.
It's that chip damage, right? Which means that the Botyn big power turn, if all of a sudden you're not having to get your opponent down from 40, you're getting them down to 29, 27. 26, it becomes even easier. Maybe you only need 2 Luminous to get there all of a sudden, which means you have to find less combo pieces. It means you have to hold less cards in hand. You can block with a little more cards. Again, the onus here is going to be on Michael to find the damage, and maybe this Smash Pack Alehorn here out of the hand is going to be the key to a big 5-card hand with an agility token. That's going to be the way. We see a couple nice-looking tokens there on the battlefield. Let's go ahead and zoom in on those. I wonder which beautiful content creator went ahead and created those for their community. This is going to be a Mark of the Beast, so this is about as set up a turn as possible. The Mark of the Beast is going to go ahead and immediately banish itself, though. That is going to start the Blood Debt chain. No damage on the turn, but something that Michael is going to have to be thinking about. But that means we have a 5-card hand on our next turn if we're Levia here. Both players sitting at 29 apiece, but an agility and a might for Michael is Jonathan to be able to find some combo pieces in the next couple of turns.
Blood Debt is obviously something that Michael needs to be concerned about, but I would be surprised if it actually factors into this game, because the reality is I suspect this is going to be won or lost long before the big Blood Debt turns occur. There is a chance that Michael might take a 2 or a 3 damage Blood Debt turn early on, but those kind of iconic scenarios where you've got 10 Blood Debt or more and then suddenly you're denied, I just don't foresee that happening, because again, Jonathan is very clearly on the combo game plan, and so this will either be won or lost long before then. Jonathan already down to 23, so the clock is ticking in that regard. We're going to start this off with a Take Flight.
Take Flight here. Going to go ahead and pitch a Saving Grace. Let's see what he's got. We've got an Illumina Ascension and a Command and Conquer.
Okay, I love this.
So the Command and Conquer is going to be paid part of the charge cost. We know we have the Lumina in hand, so maybe that's headed to the arsenal as a setup. Maybe he's keeping it for a future combo turn, but this is just 3 with Go Again, so it doesn't need to utilize Bolton's ability, which critically means that Jonathan's able to keep cards in soul while continuing to threaten damage and Go Again on the turn.
I feel like we're about to learn a lot about what Jonathan has here, because this has Go Again. I suspect, as you did, that means the arsenal card will follow this up, and then the Lumina will go to the arsenal. But if for whatever reason this is a pass, it could be another Lumina, and then we'd be staring at, again, just a 2 Lumina turn. And as you rightfully said, with Michael already down to 29, that might be enough to either get there or at least get Michael into that situation that I was describing. Instead, it's going to be another Beacon of Victory here.
X cannot be 0. Target.
Beacon of Victory. Beacon of Victory here does seem to represent we're going for a combo in one way or the other. This is going to go ahead and push this attack up to 4. We have a Lumina in hand. We can go get a second Lumina, make 2 more action points. We do have 2 cards in Soul, which means the 2 action points threaten so much damage before we even have to worry about Boltyn's ability. And if either of those cards hit, that's 2 more cards going to Soul, which powers up the combo for later. So Jonathan here is saying, I've gotten my opponent down far enough that I don't need all 3 Luminas. I don't need the triple. Double is still so much damage, and we're going to see exactly how much here because that 1 resource floating can go into the Gallantry Gold. We do have the Courage of Bladehold that we blocked with, which can be popped, turning those swords free, which means it is time to go. The angels and the spirits of light are answering the call of the Breaker of Dawn as he looks to break apart the defenses of the Shadowborn Abomination here.
Yeah, I think this is him breaking the combat chain, because again, you're going to activate the equipment here. So we are going to go for it. One thing to note that is working still in Michael's favor is there is a lot of equipment still available for blocking. Fairly full hand still. You will hopefully pull some of those cards out, deny some of that agility and might value that was just set up before, but double Lumina is going. That 2 down below, I believe, is going to be the action points represented. And we're going to start the countdown of available swings here from the Sabers. So they're talking it through right now.
And
you gain 2 action points there.
from yes. So I don't have to give the first 2 go again. And Lumina Ascension, the on hit of revealing top 2 cards. If they're light, they go into my soul and I gain life.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, as Michael says, this is not going to be fun to stare down. 6 total swings, and the first 2 are, free in terms of action point economy thanks to those Lumina Ascensions. And if any of them hit, we're not only powering up the soul, we're gaining ourselves life if we're the Botyn here. And what's, even more challenging for Michael is he took the setup turn. He got the 5-card hand. He established the Smashback Aelhorn to try to come towards Jonathan with as much damage as possible and really threaten the hand, make this combo turn less possible. But Jonathan found the cards on the exact right turn to make that Smashback Aelhorn not look nearly as impactful because Michael is going to have to do some blocking here. 5 into 5 into 5 into 5 into 5 into 5 into 5 is 30.
Yes.
And that's more than Michael's got.
And you have to be very strategic about when you time your blocks here, because if you block with the wrong card early on, you will buff those Sabers as well. So understanding exactly not just how much you need to block, but when to block with the certain cards in your hand is also going to be important. Again, a lot of equipment still available, so that is helpful. The flesh bag, though, not nearly as impactful because Jonathan did a great job of making sure that there's nothing that's going to be intimidated away. So while you might have to use that to stay alive, you ultimately will not get the full value out of that. This is, I'll say this, I'm glad we got to listen to them talk, because this is always that bad feeling when you're on the receiving end of your opponent explaining the on-hit triggers and what's happening, and they basically repeat a novel out loud, and they're like, all right, so, here is the prologue, here is Act 1 of what I'm going to do to you, here is Act 2, and that's exactly what it felt like John was saying to Michael.
Interestingly here, we're going to see Michael just go ahead and elect to say no blocks on the first, but looks like we're not. I think it looks like it's the Jonathan might have missed the first Lumina trigger there, so 2 cards didn't go from the top of the deck into the soul there, so that's going to be relevant. Looks like the players are saying, Michael be saying like, dude, I don't care, but it looks as though they're just going to go ahead and continue from here.
I'll get it from now on.
This is the first, he's saying, I'll get it from now on. It's early in the day. This is a competitive tournament, so sometimes missed triggers do happen, but we do still have 5 more damage, so that could be relevant later in the game, as it looks as though we're heading towards a post-combo game plan. Michael's not just going to hold 5 cards and die, right?
Yes.
He's going to block. He's going to keep himself alive. He's got the agility. He's got the might. Jonathan is going to gain a fair bit of life on this turn. He's going to have a lot of cards in the soul, but we're going to see, is Botyn able to scrape together the kill from there, or will Levia throw down enough damage that the life gain doesn't become as relevant?
Now, it is also worth noting that with the action points and so forth that were available, that miss for putting cards into the soul could have potentially been relevant, because you need those to give things go again. And with a double whiff there off the top, this might end up being absolutely brutal for Jonathan.
Snatch into Command and Conquer, that's no life gain, and that's also no, like you said, cards in soul. So we've now used our second action point. So Jonathan does, have had those 2 extra action points. We did use Botyn on that last attack, so I wonder if there's a scenario here now because of the way this turn has played out. If Michael is able to kind of stop this turn in its tracks, or if the extra action point gained from the Lumina Ascension will be enough because of the armor block and Michael's choices in defending here.
It's very, very statistically unlikely, but assuming that Jonathan is on 3 snatches and 3 Command and Conquers, there is still a world where you could double whiff again. We've seen 1 Command and Conquer that went to Soul. Obviously, we just saw the one in the snatch there as well, but we are going to get the equipment block on this one, which does force the go again here as well. And now, if this one is blocked out from hand entirely, this might actually just stop the turn in its tracks. And so, yeah, that miss might end up being phenomenal for Michael.
Yeah, I'm curious if I'm curious if there's an extra action point available after those 2 Luminas. Let's take a look here at Michael's hand. There are not a lot of cards in that hand that block whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a wild ride. Yeah, that is
Diabolic Offering. There's no cards that have hit the banish zone here, so that card currently just has a little star in the defensive value. That means it blocks 4-0. So we've been talking about Michael's choices. We've been talking about how Michael want to go ahead and not just hold 5 cards and die.
You might not have a choice.
If there's any deck that can do it, it would be Levia. That just holding too many cards that don't block. Once again, the brute life sometimes comes for blood in mysterious ways, and perhaps Michael here, in facing down the combo, might not have the ability to stay alive in any sense of the word. I think does have at least have 1 card in the hand that can block. The question is, will these sabers come through and really turn this game on its head? The armor block there, I believe, does keep him alive. He's used at 27 to start the turn. The swords came in for a total of 30. Especially if you don't block with any attack actions, they're not going to pump up. If you block with an attack action, the sword pumps up by 2, 1 for itself and 1 for Botyn.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's going to be the problem because you don't really have a lot of choice with that hand. And so we're going to see at least 1 block here. Now, it will also, I think, kind of depend on what Jonathan rips off the top here.
Correct.
As I said, it's statistically unlikely, but there is a world where he could double whiff, and it would just end.
Okay, so it pops up to 6.
Gonna go ahead and block the 3.
6. I have no soul, so I can't give it go again, unfortunately. So it will hit for 3.
Just gonna go ahead and pump it up by 1. I guess
Lumina.
Botyn is going to go ahead and
there's
another whiff. And there's the first hit out of 3.
1 will go to soul. I'll gain 1 life.
Yep.
So Jonathan's going to gain 1 life, go up to 24, but 3 whiffs on the top. This is a devastating turn for the Botyn fans out there happy with the new Armory deck. This did not go to plan. And Michael there, didn't elect to keep that final 3 block in the hand, wanted to just go ahead and get the defensive value out of the way here. But if you're fans of the Breaker of Dawn, you are looking away because that combo turn was not exactly what you expected. However, Jonathan here does still have a card in soul, has those Centauri Sabers, which can go a long way, but has to play that post-combo game plan. Let's see if cards like Saving Grace, some of these new cards from the Armory deck are going to carry into victory, or if this big setup turn that Michael put together is going to be enough to carry him over the top. 1 big combo turn deserves another 1 powerful impact turn. Let's go ahead and activate the Savage Sash here. If we are Michael, that's going to go ahead and discount all the cards with 6 or more power by 1 on the turn. We've got the agility, we've got the might. It's time to go fast.
Yeah, I don't want to be a pessimist, but if I'm Jonathan, I am shaken right now. And so I'm very curious to see what Jonathan does to get back into this game because you're down 2 Luminas, you're down all of your equipment now. And because, I know as a player myself, when I make a play mistake, that shatters my mental more than anything else because I know that that's on me solely and it was entirely preventable. And that's definitely what happened. Yeah, you don't plan on it being Command and Conquer, Snatch, and then another Snatch off the top there, but you've missed so much life. You missed additional damage as a result. And so now you're facing this absolute crackback and you know that you're out of big splashy plays, essentially.
I do want to bring attention to, Jonathan's hero card there, the Sir Bolton Breaker of Dawn. You can see it's full art. That points to a love of the hero. That's not necessarily someone who's just picking it up on this day. And he's also 1-0 at the tournament. So you have to imagine Jonathan's got a lot of experience with Bolton, plays the deck exceptionally well. This is how certain things go, right? Sometimes little mistakes happen. Sometimes little impacts that make the game not go in your way. But Jonathan, clearly a very strong player, 1-0 here at the RealmFest, loves Bolton. So you have to imagine, knows what he's doing, and this is just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. This is going to be 10 with Go Again, the Endless Maw, thanks to the Savage Slash only costing 2, getting the +3 from its own effect, getting the +1 from the Might, so 10 with Go Again. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, when you factor in that Jonathan just had a double Lumina turn and you're able to come back and start your turn with an Endless Maw that is 10 with Go Again, you have to be feeling really good if you are Michael. You were talking about how Jonathan potentially has a love for this hero. I would like to propose a what-if scenario. What if this is his first time playing it and a buddy loaned him the deck? Maybe his friend is a big Bolton player and said, you go play this.
Perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. This is going to be
another wild ride. And there's still a card in Arsenal here as well.
I think 2 cards in hand, I think. So this is going to be a draw.
Hand. Okay. I just saw the face
the
down
top.
in that Arsenal
for
zone.
Sure. How could you think a card face down in the Arsenal was in his Arsenal?
How dare I?
That's on you, man. All right, we're going to go ahead and discard off the top. It is a Slithering Shadowpede, which is perhaps unfortunate for Michael because you could have come in with that for free. However, this is going to, let's see if there is a blue in hand. We can pitch that into the Ball Breaker and come in for an additional 4 at the end of the chain. The Savage Sash here is going to go ahead and discount all cards. So if it's another 1 cost, something like a Graveling Growl would go absolutely crazy on this turn. But here's 6 more damage with Go Again that Jonathan's going to have to think about.
If that ends up being a Graveling, I think that Michael will remember this match forever because he will be able to say, listen, I took a double Lumina and then I attacked for more than they did on my follow-up turn.
No, it looks like it might just be headed to the Arsenal there, so probably a card that was not able to be paid even through the Savage Sash. So
yeah, it could be like a 2-cost attack that's red, for example, so you couldn't pitch it to the Ball Breaker.
The Sash there is so powerful, allowing for an Endless Maw and Wild Ride off of just a single blue, right? 16 damage, only needing to pitch 1 card does so much. We're going to go ahead and charge the Banneret of Gallantry into the Bolt of Courage here. So now this is threatening Bolton's effect, and it has created a Quicken token. Maybe Jonathan's attempting to set up a 5-card hand of his own, but even though that double Lumina turn was not what we wanted, was not what, the quote-unquote doctor ordered, Michael is all the way down to 14, and as the life totals get lower, that's when Bolton's hero ability gets more and more devastating.
Absolutely, because you can start kind of threatening those breakpoints. We gave a lot of attention to Ball Breaker, but obviously Bolton's hero ability can do that as well. The Quicken token also pretty relevant because, again, with 2 Luminas already gone from the deck, it's going to be one of the ways that you can get your Sabers a bit more involved because this is the stage in the game where you kind of wish you had a Raiden if it's 11 to 14 and 2 of your Luminas are already gone, but we are going to see Michael consider how he wants to defend this or whether he wants to defend it at all. We're taking a look at the hand here now. We do see an Art of War. Looks like a Reckless Swing as well. This actually looks like it might be another setup turn. I think I saw another snapback there as well. So this might be... Oh, okay.
Going to go ahead and bring it over.
Yeah, leak some more damage.
And also the Bolt of Courage, of course, going to draw a card on hit as well.
Yeah, Courageous Steel Hand coming in because of the charge.
But the question is,
+3?
Does the Reckless Swing come out here to try to stop the card draw?
I think you have to consider it. Unless we don't know what's in the arsenal, right? So unless you have something that you really like in that arsenal that you were holding on to, I feel like at 11 to 14, I would really like to prevent my opponent from drawing this card. Even if they don't end up playing it, they very well could just arsenal it. You're still kind of slowing them down. But if you think that you have a very good offensive hand, then obviously there is... Yeah, he's really just thinking this through.
Looking down, I think also at that Blood Debt as well, seeing, if I do this, what card does it discard? Am I going to be able to banish another 6? The Mark of the Beast might take me down for 1 in the banish zone there. The Blood Debt does have to be respected. The debt must eventually be paid. The taxman cometh for us all, even the abominations from Iathriel. That's what it is, right? Iathriel? The Shadow World? I think so. I'm sure someone in chat is saying yes.
I'm sure
Or
somebody
no,
is
if
saying
I'm
yes.
wrong.
I'm surprised that you decided to say it. I always get the pronunciations wrong. So
yeah,
the way you said it is the way that I read it. But
Picturing the card from when we were drafting Monarch last year, the
oh yeah,
Tremors. All right, let's see. It looks like we might be coming down with the Reckless Swing. He's really taken a think. Michael is 14 life to Jonathan's 11. Levia sitting 3 life up on the Breaker of Dawn. Got the Spirit of Arena, got the Quicken Token. Jonathan, if he finds that third Lumina, can, maybe one Lumina is enough
so
to
we
go ahead and
do
close
get
the
the
game
Reckless
out.
Swing.
Reckless Swing is going to come out here, though. Let's see what card is discarded. This might be big, depending on what's in the arsenal. Flipping over the Art of War, so it's not going to deal the 2 damage, but is still going to go ahead and just block out
And I have
the attack.
no further reactions.
So it is blocked out. Art of War, it's interesting. Michael looked a little disappointed there. Art of War at a minimum is still a pitch for 2, so
I also wonder if you're in Michael's seat, do you let Jonathan give it go again with Bolton's ability before responding with your own Reckless Swing, right? You could allow Jonathan to try to get the go again, banish a card from Soul, and then follow up with the Reckless Swing if you were planning to do it anyway. Might allow for you to get even more value out of the card because it also forces Jonathan, forces a card out of Soul there. Let's see what Michael wants to follow up this attack with. Jonathan's down to 11. Now got a Quicken Token, which isn't a full card worth of value, but does power up a 4-card hand beyond potentially what is normally possible.
So Michael here, we do have the blue pitch, and we're going to get a horror. So we're shuffling up that discard pile here. Shadow Realm Horror is scary. This is something that my podcast partner and I have talked about at length, and we were saying that
He who must not be named.
Yeah, he who must not be
partner?
named.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a card that we were very scared when it was announced because it has such a huge potential. Obviously, here you're not going to get the benefit from the go again. You don't have any pitch to follow it up and so forth, but you can still get the attack bonus here.
You do it.
So 3 cards banished.
Okay, you got it. You got 2.
All right, you got 2. So currently it's +1.
So it will be.
Has go again.
7 with go again here.
And it gains go again. 7 go again. Okay. Any floating resources? 1. Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, it does have the 1 floating resource. Okay. So that was potentially relevant because if they'd hit all 3, depending on what was banished, you might have been able to play it. But because I only hit 2, it's just the 7 with go again. I say just, like that's not impressive, right? 7 with go again. It's just 7 with go again.
2 cards for 7 points of offensive value have those cards have historically put in major work all across Flesh and Blood's formats, from limited to constructed. It's when the Shadow Realm Horror also, kind of ostensibly draws you an extra card that the ceiling on the card kind of breaks all the way open. Also, some of my favorite art in the game. I just want to just go ahead and take a look at that here. I mean, we can even see it on the combat chain, just the colors, the composition. Big fan.
The kind of blacked out Eclipse Sun on top of the Lovecraftian horror. It's like a 3-headed Cthulhu.
It's so good.
Just wreaking havoc. You absolutely love this art for sure.
Love the art, and if you're Jonathan, you probably don't love the card. 7 damage represents so much of your life total. Want to utilize the Quicken Token as much as possible, but with no arsenal, it's a little more challenging to do so if you want to give some cards on the defense here. See, just having a real think. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the hand, see what's giving him so much pause. A bunch of yellow cards, including a Valiant Thrust. The Valiant Thrust, of course, needing a card to pitch in order to get the most value out of it. With a Quicken Token hand, the Valiant Thrust could go pretty crazy. Depends on what those other cards are. I think might be maybe a V of the Vanguard as well. Yeah, V of the Vanguard.
There's
Battlefield Blitz.
So
Solar Plexus would go nuts on this hand.
yeah, this is definitely the kind of hand where you have to kind of pause if you're Jonathan. You don't expect anything following up this horror. You don't want to go to 4, but if you think that you can have a reasonable crackback here, it might be worth it. Ultimately, this kind of comes back to what I was saying before, which is, outside of the Lumina combo, one of the problems sometimes that occurs with Bolton is that he's very card hungry because you also need to charge typically to turn on many of your effects. You ultimately need an extra card to make that happen. And with all of your equipment having already been used, we highlighted how powerful those new additions from the Armory deck were. But with all your equipment being used, you have to sit on more cards than you would maybe like. And when you get to this late game stage where every card also represents damage that you have to take if you decide to hold on to it, like that is problematic. This is a pretty big turn if he does decide to keep the full fist, though. So I fully understand why Jonathan is doing the math here. I think he's just trying to weigh how much can I present if I am at 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, the Via the Vanguard into something like that Valiant Thrust could represent a whole lot of damage, but with Michael at 14, I'm not sure it's enough to really incentivize taking all of the damage. And it looks like it is going to be the saving grace here. We're going to go ahead and just charge a card. This is just going to turn this from an attack from 7 into an attack for 5, blocked out by the 2/3 blocks. The defense reaction and the attack action card is going to go ahead and block out the damage here. So it looks as though Jonathan here is going to go ahead and try to leverage that Quicken token, leverage the V of the Vanguard in hand that's going to go to the arsenal, and really try to close this thing out on one big turn.
Yeah, I was just about to say, what I suspect that's going to happen is Jonathan did the math and said this is not the time to do it. And the beauty of that Quicken token versus, say, an Agility token is that Quicken just hangs around until you use it. You don't have that required usage. And so this is a great heads-up play by Jonathan to set this up and wait for a better hand.
And puts the onus on Michael to find Go again. There is no single card here that is going to go ahead and turn this, the hand into something that's going to threaten all of Jonathan's life total and force him to block. And Michael said, I got you, fam. Here's a wild ride. This is part of the new flavor of Levia. A little more natural Go again, a little more draw and discard. Another Shadow Realm Horror headed to the graveyard here. So now 6 power with Go again coming across. Michael sitting at 14 to Jonathan's 11. Levia versus Botyn here. 14 plays 11. 3 cards in the Blood Debt.
That's definitely something Jonathan did not want to see, because obviously Jonathan trying to set up a good turn with that Quicken token. Another thing that is very relevant as well. Jonathan that last turn got to 3 cards in the Soul, and we already see the one in the banished pile there, but Botyn is a deck that runs Celestial Cataclysm. Some folks like to call that Sea Strike because it is very much like the Enlightened Strike for the light heroes, and there's a lot of things that open up for Jonathan when he has exactly 3 or more cards in the Soul. So oh, wow, he decides to just take that. So we're going to get a follow-up, another attack for 6 here. This is going to have to be answered by something, but Jonathan must really like something that's in his hand right now.
Well, we know he has the Quicken token. We know he has the V of the Vanguard, so he's basically saying, show me what you got. If you follow this up with the Ball Breaker, I can take that. I can go straight down to 1 and really try to put this game in a place where I just win the game from here. But the Slithering Shadowpede is going to buy a block. We do have the Snatch as well. That's something that could really like that Quicken token. This is going to buy an Engulfing Light block, though, as Jonathan, like we've said, Bolton's card hungry. If he was able to keep all of those cards in the hand, that Via the Vanguard turn gets significantly more threatening, especially with the extra card in Soul, thanks to the Saving Grace. However, here it looks like Michael's going to go ahead and have to take the 3 damage from the Blood Debt, have to imagine, right?
Banish goes face down so you don't see that.
Yes.
Oh, he's transcending. He's not transcending. He's transforming.
He's transforming.
He's taking the Blood Debt damage down to 13. This is the moment, so those 2 final cards are going to go ahead and be banished face down, thanks to the effect of the Demi-Hero, as Blasmafet has come for her chosen champion. Going to go ahead and consume the Soul and consume the top of Michael's deck here.
Oh, the tables have turned. Jonathan got to do that, paragraph of exposition about my double Lumina turn, and now he has to do his own homework about the Blasmafet. Levia consumed. Again, the Demi-Hero that comes from the inventory when certain conditions are met. And now Michael at that 13 health. This is going to present some new challenges, I think, for Jonathan.
Yeah, because now Jonathan is having to face down an opponent that can feasibly block with more cards and still send a good threat out with that Mark of the Beast, with the Boneyard Marauder and the Deadwood Rumbler. But before we get to that, we have to see exactly what happens here. We're going to go ahead and banish, keep saying banish, charge another Banneret of Gallantry here into the V of the Vanguard, which means we're making a Quicken and we're creating another Quicken on the back end, which means I believe that's a Snatch in the hand that's going to be able to go ahead and follow up the V of the Vanguard with natural Go again.
Yeah, you definitely need that snatch to connect. Like,
Yeah.
I'm being fully honest,
Yeah.
I think Jonathan is just banking on, I'm trying to get some cards out of the hand here and find a situation where I can connect with the snatch and then extend the turn. And again, before, when Jonathan was setting this up, this was before the Demi Hero had come out, and I think Blasmafet also throws a bit of a kink in the plans, because before, even if it was blocked out entirely, you're saying, okay, well, I got cards out of their hand. But as you so rightfully pointed out, if there's any situation now where, you know, you go down to just that one card, Michael can still send a reasonable threat back, and when you're down to 2, that's going to be multiple cards out of the hand of Jonathan. So he kind of needs as much value out of this turn as possible. We're going to get the final block from the arm pieces here, as well as I believe that's a Maw blocking as well, so we're going to create that Might token.
Well, also critically, we saw earlier in this game on the big double Lumina turn, Michael drew a hand with a bunch of pearls, a bunch of no blocks, right? So there's a world in which, especially because the 3 block has already been presented on the V of the Vanguard, we don't know what's in Michael's hand because they're face down, but this snatch has a different chance of connecting if Michael has cards in the hand that don't block, and if this card does not connect, that means there's only one Saber that follows this. So let's go ahead and see. Looks like we do have some blocking cards in the hand here if we are Michael, so there is the potential to block this out, but we do need to find 2 3 blocks. Otherwise, it's going to go ahead and become an attack for 6 when you block with one of those attack action cards, and it looks like Michael's going to go ahead and posture no blocks here. Doesn't need to give it a go again because of the quicken token, so do we find a card that costs 1 or costs 0, meaning that it would be more than just the Centauri Saber coming out from here? Looks like, let's go ahead and take a look. It is a Beaming Bravado, so it is a totally reasonable card that can be thrown down. The question is it going to be enough to force cards out of Michael's hand?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think that you still send the Saber here, because the problem with the Bravado is that it doesn't necessarily offer anything more damage-wise than the Saber, and you're likely, because you know you're not threatening lethal, you are likely going to be in a situation on the following turn where you can block with your entire hand and then still have some form of offense if you just throw this in the arsenal now. So I think that in a situation where you have the resource to take advantage of the Saber, setting yourself up to, again, be able to full block because you're down to 2 and you have no equipment, and then still have any sort of offense in the future is probably a better position to be in.
And Michael has to say no blocks here. Going to go ahead and take the 3. We're going to give go again, going down to 4, because Jonathan, we've talked about, you know, playing this deck, clearly knows the deck, clearly a good player, put himself in the position to have a potential winning play. If that was a 0 for 3, it becomes a 0 for 4. Now Michael has to give a card. It gets bumped up by Botyn, right? So there's a world in which you draw a 0 for 3, or even, you know, we've seen the snatch, you know, 0 for 4 type of effect that turns this V of the Vanguard turn into something significantly more threatening. However, Michael here was able to go ahead and create the agility and the might token, those beautiful custom tokens, which means Michael is able to go down to 1 because that card that was drawn off the top only threatened 3 damage. It was the Centauri Saber, or if it itself was thrown, it was 2 + 1 to 3.
Yeah, so Michael decides to just take the damage and then discards the wind-up to get that agility. So right out of the gate here, we're going to have something that gets +1 and go again. And then on top of that, because again, we have transformed, there is the opportunity to take advantage of that because we're going to have that 2 resources floating. This is great for Michael. What a heads-up play to go all the way down to 1, but then to be able to send what will likely be more than Jonathan can block. Even if you've got 4 3 blocks, when you're starting with a 7 go again, and you know what you have to work with, I think this might be disaster for Jonathan.
So we're just going to grab 3 cards here. It's not going to matter. These cards are all getting banished face down because of Blasmafet. Let's go ahead and take a look. Blood Rush, Wild Ride, Smashback, Ailhorn, all heading face down in the banished zone. We can go ahead and threaten with one of those other 2 cost 6, just take all of the cards out of Jonathan's hand. No card has been discarded, so the ball, the critical ball breaker isn't going to go ahead and get that addition. If a card had been discarded, all of a sudden we're looking at 2 different breakpoints, and that might just be the game right there. If we take all the cards out of Bolton's hand here, once again, it's on us as the Levia player to find the go again and find the dominate. Convulsions from Bellows of Hell, right? Style of effects, something that can really just close the game out from this point.
I think Michael was just explaining, you know, once again what this Demi Hero does and what it represents, because as I said before, even if you full block here, right? So you can block 6 and take 1, and then he can throw another one of these 6, eat both cards out of the hand, but after that, you are going to be in a really rough spot going forward.
That's what we're saying, right? You got to find the go again or find the evasive damage. We often are pitching the convulsions. I don't know what's been banished already to Blasmafet here, but we pitched them early. The deck is looking thin. Maybe it's coming up in these 4 cards. This is exactly when it would be coming up on turn 8 here. Let's take a look at the hand. He's drawn back up. We can see Barraging Beatdown, 2 Barraging Beatdowns, and that might be able to do it. And the go again there in the Dread Screamer and the Shadow Realm Horror. So Michael asked of his deck, and his deck answered.
I was just about to say there is a Dread Screamer there, which will absolutely have that go again. We've got so much to work with for Michael. Another thing to consider as well, because we know we saw it get pitched after the clunky start, there is still, Bloodrush Bellows available in the deck that's got to be coming up soon from the second cycle. That could set up a really impactful turn as well for Michael, but...
Yeah, going to have to see how many misses are in there because the Shadow Realm Horror could absolutely be the difference. You need to be able to find that +1 to actually close the game, make it 7. Do find the go again here, so this is going to be 6 with go again, and that means the Shadow Realm Horror, if we can find 1 card banished on the attack, is going to come in for 7, and with Jonathan all the way down to 1, that would be the game. That buys the 6 block. We've got 1 floating, but we've got enough cards in hand to go ahead and pay for the Shadow Realm. Once again, this matters. All we need to do is find 1 single card from the Banished Zone here. That has 6 power, headed to the Banished Zone from the graveyard. And that's going to be the game.
You have to assume that it's there. Now, even if there were a world
it's
where...
there. It's the question, does Jonathan grab it?
Oh, no, you just have to assume that you're going to hit 1 here. Even if there was a world where Jonathan was somehow sitting on 7 block, like maybe he snuck in some Sink Belows or whatever.
Ooh,
I was just about to say, if this is a 3 hit, it doesn't matter because you have 2 resources floating. And we have a Soul Shield. Still not enough to cover it. The 1 damage goes through, but... as I was getting ready to say, when you banish 3, one of the cards that you banish, you can also turn around and play as well. So that turn was actually still going.
Yeah, I'm not sure if with Blasmafet it banishes face down, so you're not able to play it. But you do have those other cards, of course, in your banished zone already. You have one of those other 2 for 6s that I think you're able to play. Yeah. But regardless, it's going to go ahead and be Michael taking it down on Levia. We had a producer over there doing the little dance as he sees Levia go ahead and notch another win on her belt of victories. That game was honestly fascinating, very back and forth. And we do have to, we do have to mention, right? Like, it came down to no blocks and sometimes in Levia's hand. It came down to a couple points of life that would have made all the difference there at the end for Bolton.
A couple points of life, but also, really, it was, to me, the missed charge opportunities because that Bolton was stuck in a position on the Lumina turn where they had to banish in order to get the go again. And there was that missed trigger at the start. And so if you would have been 2 cards deeper, then you might have had more cards in your soul in order to continue to extend the turn. So it was the fact that it was a missed trigger followed specifically by 2 reds that did not go to soul that I think really hurt Jonathan there, and he wants that back.
Absolutely, and like we said, later on that V of the Vanguard turn, still put himself in the position to find a way forward. Take another card out of Levia's hand, which would have maybe allowed him to keep a card, and then the whole timbre of those last couple turns are very different if that 0 for 3 is drawn off the top, because the V of the Vanguard will turn it into a 0 for 4, then all of a sudden you have to give a card, and if you give an attack action card, Bolton is going to pump it up an additional point of damage, and as we saw, the Levia player was only able to survive at 1. So even though, had a little bit of a clunker on the actual Lumina Ascension turn, still navigated the endgame, put himself in the position to have a very different endgame, and the top of the deck just didn't quite cooperate, and so the Levia was able to take it down. Let's go ahead and jump in and take a look at the metagame here at the RealmFest 5K Invitational Tournament. Charm3r, you talked about an interesting hero breakdown. Zen still the king of the metagame breakdown, but looking at the metagame here and the field, will he be the king of the tournament? Talk to me about what you're seeing.
Well, as I said before, there was still a lot of Zen. I just expected more. There's all this talk about Zen being the best deck in the format, right? And it's recently had some bans, but it's only still performing, even afterwards. There's a lot of Victor here. Now, I was talking with Barrett, who is a local player, and he was saying that this is a bit of a byproduct of the local scene. He said this tri-state area does tend to run a lot of Guardian, because I had asked him, I said, do you think that this is an overreaction? Do you think this is people playing Victor because they think it has a good matchup into Zen? And he was like, no, these are players that they play Guardian all the time.
Like Victor.
What's interesting to me, so New has been performing very well because it traditionally has a good matchup into Zen, but New also has a great matchup into Victor. And so I'm very curious to see how that fares for the new players, because obviously when they banish those blue powerful Guardian attacks and the ability to replay them, that's a big deal. And then lurking here in fourth, Kano.
Oh, yeah.
So Kano also really powerful, but not what I would have expected to be fourth most popular. The Azalea makes a bit more sense to me there. And then again, as I said before, a lot of brutes in this field as well. We have the 6 Levia and 5 Kayos. This is just a wild spread to me.
And there's a world in which the smirking Drakai of Aether there likes his matchup into all 3 of those most represented decks, right? The question is, can Zen run down the Kano quick enough? Does the Victor have enough Arcane Barrier and enough prevention effects to go ahead and survive those big combo turns? And then, New critically doesn't often have a lot of Arcane Barrier to stop these Kano effects, so perhaps the Drakai of Aether is looking nice into the RealmFest here at the end, moving forward in the end rounds of the tournament. I do just want to mention to everybody that if you yourself want to go ahead and get involved in the RealmFest circuit, this is the first of 3 RealmFests of the year, all 5K prize pools leading to a $50,000 invitational. There are ProQuest-style events that you can run at your LGSs as well, so you can get in touch on the Realms website. Stick around, don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of great flesh and blood coming up for you. We're going to hear from some of our friends at Green Tree. We've got flash sales, we've got some giveaways, a very exciting flash sale that we'll probably get into in the next round or 2. So if you like flesh and blood, and if you want to see some of the metagame moving forward into Amsterdam, stick here, keep it tuned, and we will go ahead and bring it all to you in just the next couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Cards is proud to present Camp Green Tree, hosted in Port Matilda, Pennsylvania. We've booked a beautiful outdoor and indoor event venue for a fun weekend of flesh and blood. Whether coming in for the 5K Classic Constructed Realm Qualifier event on Saturday, the 2K Blitz event on Sunday, or just some fun camp-filled activities on Friday night, you're sure to have a good time with on-site food trucks and events all weekend long. For more information or to register, head to www.gscfab.com. Once again, that is www.gscfab.com. And we hope to see you at Camp Green Tree in August.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am, unfortunately for you, the audience, still Charmer, but the good news is I am joined on the desk once again by Rhea.
Hello. Hello.
I did not get the opportunity to cast with you round one, so I'm just going to ask you, how are you doing?
I'm doing excellent today. We've had some very interesting games so far, and this is only going to continue as we go deeper into these rounds.
Well, you mentioned going deeper into the rounds. We have a round ready to go right now, so let's just dive right into the action because I'm excited to see more of this pre-Pro Tour metagame, and we are going to get to see New versus Riptide. I am personally very excited for this. I know that we got to see the tail end of one of these matchups in round one. I was watching that over at the table because I am a big New player. I love Assassin in general, but I've been playing a lot of New. And New into Riptide is incredibly interesting because we have a lot of attack reactions and a lot of defense reactions.
Mm-hmm. So already, just starting the game off, seeing something different from what we saw in round one, Scale Peeler has been presented here instead of the Spider's Bite Dagger. Of course, both of those have piercing, but Scale Peeler trying to punish armor blocks coming from the Riptide. Also, interestingly, there's Perch Grapplers there, not Snapdragon Stalers, so both players taking a bit of a different approach in this round to the matchup.
Yeah, the Perch Grapplers is interesting to me because that says, hey, I want a little bit more cushion. I want a little bit more block available. And David Lee here starting off with an Enlightened Strike into a Command and Conquer. So that feels, not very Assassin-like. That feels very old school, just generic attack action oriented, but it's still just as effective.
Yes, absolutely. I think the burden is on New to be the aggressor in this matchup. Riptide has so many disruptive defense reactions that if New tries to sit back, Riptide can really control the game from there. Very Guardian-like in Assassin's ability to go again with cards like E-Strike, looking for a scrap, things like that.
Yeah, one of the interesting things when I sit across from a Riptide when I'm playing New is I'm usually trying to assess which version of Riptide I'm playing against because there is a version that tends to be a bit more aggressive, and I think that was what Tommy was on in round one. That's why we saw the Snapdragons. But what I'm seeing from Jack, at least at the moment, is the combination of the Perch along with Dreadbore tells me that this might be a fatigue-oriented Riptide. And I got to be honest, if I'm a new player, that's not what I want to see. It usually means a large number of defense reactions, including those traps. And so a lot of times what's happening is they're negating all of your attack reactions while dealing damage along the way. Here we're going to see a Codex. And I believe Jack still has to resolve his end of this Codex.
Yeah, so there will be a discard and a attack chosen from the graveyard. Plenty to choose from. Sleep Dart, Enlightened Strike. Seems like he's really pondering what the discard is. I see at least an Inertia Trap there.
Yeah, it looks like there's another Codex as well, his own Codex of Frailty. And I think that is part of the concern. You know that David Lee has grabbed this Leave No Witnesses that they are likely just going to send because you've got the Ponder so you can reload it.
Yes.
Leave No Witnesses is always the go-to because it's a 0 for 4 with a relevant impact here. David Lee also on Black Tech Whisperers. That's worth noting because that's an outlet for the silver. I personally am a big fan of the new... pun very much intended there. Boots, just because it's an additional attack reaction, right? The boots and the arms represent 2 attack activations, but Black Tech here, again, an outlet for silver if Leave No Witnesses creates them.
Yes. There is a really important combination that you can do with a Rousing Wave and Black Tech Whispers, which is off a 1-card hand, you can turn the Bonds of Agony online, getting your 3 attack reactions. The first Rousing Wave is 1. The Fang Strike is 2nd, and then without spending any resources, the Black Tit Whispers is 3rd, provided that you have Tunic available. Riptide playing a very patient turn cycle here, just trying to E-Strike after this Codex. Notably, had to discard his own Codex. Not really what you want to see giving up your power cards like that, especially this early in the game.
Yeah, and if I'm seeing that as David, again, that's just reinforcing that this is probably a more fatigue-oriented Riptide. Because if they're going to let that go, they're saying, okay, like, the offense is nice, but obviously I just want to make sure that I'm taking as little damage as possible here, trying to negate some of these things. And we're going to start things off with the Scale Peeler here again. And this is Very heads-up play by David, because once you identify that your opponent even could possibly be on a fatigue-oriented Riptide, you want to get as much chip damage in with the daggers as possible, or else you will run out of cards before you get to your endgame.
And this is not suspicious at all. There's only a resource floating, and Nu has 2 cards available, so I'm wondering if we see some sort of attack reaction here.
Yeah, so just rightfully pointing out here, the Scale Peeler is active. He's saying, yeah, that's fine, because I'm still technically blocking for 4, and now we're going to have a Bite followed with the Flying Strike, so that's an extra +4 here.
Unfortunately, the Scale Peeler did hit, so when Jack blocks with Long Draw Half Glove, it's blocking for 0, and will get the Battle Worn counter.
Oh, yeah,
it was blocked.
That is, that is the glove. Sorry, I thought it was Grapplers that he put in front, so I thought there was still one left over, but you are correct. That was the glove.
Yep. I also just have to say, this is a shiny new deck. Oh my goodness. Essentially, everything is as max rarity as it can be. David loves his bling, apparently.
Yeah, this is a new player who is after my own heart. I also enjoy having all of my stuff as shiny as possible, that I do have to give credit where credit's due, because it's not just, cold foils and marvels, but it's also in Japanese, which is something that my stuff is not. I only, I'm a poor man who only has the English versions of the marvels and cold foils.
You've got to catch up. The Japanese stamped cards is where it's at. So this is not 1, but 2 premeditates on an intoxicating shot. There are so many on hits here. We're looking at 2 ponders, and we're looking at a courage and a vigor token, I believe it is. No.
Should be Quicken.
Token. Mm-hmm. So why would we want to give our opponents positive tokens? I don't quite get it.
Well,
double transcend here. This hand does not block very well.
It's interesting. The courage is problematic because it buffs some of Nu's stuff. The Quicken, there's so many ways to get Go Again already that you might feel like, hey, this isn't that big of a deal. I have long said that with Riptide, the real thing that Intoxicating Shot does is it encourages your opponent to play more things, which means you're more likely to trigger your traps.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's inviting them to do more so that you can punish them for doing more.
Seems like 2 ponders for Jack, so he'll be able to have a little bit of arsenal selection as well. This is 3 Transcend cards played in 1 turn by David. Going to be a lot of chi in that hand, although he does get to rebuy a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, and I can't help but point out here that was a beautiful Marvel Preserved tradition.
Absolutely.
It looks wonderful in cold foil because of the kind of ghost-like part of the art.
So we know that David's hand is at least 3 chi. There's also a Art of Desire Mind. Sorry, the card names are a bit hard to think of when they're in Japanese.
Yep, Art of Desire Mind. So this is one of the cards that I'm a big fan of and new. I was running both this and the red versions when I played in the Calling at Minneapolis. Both are wonderful because they have an on-hit of drawing a card if you banish the appropriate things. And so we have a trap here, but it is a blue trap.
Critically, though, this collapsing trap was threatening David to have to discard the rest of his hand, which includes that chi. And I don't know about you, chi tends to be quite useful in your deck for second cycle. Luckily, Nu is an instant speed ability, so that can be activated at least, although it seems like we didn't find a blue on top to banish. Riptide kind of famously doesn't play a lot of blues, and especially not attack actions. So I don't know how useful Nu ability will be in this game.
Yeah, and on top of that, when you do activate it, even if there is an attack action there, let's say it's an Intoxicating Shot, it's an arrow. So
in fact, it is.
This is a matchup where you're essentially only using your new ability to banish cards from the deck. Now, it does potentially become relevant if, as I have said a few times, this ends up being the Fatigue Riptide, because that's one of the ways that you can combat their own game plan by just slowly decking them. Them requiring cards to attack, they don't have a true weapon that can just swing on its own, means that those cards are precious, but there is absolutely a situation where you use the hero ability just to get cards out of the deck.
So we're seeing a Codex of Frailty, this time from Jack's side. Frailty goes on the board, Ponder goes on the board. I missed what Jack chose. It's a Remorseless, but critically, David then has to discard, looks like a weakest link.
Yes.
Not a lot of text against Riptide, but at the end of the day, versus a deck that doesn't have a weapon, like you said, 2 for 6 block 3 is far from embarrassing.
Yeah, Weakest Link is proving to be incredibly versatile, especially with the Part the Mistveil meta. It does potentially hit a lot of things, and then worst case scenario, it is that 2 for 6 it blocks 3. It's kind of rivaling Command and Conquer in many ways, at least in the current meta. One of the things that I am curious about on Jack's side was why the choice of Remorseless, unless that was just the best rate attack he had, because against new, Remorseless tends to not have as much value. You very often are not playing many actual actions. You're jamming on a bunch of attack reactions, but instead we're going to get this Command and Conquer for 5 because of the frailty.
And I just want to call this out real fast. Look down here in David's pitch zone. That is a blue Sink Below. Typically very useful for transcending because it's a blue card that you have played when you defend with it. But in this matchup, when there's a Dreadbore on the field that doesn't let you block with that Sink Below from hand, now we're kind of cornered into having to pitch it every turn cycle. Very interesting.
Yeah, Dreadbore is an absolute nightmare to play against if you're at all defense reaction heavy, and we're going to see a double sigil here.
That is a lot of life gain.
Yeah, just gain 6, no big deal. Prior to Part the Mistveil, I was actually experimenting a lot with Arachne, and I was playing a fatigue-oriented Arachne that was very defense reaction heavy. I ran into a Riptide playing Dreadbore, and I wanted to pull my hair out. There were so many useless cards, and you're right to point that out. That blue Sink Below means that David Lee is going to have essentially a chi that's not a chi, because it's only going to be pitch fodder for the rest of this game, and it doesn't even turn on some of your best stuff.
Unless he can get it in Arsenal somehow, of course. So he has an Arsenal. We saw this Command and Conquer be played from the Codex earlier. Interesting. So this isn't already dead. He has cards still in hand. I wonder if this is going to turn into a Black Tech activation. We can see another CNC and a Weakest Link in the hand. So maybe a bit of a bluff here on having a follow-up.
Well, it's also potentially it could still be a Black Tech because you could pitch one, play the other, but instead we are just going to go with the Fang here.
And we are committing to going again with the Black Tech Whispers.
We're okay with doing this as well because we also have Tunic available along with that one floating resource. So a lot of damage able to potentially come through here. Tar Pit Trap is coming out because it came out after the go again. Effects don't trigger on this next one.
But is Black Tech Whispers, I believe Black Tech Whispers says when it hits, it gains go again, which would be a hit effect from Tar Pit Trap, no?
No, you are correct. It is when it hits, it gains go again, but...
Oh, I may be mistaken. There might be an action point after this.
Ultimately, I was getting ready to say it's not going to matter either way because neither of the cards in hand are going to have relevant on hits anyway. Right. So good news. We don't have to figure it out.
Well, I mean, there is still text on this Command and Conquer. It says defense reactions can't be played.
Yes, that part is definitely something that very much matters here. So we are going to block 6 just to preserve the life total because Jack is already down to 19.
Yeah. There's the third Sigil of Solace.
There's the third Sigil, yes.
But no Riptide reload trigger there, so probably arsenaling a trap to end the turn. Or at least unlikely to attack with an arrow. Yeah, that's going to be an arsenal and pass. So this does obviously, at this point in the game, look like New is in control. But, I mean, the life discrepancy, 27 to 22, is not that large. And what we really need to keep an eye on is how big New's deck is. Because, like you said, with this being a very defensive Riptide, the goal is not to kill New. The goal is to outlast New.
So this is actually really interesting because I'm noticing a Chi card that is pitched in. Like I said, I've played a lot of New, and this is very often one that I do not include.
I think there has been... Oh, and this is a Pitfall Trap. Pretty dangerous card there. Pay 1 or deal 2 to the attacking hero. And importantly, it always triggers.
It always triggers because it's just a trap that gets to block, and so that counts. That's always triggering. Some additional damage presented there. Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't normally include that particular chi option just because it can be very hard to trigger, but it makes sense with David Lee's list because of the blue sink below. As you had pointed out, that's something that you can play on your opponent's turn, be a bit more defensive. That's
I'm sorry, is that a pummel?
David is
that
after
a pummel
my
in
heart.
new?
I guess this makes sense when you consider that they are running what appears to be 3 copies of Already Dead, Command & Conquer, and Weakest Link.
Yeah, that's quite a few targets. And if you have the blue sink belows to put it away when you don't need it, yeah, what a and Amnesias, what an interesting inclusion.
So Amnesia is actually a fantastic card. It has made it into my list because it's so good into the Zen matchup.
Yes.
And it's again worst case scenario, a 2 for 6, blocks 3, does all the things. I like because David is on this Tunic and 2 for 6 game plan. He's almost playing Guardian in a way, right? Where with the Tunic up, you can pitch 1 blue and catch somebody with the pummel. I dig it, but this feels... It's so interesting that he's playing new because this feels like an Uzuri deck.
It really does,
ways.
yes. An Uzuri deck with access to Backing and Mistblade, which is quite a potent assassin attack action. So this Remorseless was loaded with Dreadbore, and because it was put in face up, there are simply no D-reacts this chain link. Can't be played from Arsenal, can't be played from hand. Going to be a clean block 6, and go back to David's turn with 3 cards available.
And we're going to do the Command & Conquer, and this is that part where you worry, because now you have Tunic up, 1 floating, and you've seen a pummel.
We know pummels in the deck, and it's being represented now.
Oh, you have to start rethinking all of your turns once you know that is an option, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's and even if it's just the one of, it now is going to be lingering in the back of Jack's head the entire rest of the game. Oh my goodness. So Spike Pit Trap, and is that a Pendulum Trap?
It does look like a pendulum, yes.
Okay. So no blocks on the CNC. There is no Arsenal card to blow up, luckily.
Yeah, this is strictly damage. And once you've seen the pummel, I actually really like this because if you 2-block with the other cards, you're left with just traps. You don't want to do that. And if the on-hit that's represented doesn't do anything, which means that they would have to pummel you to get any sort of disruption, you might as well just make them wasted at that point. It's not like you can stop it anyway.
But that CNC having the no D-Rat clauses coming in really clutch here essentially is making Jack waste the card this turn cycle, right? We saw him not be able to block with either of those traps, and now the turn is just attack with Enlightened Strike. And I believe he has 2 cards left in hand.
He's going
to Remembrance was one of the 2 cards. So what were we talking about? Outlasting New, plus 3 cards in deck, or plus 2 cards in deck.
So the sink below here from David Lee is also interesting because we've seen the blue one. We now know that there are red ones available.
Yes.
This very much does feel like an Uzuri list where you are playing the more mid-range game plan and then just also getting the benefit of some of those powerful Mystic cards. And I'm very surprised to see how this is going to go now because, again, while I've played a bunch of new, I tend to play a far more aggressive one. That's why I was a bit surprised by some of these choices, but this makes a lot more sense now that I see pummels and everything else in David's list.
Also, you have to shout out, of course, the Master of Recurring Nightmares. We haven't seen it activated much, just because there hasn't been a lot of chi yet.
Yeah.
But also a very powerful pitch outlet that New has access to compared to Uzuri.
Yeah, and that's really important in this matchup because not only do you have the new hero power, but we did see the double chi turn earlier, and so if that does come back as is second cycle, it gives you a second outlet so that the one isn't stuck in your hand. If you want, you could hero power and mask just to burn through 2 cards in the Riptide deck if you are playing the Fatigue game plan. And this is another 2 for 6.
Now hold on a second, because it's more than just a 2 for 6. It looks like it's about to be a pummel for 10.
Yeah, the one downside, this is not Command & Conquer, so defense reactions are still available, but when they start with just a 3-block, even if they had 1 or even 2 here, it might not be enough. They would have to cover the full difference. We are going to see that pendulum trap that we saw earlier.
So that's going to put 2 cards in the graveyard, just working towards that eventual game plan of trying to outlast this New in terms of cards in the deck.
Yep, here is the spike trap that you were talking about.
Spike Pit Trap actually perfectly timed because I believe it cares about attack reactions, which don't happen all the time in new. She, of course, has the venomous bites and the hisses, but this pummel is exactly what Jack was hoping for, actually.
21-16, and they take one.
And so I was going to say, I think one still gets through, though, and so that is the problem. Like, yes, you have these defensive reactions, but because they're not the sync belows or whatever, it still only gets you to 9, which means you do have to discard a card. So we're going to see, looks like just an Arsenal pass on the side of Jack. Just trying to survive, trying to stay alive here. The deck sizes, it's kind of hard to tell always with these kind of camera angles, but it does look like it still favors Jack by quite a bit at the moment. That is a thick stack of green.
It absolutely is.
All right, so
ooh, okay.
Carpet here on the Beckoning Mistblade.
So that not only is going to trigger and block out the Beckoning Mistblade, but because the Mistblade hasn't hit yet, Carpet has a floating no on-hit clause.
Yes.
So the next time something does hit this turn, no hit effects. Doesn't have to be from the card itself, just period. No pummels, forget about it.
Now,
Seems like...
I was going to say, I think that might have messed something up for David here. Yeah, I think the surgical was probably what was going to be followed up, and now might be thinking, okay, can I instead use these blues to pitch through and get my levels of enlightenment going, or do I still want to play something and then activate this chi and then pitch it into a mask maybe to pull another card from hand? A lot of options actually available to David, so it makes sense that he's taking his time.
Yeah, so there is an option here to play levels of enlightenment before the attack trigger resolves, play that Rising Sun Setting Moon, and try to draw into something more useful compared to the surgical. Because without an on-hit effect, you're totally right. Surgical Extraction goes from one of the best cards in News Deck to a
really overcosted 4.
Pretty miserable 2 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, so I do like this approach as a shift. I do think that it was a full intention to follow this up with the surgical here, but instead we're going to get the levels, but that's met with a frailty trap.
Yeah, so just one mode there. There's only one blue in the pitch zone. Looks like that was Go again, and the frailty trap immediately punishing that. Still hasn't been an on hit because the Enlightened Strike didn't connect. But now we're gonna dig. Did he find something better? He found something a lot better with a Leave No Witness on the top. And of course, remember that Rising Sun Setting Moon is going to bounce back to hand as chi, so he has resources to play Scale Peeler before this.
Well, so while the Leave No Witnesses is better, we still unfortunately have the floating on hit being prevented.
Oh, you're right.
I think using the chi for mask makes a lot more sense.
Actually, and Scale Peeler would attack for 0 because of that frailty. So Riptide absolutely just shutting down that entire turn.
Yeah, that was an awful lot of work for not a lot of total output, and Riptide's going to fire back.
With the immobilizing shot.
Yes.
Typically not a lot of text on that one, but oh my goodness, if you do find an aim counter on it, that's close to a red in the ledger that Riptide gets to play.
Yeah, I was just about to say the one downside is even with an aim counter, against New specifically, it's not as impactful. New is one of the best heroes at taking something like a red in the ledger or Remorseless or even, this particular arrow and saying, okay, well, I'll play my one attack and then I'll go tall with attack reactions. Now, I say typically because, again, David Lee here seems to be on a more mid-rangey version. It does not seem to be as attack reaction heavy. We have seen the hisses and the bites and so forth, but it's a lot of these 2-for-6s.
Speaking of, there's a red hiss in his hand.
Yeah.
And there's an already dead on the field. So it's going to have Go again no matter what. There's
the Slither. Already Dead has not been able to banish anything, but I don't think that really matters at the moment. So after the Slither, the Frailty Trap does get applied once again, so that's at least going to turn off some of those daggers on the follow-up, and then another trap. I believe this is Boulder, correct?
Yes. Boulder putting a -1 armor counter on the mask, significantly diminishing its utility in the late game when you're trying to dodge some of Riptide's better on-hits. I will say, though, Jack's life is getting scarily low here. 7 against a deck that I believe still has a fair few amount of attack reactions. the traps are very good, but you do have to draw them. Otherwise, you might just get go over the top of.
And we see the New Horizon go out as a result of that. I think you're right. This is the part where Jack has to go kind of deep into the tank as far as just preserving the life totals. The one downside, we already know all 3 sigils have been used. There was one Remembrance that went out earlier, so some of the cards went back into the deck. This is the new Murky Water, which is a fantastic card to be coming for 7.
Yes, so if this hits, Jack gets to choose 3 traps in his graveyard and randomly get one of them back into his arsenal. Now, he has played the best card in his deck, Collapsing Trap, already, so it's a very, very real on-hit. Yeah. So important, in fact, that David's willing to give 3 cards there to block it out.
David said, I'm just taking a turn off.
Yeah.
You win this round.
And just like that, Jack has full tempo in the game. What can he do with that? So there is a buff. There's 2 buffs. There's 2
buffs and a blue and an arrow. This is perhaps the best 4 cards that you could ask for as a follow-up here. And
3 buffs, because that was a Fletcher Redtail, I believe, was the 3rd card in his hand.
Yeah. It was, but instead they're going to pitch that because the arrow was the blue. So a little unfortunate in that regard, but this is still pretty tall.
Yes. And a lot of on-hits here as well. So Seek and Destroy and Inertia from the Sedation Shot, both threatening to say, you know what, no arsenal for this turn cycle. And 2 more damage from the Blood Rot Pox. Now, David does have a fair bit of life to work with here. But if he's not allowed to set up a bigger turn because of the Seek and Destroy or Inertia effect, he might start falling behind in terms of keeping up with how much Riptide can block with all those traps.
Yeah, and any other hero, you would say, okay, well, if Jack's just blocking every turn, then certainly David has the advantage. But the thing that we have to remember is that if Jack is continuing to block with those traps, though, Riptide does get that chip damage in. So it's 16-7 now, but there's very much a world where Jack continues to block, and then that gap starts to shrink as a result, and instead that's going to go through.
And it's now 10-7, just like that. All it takes is 1 turn, and life totals are much, much closer than before. Blood Rot Pox and Inertia on the field. Of course, the Seek and Destroy effect as well, although David can order those however he wants. So if he doesn't want his card to be destroyed, he can choose to resolve Inertia before Seek and Destroy. Starting with a Beckoning Mistblade, you know, these get really annoying late into the game because it's just 1, and there's not a lot of armor left, but that's such a good on-hit.
It's such a good on-hit, and as I said, really at the start of this, once you kind of put your opponent on a more fatigue-oriented Riptide, you have to make use of the daggers whenever you can. This is a prime time to do it because the armor is mostly gone, and you want to force your opponent into a kind of back corner, if you will, and we're going to follow that up with a Bonds.
Yes. So, blocking 3 on this Bonds, we're almost certainly able to turn it on, because otherwise we would have seen the pitch card Codex of Frailty be played instead as an alternative power card here.
Oh, we can absolutely turn it on because we have Tunic live, and we still have Arousing Wave and Black Tech. So even without cards from hand, you have Bonds active.
Yes. But even better, we have
Mask.
Key to pitch to the Mask, yes.
You want to do the Mask first because you want the card gone, and then you want to follow it up with whatever it is that you need to follow it up with to turn it on.
And a Codex of Frailty banished. Another power card taken away from Riptide.
Yep, so we're going to have the Wave followed by the Fang Strike. So Bonds is now live currently at 5. And then the Black
going
Tech
again.
Going again as well. I mean, we do still have the 1 resource floating because they used Tunic for the activation. So that 1 card in hand could be a number of options here. The Trap does damage David, though. So taking a little bit of that leak. And
we just lost 2 Chi off the top to that Pendulum Trap.
Oh, interesting. So David was going to Arsenal, but then because of the triggers, it's going away. And we're also going to take damage from the Blood Rot. So despite the go again there, that was just to turn on the Bonds, didn't actually have a follow-up. That's an unfortunate turn of events for David.
Well, I think he might have, but he lost the go again when it didn't hit, right? Because it was a Bonds for 5, and it was blocked 3 plus a D-React for 3.
Right, so
Okay.
19 to 15 in favor of the Riptide, but again, as I said before, Riptide doesn't have the weapons, so...
So we are well into the second cycle now, approaching turn 14 with some cards turned from the pendulum traps.
This is going to be really interesting because on the one side, we do still have the Abyssal Quiver, so Riptide does have the opportunity to get some more cards back, but now that we're hitting that second cycle, as I said before, that Chi is going to pop back up, and whether it's Mask or Noose Hero Power or both, David has the potential to transition into a fatigue deck at this stage as well and just chew through those cards, even if there's no impact. Yeah, see, we're going to see that activation now because why not?
Yeah, it's just trading no cards from deck for a card from deck. And when you're at the stage in the game where both players are counting their deck totals, it becomes very, very important. So a premeditate banish there. And then this is a Codex of Frailty. Jack, importantly, doesn't have any cards in Arsenal. And we've seen all 3 Sigils of Solace played, so he's going to have to discard something to this.
I'm kind of surprised that it is the Command and Conquer here. And my only reason that I'm saying I'm surprised is because if you're thinking about cards in deck, while this threatens more damage, and so maybe you're trying to pull cards from hand, something like a Leave No Witnesses also threatens a banish from the top. So one is like a card threatened from hand versus potentially a card from top, but don't discount the contract banishes. I did see a Plunder the 4 earlier as well, so that very well could be on David's mind.
That's a very interesting observation that the banish from the top can be just as deadly in these fatigue games.
Yeah, like I said, before Mistvale, I was really heavy into what I call Contractiny, the contract fatigue Arachne, and it's so much fun to pilot, but I feel like it's not got quite enough staying power to survive in a Zen-dominated meta. Here we're going to pitch the bonds, though, and we'll see if that is as a result of this Command and Conquer coming the way, because we see the one floating, so it's something costing 2, but instead, again, poke, 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 you want that dagger to do as much, of its job as it can, and when Jack is down to 2, this is threatening 50% of a life total.
We are near the Kodachi lock, but with even more annoying on-hits.
Yeah. But we do have another trap block. So just like I said, you get to these weird situations with Riptide where you feel like you have the upper hand, and then they just hit you with trap after trap after trap. And so if Jack can just stay alive, there's a situation where David might not be able to attack because he could just die.
I also love Jack close to playing an ice card right there, taxing David with a resource, or else David has to take 2 more damage, which sounds like not a lot until you're this late in the game, and it's a third of your health.
So this is another Art of Desire Mind. Again, worth noting that this is very important because it has the potential to gain health and has the potential to draw David a card. Both of those are important, and it's going to get go again here from the path well traveled. That's going to become a Chi. That means Mask will likely get activated here, but we have another trap. I believe this is Inertia Trap coming down.
Importantly, not turned on, because while the Mind card has go again, it's not power greater than base.
Right. And so no damage going over to David. And
the classic trip, dropping your own attack because it's blocked out anyways, but that gives you a Chi in deck that you don't have to worry about flipping later.
So opting to send the weakest leak here, I really like this play because Jack is down to 2. If he had more health, I would have actually liked to see a hero power activation just because of the fatigue option. But here you just want to rip cards from hand so that you don't have to worry about the crackback. This is the right call. Also got rid of another trap, and it was in a situation where that trap could not trigger. And I think ultimately, if you're David, that's really what you want to do. You want to get in a position where you eat these traps without eating the damage from the Riptide hero power.
Yeah, and while Riptide is very good at blocking, there's a concern at this stage in the game down to 2 life, and with no tempo, nothing to send back on his own turn, that he might be stuck in this loop blocking for the rest of the game unless Nu has a really bad off turn, which it can happen. You draw 4 Chi, there's no blue attack actions, and suddenly your turn becomes Dagger, Dagger, Banish.
So I would love to see David's hand, if you don't mind, because I'm kind of curious if we have a levels that's coming up. We've already saw a pitch to a silver, followed by a pitch to a dagger. Oh, it's not there.
Surgical.
Surgical. I thought for sure we were going to see the triple pitch into a levels, and then that would have been devastating for Jack. But instead, it's just going to be the dagger work. Again, the daggers are very important right now. One already ate the trench. I think that this also might be a bit of a bluff by David, saying, hey, I'm setting up for the levels, and then Jack, as a result, takes the one from the scale, probably trying to keep cards in hand to deal with the levels and whatever follows. But it is, I say just a surgical, but this is incredibly relevant.
So Jack has option to 2 boulder traps here, and an Enlightened Strike and an arrow. Looks like we're going to spend half of those cards. So he does get to do something back at David on this turn. If it's something like a red infecting shot, he can have an opportunity to make David give him a card. But it looks like once more, it's just Arsenal pass. Does David have any threats left in deck at this point?
Yeah, I think he arsenaled the other trap.
Well, I asked, are there any threats left? And then there's not 1, but 2 Codex of Frailty in this hand.
Yeah, we did see some of those pitched earlier. The third one's been banished, so Jack actually hasn't resolved his own codexes quite yet, which is, I think, also very telling for this matchup, right? David Lee's got the benefit of all of the codexes played so far, and that's a really powerful card for both of these decks. So we're going to start with the dagger lock, if you will.
Yes. All of these, with no armor available and at 1 life, you have to give a card on each of these daggers.
Yep, so it was a trap that was arsenaled before, was the inertia trap. So
I think this is it, yeah.
I was going to say this has got to be it, because 1 card goes and then you don't have enough, and even if it's just the, leave no witnesses, that's enough to get there over the top. I am very impressed with the way that David navigated that matchup. This is not an easy matchup traditionally for New.
Yes.
David knew enough early on to put the emphasis on the daggers. And in the late game, like I said, you're trying to get in a position where you could utilize not just the daggers, but also getting cards out of the hand where the traps don't trigger, and understanding like what traps are left and what triggers them. So always giving them stuff where, again, inertia isn't live, for example. It's a really big deal. David navigated that beautifully.
Absolutely. We've seen not 1, but 2 games so far today with the New clinching it against the Riptide, just taking just enough advantage of their attack reactions and playing around those traps, exactly like you said.
Also, shout out to the Pummels.
Shout out to the Pummels. Oh my goodness.
I love Pummel. Pummel's my favorite card in the game, just period.
Really?
When people ask me, they're like, hey, what's your favorite card? It's always Pummel. When I started the game, the very first deck I ever played, somebody loaned me Chain, and I was like, this is really fun, but then I started like myself on Bravo. So I've just fallen in love with Pummel and everything it does. And I try to force it into decks, I will say. Like, I've played Pummel Uzuri, and this is inspiring me. I now want to give New a try, but...
Absolutely. Well, we just saw 2 of the top contenders in this new meta after the Bonds of Ancestry ban. Let's go to the backup match. We're going to see 2 more top meta contenders. This is Zen versus Kayo. We're about halfway through the round as we jump in here. And
but not halfway through the game with both of these players, one down to 5 and the other down to 8. So this was a barn burner early.
Absolutely.
And as we join this, it looks like we're in the middle of Herman's turn with a Blood Rush active. Was a wild ride into a Sen packing, it appears.
So interestingly, Zen still has almost the full equipment suite here with a Traverse Universe, a 12 Battle Tressa, and a Tiger Stripe Shuko. I'm not sure if that Crouching Tiger was banished with the Sen packing, or if that was just banished, regularly to Art of War, as Zen is wont to do. And contrarily, on the other side of the board, Herman is completely armorless. Sherman, excuse me.
We are told it is Sherman, not Herman. Our apologies. I don't think that the Crouching Tiger was banished with Sen packing, because I don't... Well, no, it is banished face up with Sen packing. It's not an Intimidate trigger. It is different. So it's probably that. The interesting bit here, as you pointed out, is the equipment. And that leads me to believe that either Michael has struggled to flip chi or just hasn't found a good combo turn to use the traverse, because ultimately that's what you want to do. You want to flip your first chi, and then once you get yourself in a position where you have a good turn, you send the traverse to block so that you can go into it with, a 5-card hand, maybe a 6-card hand, counting the chi in the arsenal, all sorts of stuff. Doesn't look like it has went that way for Michael thus far. Maybe it's a low chi count version of Zen. I have seen some of those floating around where they might run only 3 or 4, but...
Yeah, and I think he's doing the math here. If he gives all of the armor, he doesn't have to give any cards from hand, but it means no Crouching Tiger, assuming that was banished with Sun Packing. Or he can give some of the armor, live, and just go get a chi and have his 4-card plus a chi giant combo card turn, which it looks like it's what he's choosing to do here. And, with Sherman at 8, with 1 armor available on that Stabstring Leathers, and Kayo, of course, we see the Wild Ride on the chain playing a non-zero number of no blocks. This is going to be kind of an interesting turn cycle to see if this is going to be the game.
Yeah, I think we joined this game at the appropriate time because
Absolutely.
It is going to be make or break, I think, for Michael, because if you cannot finish Sherman off here, what's going to happen is you're going to be stuck in a position where you're blocking for the rest of the game, because, again, it is appearing that Michael's going to be going down to 1 here, and there's going to be some awkward break points. We see that Might token on the other side as well, so you either have to pull all of the cards from Sherman or just get the victory. We have the chi ready to go. Shuko still live. That is a +1 damage that will for sure be occurring here at some point. We're going to start this off with, I believe that's a blue 100.
Blue 100 wins, yeah. So we're able to transcend on the rest of the turn if we have other chi cards. 1 go again, normally not the biggest threat. Sherman is at 8.
1 go again, but go again very important when we also know that we can fetch whatever combo cards we want with the Zen hero power.
Speaking of transcending, I believe that's a Sacred Art Jade Tiger domain in Michael's hand. So this might be a very large, very wide turn.
And
it's a lot of chi cards. Oh my goodness.
Before we were saying, hey, maybe he's had a hard time finding chi. We have that traverse out there. It turns out it was all in his hand. Wow.
I wonder what the search is on Zen here at this point. There's got to be, I don't know, how much of his deck are we through? Is there a Chase the Tail he could go get? Is there an Aspect of Tiger body he could go get?
Or perhaps it's just another 100 wins just because of the weird breakpoint.
Is that a Pouncing Chi? Is the last card in his hand?
So we're going to make the 2 Crouching Tigers here from the Sacred Art.
Yep.
This will become a chi as well.
Sherman saying no blocks on the 1. Like, you got to give me something more important to block than that.
That's got no relevant on hit. I'm comfortably at 8 at the time, now down to 7.
But the issue is, after Shuko, we're looking at least 3 more damage in Michael's hand just from those 2 Tigers from the Sacred Art.
And so we're going to have the first Tiger come down. And so he's going to say, hey, the Shuko is relevant here. So as you rightfully pointed out, 2 damage here, still 1 more from that other Tiger. And you are correct. I think that was another Pouncing Key.
Also seems like this was a Zephyr Needle Zen. You'll notice there are no weapons. So either Talishar or Zephyr Needle has been destroyed at this point in the game. Don't have that Tiger Taming Kakara to rely on as an outlet for the 3 chi in hand at this point, I think. We'll see if Michael actually can pitch all of these cards or if he's going to be stuck with 1 in hand.
Maybe he was running Hurls or something. One of those dual classed throw your knives. No, it was probably Zephyr Needle, let's be honest here. So,
and then is this a blue Pouncing Chi?
It is. So I think that the hope here is that, pun very intended since we're talking about the needles, I think Michael wants to needle Sherman to death.
Yeah.
Because all of these appear to just be low power attacks with Go Again. And Sherman saying, okay, none of these have on hits, and I know you have more coming, so I'm just going to keep saying no block till you make me block. And Michael might just be trying to go as wide as possible. But also, this says, I think, a lot about last turn with the blocking with equipment, because now that we know how many Chi cards were actually in his hand, I don't think he could have blocked if he wanted to.
I think you're right. There's also an interesting mini game here for Sherman asking, you've played so many blue cards at this point. I would like to hold my 3 blocks and block with them for 3 on a bigger attack.
Yeah.
But if you play a bunch of 2s and I say no blocks and then you play a bunch of 1s, I'm actually getting less equity out of my 3 blocks.
I was just about to say, I think that this, knowing what we've seen so far with these crouching tigers and whatever, it had to be chase the tail, so that is the case. I think that's the best thing you can hope for, which essentially is like a 1 for 7.
1 for 7 go again, I've heard, is a pretty good card.
Yeah. Especially when your opponent's down to 4.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward here really quickly. This is quite the long turn, and we need to get to a bit of a more interesting, or later in the turn, as we resolve some more of these tigers. There's a bit of a decision. Okay. And we're going to start playing at 2 times speed so that we can see the end of this game before the round ends. So this is our 1 for 7 go again. This is the chase the tail.
Yep. And so we are going to get a block here, but 1 leaks through. And then we're going to have the 4 go again on this tiger.
Again, 1 leaking through after this 3 block.
Yeah, like I said, Michael just aiming to needle through as much damage as possible. So Sherman was left over, still has this might token, and the 1 card might just be a claw here to continue the pressure. That is the case, so it's going to be a claw for 4.
But even a claw for 4 is going to demand 2 cards or a card and the Shuko here.
Yeah, and Ninja kind of notoriously right now does have a large number of 2 blocks. I would also mention the no blocks, but I think all of those were in the last.
They were just pitched, yeah.
Yeah.
So I see an Ancestral Harmony. I see a Descendant Gust Wave. Yeah, so a mix of 2 and 3 blocks there. I would be surprised if the Shuko isn't blocked with this turn.
Yeah, especially if you've got the Harmony in hand, because you're trying to set up another wide turn now that Sherman's all the way down to 2. It's far more feasible, I think.
I wonder if this game is going to come down to risking it on that Ancestral Harmony, banishing your combo card from the top.
It's entirely possible. On the one hand, you could say, all right, well, you also could just use it as a blue for your pitch, but you have no weapons to really factor in. And outside of that, there's not many things that you truly pay for. So I do think that just taking that gamble, trying to find something, like 100 wins to keep things going makes an awful lot of sense.
Seems like he's considering what are the hits left in his deck that he could banish with that Ancestral Harmony as we're pondering that same question.
Also looks like there's a levels of environment. Yeah. Enlightenment, not environment, excuse me.
That's the Tales of Aria card with the elementals. Yeah.
It's the new Rosetta.
We'll see that Majestic soon.
It gets new modes based on embodiment tokens.
Yeah. Naturally.
Yeah, the amount of channels in play. All right, so.
Yeah, so
considering
I see
the block again. We're watching this at 2 times speed because
actually I think there is a no block in that hand. I believe that's a Passover.
Yeah, that does look like it might be the case. I mean, we knew that many of the cheat cards had not yet been found based on the game state when we came into this. So, does look like we might get the.
All right, we're committing. We don't want to gamble on that Ancestral Harmony, playing it safe. And we are going to have a Descendant into Levels of Enlightenment, it looks like. Oh, no, it's a blue Descendant, so we can choose 2 modes on this levels and draw something better off the top.
It's a blue Descendant, so levels still resolving, pitching this to the hero power to go find something with combo. But yes, this could have go again and draw card, could be go again and bigger. Kind of tough to decide really which one you want to go with, because on the one hand, the draw card could be insane if you rip it off the top, but I'm banking on it might not be that, simply because he didn't want to gamble on the levels, so it strikes me as also potentially not wanting to gamble here as well, and we'll find out in just a moment. No, it is just
3 go again.
3 go again.
That
so
means it's going to be a draw.
Draw card.
Very important cut here.
Very important cut. Looks like Tiger Swipe is what was found, which is, again, relevant and makes sense because you had a
Preserved tradition drawn off the top. Without a weapon to pitch, that's not good. Yeah.
It's dead.
So Tiger Swipe at least is 4-0 again. We're going to need another card from Sherman here. The on hit, without the Tiger Taming Takara, not super relevant with Shuko gone. Although a Tiger is a real card that you can arsenal.
Yes, it is a card that you can arsenal. Going to give up the Scab Skins here to just cover it all. And Sherman is going to walk into this with a 2-card hand and a lot of tempo, even if he's not fully aware.
It's fine. Kayo doesn't have any good 2-card hands.
Oh,
Swing
not at
Bait
all.
is not a good card to play,
No.
with just 2 cards available.
Again, you and I have talked about the number of 2-blocks. This could command Michael's entire hand.
I think it does, considering that I see at least 1 2-block with the spinning wheel kick, and I believe, is that an Art of War? Is the 3rd card there?
Yeah, I think he's... Well, an Art of War would traditionally not be super... It is an Art of War. It would traditionally not be super dead if you could draw and then say, like, oh, okay, the thing in my discard pile can now block, but we also... Or not discard pile, arsenal, but we also know that the arsenal can't block either, so...
Yeah, so we see the classic defensive Art of War, exactly what Zen wants to be doing, but draws into a chi.
Yeah, because we shuffled with the hero power, so it's not guaranteed they're down, and so
that's
yeah,
the game,
that
not
is
able to
it.
block 8.
Wow.
Congratulations, Sherman, going 3-0, taking down the boogeyman of the meta. Maybe Zen isn't up on that pedestal like he used to be without not copies of 9 Bonds of Ancestry.
There's a couple of things to note. First, that was Kayo, and
That was Kayo.
I think we need to remind people that Kayo was the boogeyman pre-Perth of Mistveil. Kayo is still...
Are you trying to suggest Savage Sash is a good card?
Kayo is still really powerful and got some help. So Kayo's in a really good spot. But also, as we saw at the end, it seems like Michael was really struggling to find Chi and then found it at the worst possible moment over and over and over again. Because we saw not just him finding Chi, but when we first joined the game, was still flipping it.
Yeah.
So potentially some luck going to Sherman, but it doesn't make it the win any less deserved. Navigated it beautifully, so congratulations to Sherman.
Absolutely.
And on that note, this is the part where we remind you all what we're doing. So currently we are covering the RealmFest here in New Jersey. This is part of the larger Realm circuit. There is going to be 3 events a year, culminating in their $50,000 tournament at the end of the year.
Big number.
And that is a lot of money. So if you want to get into participating in these, you want to get involved, you can obviously participate in the upcoming one that's going to be in Columbus. Yes. There are also Realm invite events that can be ran by your local game store. So they might already have one planned. Even if they don't, you can ask them. They can contact the Realm for how to get involved as well. And with that in mind, I think we're going to be taking a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to have more action from this ProQuest Plus here at the RealmFest.
See you then.
Cards is proud to present Camp Green Tree, hosted in Port Matilda, Pennsylvania. We've booked a beautiful outdoor and indoor event venue for a fun weekend of flesh and blood. Whether coming in for the 5K Classic Constructed Realm Qualifier event on Saturday, the 2K Blitz event on Sunday, or just some fun camp-filled activities on Friday night, you're sure to have a good time with on-site food trucks and events all weekend long. For more information or to register, head to www.gscfab.com. Once again, that is www.gscfab.com. And we hope to see you at Camp Green Tree in August.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. Sam O'Byrne, Rhea Adams, and we have got some great games approaching. Looking out over the metagame, you know, we looked at it a little bit ago. The top 4 decks, right? We got Nu, we got Zen up there, we got Victor, and then we got Kano. I'm starting to feel like, man, Kano might be really well positioned in this tournament.
Kano really surprised me with just how large that representation is. But, you know, Zen, the top deck, was powered down, and Kano now is very good at racing in terms of going fast against that. Very good matchup into Nu. Nearly a buy into Victor if you're good at the pitch stacking plan. It just seems like he might be really well positioned going into ProTour Amsterdam next weekend and playing today at the RealmFest.
Yeah, a couple of Prisms out there doing very well. I believe both X and O are very close to, but I think both X and O, which means, of course, the Prism tax must be paid. If those Kanos are doing well, they might run into the Illusionist and all that ward for the Angels that make it really tough to get your Aether Wildfires across. We're going to be checking in with, I believe, a Kano in our backup match today against a different Illusionist, against Enigma, which is an interesting. Waning Moon kind of turns that whole matchup on its head.
It has been very controversial. You know, I don't know a matchup in the history of Flesh and Blood that has varied more in terms of who thinks who is favored.
Come on. No. Hold him Dromai, but 99.
No. But that was a matchup where everyone the entire time thought they were favored.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
When Enigma came out, Kanos were like, how do we ever beat this? And then they realized, oh, Waning Moon, we beat this every time. And then Enigma's figured out, oh, no, wait a minute. We don't play the ward cards. We start to beat Kanos again. And so there's been this really interesting tug of war over the last couple of months in terms of evolving who thinks they're favored in that matchup.
So if Enigma doesn't play the ward cards, may I respectfully ask, What does she play?
She pretends to be a guardian.
Okay.
You know, things like Rage Spectre, Phantasmaclasm, Mirage and Metamorph, these are just very powerful, very efficient offensive cards. And if you combine them with some go again, like Red Spears of Surreality, you know, that draft common from Monarch.
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly she's presenting, 3-card 13s that Kano can't block out very well.
Interesting. Well, we're going to be checking that out in the backup match day. We're getting our feature match sorted out. I think we're very close to locking it down. It should be just table 1 as long as everything's good and players are good and opting into being on the feature match. Table 1 is a new versus a Zen, which is exactly what people are looking at for the metagame in the Pro Tour. And it's going to be a great look ahead at exactly kind of without the bonds line, without the potential to really pop off as early, as consistently, the double bond becomes much more challenging and, not impossible, but significantly more challenging unless you can only do it really once. This is kind of her natural target. She wants to be able to feast. She wants to be getting those Sirens Call, grabbing maybe a Chi out of the hand if they've already used their Transcend, right? That's a huge thing. They block with the Traverse the Universe. They get their Chi, and it's like, all right, 1 second. See a Siren's Call real quick. So let's go ahead and dive down into that matchup here and take a look at some of the titans of the metagame. We've got table 1, Christopher versus Doug. It's going to be New Alluring Desire 3-0 versus Zen, the Tamer of Purpose.
And importantly, we see the outcome of the die roll here. New getting to go second, to my understanding, is very important in the matchup. Essentially, what New wants to do is every single turn deny Zen the opportunity to have a giant 5-card hand that he gets to unpunished attack with. And so being able to set the tempo, going second, having the first real turn of the game is huge here for New in terms of establishing that disruption early and maintaining tempo throughout the game.
Absolutely. And the question will be for the New deck, how spread out and consistent can the disruption be? You stumble once, you're just presenting something like an already dead, right? It's going to banish a defending card, it's going to banish the top card of the deck, but it doesn't interact with the hand or the arsenal. You need interaction that interacts with the hand, interaction that interacts with the arsenal. Those are going to be the keys to New success. Sometimes it's all in one hand, right? Sometimes you don't have any attack reactions to get over the top. Sometimes it's all attack reactions. You are a little bit at the whim and the whimsy of your kind of the hand textures. It's going to be, interesting to see how and if the New is able to kind of keep it consistent and how much work that Scale Peeler is going to put in.
Let's talk about a important card in the matchup. Scale Peeler, the on-hit is kind of unassuming at first glance, -1 to the armor suite for the turn or for the next block. But because of the way that Zen's armor is spread out across 4 pieces, if Scale Peeler hits, that fridge for 7 blocks 3. It doesn't even cover a breakpoint anymore. So very good at forcing interaction.
Play a Harmony of the Hunt, pitch a E-Strike, coming in for 1.
Harmony of the Hunt coming in. This is just for 1, maybe filtering an E-Strike, maybe trying to get that first Transcend out of the way early.
Block 3? Sure.
This blue for, no other effect definitely screams at me that we are transcending this turn.
The answer is yes. We're going to go ahead and shuffle because, just in case that initial shuffle to start the game wasn't good enough, we're going to go ahead and shuffle again. Probably not Christopher's favorite thing to be putting in Enlightened Strike to the bottom after the shuffle, so you're not getting that back into your first cycle of the deck whatsoever. But at this point, you're probably happy to get to know that there is no chance that Traverse the Universe is going to get no value in this game.
You are guaranteed from turn 0 to be able to block with Traverse whenever you want, which is, one of the most important things that you can have when you're playing a Mystic Hero.
Tiger. Going to go ahead and activate Zen, grab a Tiger to the hand, and grab a card with combo here. So most likely with the CNC, going to go ahead and just try to utilize all the cards on this turn. Maybe try to take a lot of the cards out of New's hand, see if we can get any damage across.
Interesting, he is choosing to go get the Tiger Stripe. I believe you can fail to find if you don't want to spend the card from deck. So it looks like we might be going offensive on this turn and trying to not let New hold any of her 4 cards and sculpt her hand, punishing her if she wants to, or if Doug wants to hold cards to, sculpt that opener.
This might buy another block. Surgical Extraction is a great card to see head to the graveyard, kind of like we're talking about.
A swipe from Banish Zone for 4. On hit makes 1 Tiger. Go again. Block 6? Sure. I'll pass.
Seems like Doug is valuing that 1 point of life rather than holding cards. Is that an Eradicate?
I was about to say this does tell a little bit of a story about what type of new deck we might be looking at here, folks. Eradicate, fascinating card, such a good on hit of being able to banish a bunch of cards off the top of the deck, and can show that this new might be down to be a little more defensive, a little more disruptive in terms of deck damage, and it's going to be an Enlightened Strike to start things off, looking like for Doug on new.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw that Eradicate go to the graveyard, but also there's a Codex Frailty if we want to immediately get it right back. There's also that Surgical Extraction in the graveyard. Venomous Bite, and then Art of Desire Mind, the last 2 cards in Doug's hand. So he has plenty of access to Disruption this turn.
Codex is going to go to the bottom here. He's going to go ahead and utilize the Go Again off the Enlightened Strike.
No blocks?
No blocks for the Zen. If there's no disruption, you have to imagine the Zen's going to just be okay taking some damage here, and it's just going to be an Art of Desire Mind following it up.
This one is really interesting because it isn't technically disruptive, but it is offering Doug the opportunity to draw a card if it banishes a blue off the top of Zen's deck, which Zen's deck is more than half blue, so that's likely to happen.
Yeah, a lot of blues in the Zen deck. That's part of the you know, allure of these Mystic Heroes. They utilize blues better than most decks.
Now, we know that Doug's last card in hand is a Venomous Bite, very likely to just be arsenaled here. But he is representing the threat of something quite nasty like Justinek that Christopher has to consider as he's planning out these blocks.
Absolutely. Now for Christopher here, yeah, this is currently no interaction, right, with the hand or the arsenal. So the Zen's game plan, we're just going to banish off the top, and it is a Harmony of the Hunt. So this card draw is not relevant. The 1 life absolutely is, but more importantly, that's a very powerful card that Christopher no longer has access to in the game. And I think that's also, you know, a secondary impact of these cards like Eradicate, right?
Yes,
they're not only banishing cards for like fatigue, they also just can get really good cards out of the deck. You don't have to worry about them anymore.
Yeah.
Wins for 3 Go Again?
You are restricted to 3 of each card in Flesh and Blood, and while normally you don't think about the cost of losing power cards when they come off of the top, it is very real over the course of the game.
Maybe
so 100 wins for 3. We also have access to a Flusterfist, a blue, the Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast, Swamby, I believe, as a lot of people refer to it as.
I don't like that.
No?
No,
Okay.
I don't like that at all.
Shifting
Swamby.
Winds.
This is beautiful card, like the tiger being made of smoke. We're calling it Swamby.
But there's also a Weakest Link, and we see a card in Doug's hand that doesn't block. So if Chris can sniff that out, we might have a way to slow down New as Zen this turn and kind of reverse the tables.
Couple options of disruption. Interestingly, for Zen here, we have the Command and Conquer in the arsenal. We have the Weakest Link in the hand. So only one of those, you know, most likely one of those things going to follow here. Not a lot of Go Again really represented in the hand past the 100 wings.
Another card to Command and Conquer for 6.
Interesting alternative. You know, we're talking about all kinds of disruption in Zen.
Yeah, right,
This
exactly.
certainly will do it. We know that that's a Venomous Bite in Doug's arsenal. Quite an important card to lose because it means that we can't go over Zen's block if he does want to commit the armor later.
But Doug here, well, it's one of my, honestly, it's a weird thing to say. It is one of my favorite plays in Flesh and Blood when you see a player just willingly take a Command and Conquer, because I think when you're early on in the game, you see a lot of content creators, you see a lot of tournament games, and the players just act like you have to. You just simply have to friggin' block your Command and Conquer. It's too much value, right? Oh, I lose 6 damage and a whole card's worth of value, right? But sometimes you just have to be aware of the context of the game, and in this case, Doug here wanting to get that Amnesia down onto the game, onto the battlefield, and he has the no block in the hand is a pump.
It is, yes. I also think this is a perfectly timed Amnesia because we look at Christopher's hand. There's an Ancestral Harmony. There's a Sacred Art. So this would have been the prime opportunity, potentially, to go off and get that chi if we weren't staring down something that said, no, you don't get to combo this turn, and you don't get to buff your Tigers this turn. You have to give me cards to defend with. So a really well-timed Amnesia here from Doug's side.
Sink Below something interesting to see in the Zen deck. Not something I've seen too often.
No reactions here. None for me.
I think that's something newer arising from them, since they know that they can't so consistently pop off offensively.
Nothing for me.
Instead, they are looking to kind of play a bit more patient of a game and set up those big explosive turns instead of accidentally stumbling into them.
Sure.
So this could be, if Christopher wants, just a spinning wheel kick into that, what's it called? Weakest link.
Yes.
Which is a nice, and that is exactly what it's going to be. We don't know if Doug has any cards with no block in the hand as of now. Looks like a bunch of cards that block from what I can see. We'll just take a quick peek. Yeah, those are a bunch of 3 blocks there, but not a lot of reactions. So looks like Doug's hand is looking like a dagger into something blue.
Well, if there wasn't the grain that tips the scales in the arsenal, this would be a clunker from Doug. It's just 4 blue stealth cards, which Chris gets to see here. He might, when he sees these being swung, be emboldened to not block, thinking that there isn't a way to turn them on. But with access to the, and I think that's what the players are talking about right now, with access to the wave in the arm slot and the grain that tips the scales combining into the mass, this could still be a very nasty turn from Doug.
And you can see why Doug was so willing to push those 2 equipment pieces forward. But the card that we talked about to start this turn off for Christopher, that Sink Below, headed to the arsenal. That might not be a card that Doug is expecting on the turn.
And quite valuable on this turn cycle if we are trying to turn this Bonds of Agony online.
Yeah. Interestingly, we're just starting off here for Doug with the bonds, right? And so Chris here can definitely make some assumptions based on the hand, right? We've seen all the rest of the cards in the hand. So if it's just a Nick, it's just a Nick, and then we're pitching cards into the wave and into the stilettos. We're going again. We're doing more.
Just do a.
I think this also signifies both to us and to Chris. Undertow Stilettos is being committed here, or it's a hiss in Arsenal. Because there's no world where Doug takes all that damage.
Absolutely, that's a good point.
With 4 attack actions in hand, and then leads on an attack action without a way to give it go again.
And critically, the +1 that will most likely be coming out of the arsenal there in the grain that tips the scales is not a reaction in itself. It is, the Transcend card, but it's an instant. It has to be the Mask of Recurring Nightmares with the chi generated from the +1 off of the grain that tips the scale. That would be that critical 3rd reaction. It's an instant as a Transcend card, so won't satisfy the clause for Bonds of Agony, but you'll get 1 from the activation of one of the arm or the leg pieces, 1 from the actual Fang Strike or Slither that's created, and then the 3rd from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation.
So looking at Chris's hand, there's an Art of War, which you never want to have Bonds of Agony, a Command and Conquer, which we've already seen at least one of those played, and then there's that new pseudo-majestic Red Bonds of Ancestry. Also a card that at this stage in the game, when you haven't seen any of them, you really don't want to lose all 3 copies from your deck by having it seized with Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, and so Chris here, he's thinking, if I just block with 1 card, then I do get got by just a Nick. Right?
But we're traversing here. All right, we get the Tiger for that Art of War, and we don't get the Chi. We're saying, you know what? I've got this Sink Below. You're not going to be able to punish me enough on this turn cycle.
Because here we're blocking for a total of 6, so this Bonds of Agony is only going to be able to pump up to 4, I believe. We know that because it's right. It's going to get +2, +3. The total of +4, so it could go up to 5, right? So yeah, and a total of +4 going up to 5 with its own effect and the +1 off of the grain that tips the scale here.
I will pitch, in fact, float 2 for stilettos.
Yeah. So we know this, Chris knows this, there's a second Bonds of Agony, and that's what the Sink Below in Arsenal is still for, presumably. He blocked enough on this one that he didn't have to commit to playing it, and so he still has a defensive 4, can be up to 6 with Tiger Strike Shuko or Kasea, and then now we've got a very interesting
this is fascinating.
kind of just mental stare down here of who's gonna not attack react enough, who's gonna not block enough.
Yeah, because now Chris is still thinking about what potential reaction could be there in the arsenal. But we have the Art of War, we have the Chi already, and we have the Tiger that we want to banish to the Art of War. This is the turn, and Doug's all the way down to 25 after just kind of taking some random little chip damage, a weakest link that didn't matter. So we'll see exactly how does Chris want to get over this. A single 3 block from hand does absolutely make the Sink Below enough. But the question is, does he want to commit 1 here? Does he want to really utilize those cards on offense?
Yeah, so I mean, let's think about just how high this Bonds of Agony can go. Let's assume we get to 3 reactions. So we're at 4 from itself, 5 from the Arousing Wave, 6 from the grain that tips the scales, which we know is in the arsenal.
A lot of text on there. Okay. +3.
Yeah, so 6, I think, is its ceiling, right?
Yeah. But that's us knowing what's in the arsenal. If Chris plays around a Justinek, which is reasonable, like it very well could be, then it's a very different story here.
Yeah, because interestingly, I think he's kind of aware, right? Like, he has to give a single card to be over the Bonds of Agony itself, right? Or he has to give some defensive value. Here, it's going to be the 12-petal Kasaya. So he is just going to go ahead and do some blocks. And now the Sink Below still has to come in to block off the Bonds of Agony, but also the Mask of Recurring Nightmares is going to get into the picture, and the attack reaction is going to demand another card regardless from Chris. So perhaps that's why we saw the 12-petal be committed to the block, given that, like, hey, I might be losing a card to this Mask regardless. I know I can save my hand with the Sink Below, but I need to give some point of defensive value, because even just the Bonds of Agony would get over the Sink Below.
Yes. Well, importantly, Bonds isn't turned on yet.
For sure.
It's still only attacking for 2 after that.
For sure.
After that Grain That Tips Scales. It'll be interesting to see if Doug does commit to turning it on with a Rousing Wave, and we are.
Crack. Okay. For a Fang Strike.
Yeah. Maybe wondering, Doug might be thinking here, yeah, Chris is just trying to bait me into utilizing both of my powerful equipment pieces, make these Bonds of Agonies much worse later. But this is now turned up to 6, and we do have the Sink Below.
Can't be happy to see this from Doug's side. This is 2 of Doug's best cards. Did everything right. This is exactly the disruption you want to see in this matchup, but that well-timed Sink Below is really going to do a lot of work here for Chris.
And now both players have utilized a lot of their equipment on this turn, right? We've seen a lot of them used for block. There's no more Transcension and resource gain for Zen, which would have been huge on this turn. You can use Zen, grab... Oh, no, you wouldn't have Transcended. But if you do Transcend, that is often what you pump into like your Descendant Gust Wave, is that one resource that's critical. Here, we might just have to go digging with the Art of War. But it looks like we're going to start up, grab the Tiger.
And... we were so close to having a quote-unquote fair Art of War there, because the first Tiger was banished to the Mask. But of course, the Zen ability means that you get another one. And so we can keep going on that free Art of War draw to almost.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Descendant Gust Wave grabbed, because there's another blue in the hand. The Art of War can come out, get rid of that Tiger, put it to the banish, draw 2 more. And the question is, Doug... Only, he's got the Tunic on 3, he's got the Mask ready to block with, but I don't think the disruption has really been there.
Not enough, no.
So we'll have to see exactly how big and how powerful this turn is from Zen.
Yeah,
even though there's less Bonds of Ancestries in the deck total, there's 1 in the hand right now, and it's about to put in some major work.
Yes, so this is, at the very minimum, just looking at the cards that we see right here before this draw, is a full Descendant Bonds combo line with a Fluster Fist on the end.
Yep.
Command and Conquer on the back end, though, with Doug having a card in Arsenal, really raises the ceiling of just how damaging this turn cycle could be.
This is about to be a powerful turn here, folks. This is going to be a Descendant Gust Wave coming in 4/4 with Go again.
No reactions.
Sure.
No blocks, no reactions. Doug just going to take that 4 down to 21. This is going to be the Bonds to follow it up, unless Chris just deciding I want to play on hard mode. But do something else here. Maybe it's just going to be the Sink Below. No, it's going to be the Bonds of Ancestry to follow this up. That means the Bonds is free. It's also getting its trigger. It's going to go ahead and be reduced down to a 0-cost card, coming in for 5 thanks to the Art of War, and of course going to be able to banish a card. Let's see if Chris wants to find some Go again with something like 100 wins. If he wants to, he's going to have to pitch away that Sink Below into the CNC, which would of course be for 7 if he wants to finish the chain. So maybe it is going to be 100 wins, get like 4 more damage with Go again before threatening the powerful disruption.
Yeah. Importantly, can't get the Tiger Stripe there because we have banished both Tigers on this turn cycle that otherwise would have turned that combo online.
Wins.
Turns out when you're a Mystic Ninja, utilizing Tigers for devastating effect, sometimes their purpose is just to be banished. It's like the meme where it's like, what was I made for? I banished you to Art of War. No, God.
I think it very much fits the idea of transcending, though, to acquire these Tigers and be willing to part with them without extracting the true value from them.
Your earthly possessions, your Tigers are not but means to an end when you're facing down a desire, the alluring desire herself. And Doug here just saying, like, listen, show me what else you got. I'm just going to take all this damage down to 12, and then there's the CNC. This is something Doug might have. You can see on the face there. This is not what he wanted to see.
No.
He was willing to take the damage that represented no disruption, but now all of a sudden this is a much different picture that he has to think about.
And we can see why Doug didn't want to block. This is an incredible hand. Levels of Enlightenment, Bonds of Agony, Venomous Strike, the Sacred Art. To really pop off. And we're doing
My
your favorite play.
Destroy Arsenal.
It is in
We're
fact
at
my favorite
5
play in
live.
Flesh and Blood. That's crazy. Gonna go ahead and take the 7 down to 5 and lose the persuasive prognosis again.
The question is, does Chris have enough blues in banished for Doug to really pop off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be another Bonds of Agony turn. Yeah, we're starting off with the Bonds of Agony. The Sacred Art can give it the go again, can give it the +1, and then you can, if you need to, utilize the
mask
to do it again.
reaction.
And there is no defensive option in the arsenal, right? So you know that Christopher is going to have to utilize cards from hand if he wants to defend. But the question is, at the life deficit that Doug finds himself currently at, new all the way down to 5 to Zen's 31, even if this turn is as disruptive as possible, can you do it the next turn? And then the next, and then the next, before you are just beaten down by the onslaught that the Tamer of Purpose represents?
That is the question. So luckily, Doug doesn't have to commit the Slither here if he doesn't want to. He can do the Sacred Art because he's already played a blue. He can pitch the Sacred Archie to Mask. And then he can tunic the Venomous Strike in, and so 2 Fang Strikes and the Mask are your 3 attack reactions for Bonds of Agony. Gets you to 4, 8, 9, 10. There's no way Zen is blocking 10 here, surely.
There is no way. I would hazard to say there is no way Zen is blocking 10.
Sure.
The answer is we're not blocking at all.
We're not blocking at all. Okay.
Pitch away a gorgeous Levels of Enlightenment into the Sacred Art, Undercurrent Desire. So we played a blue, so all 3 modes are active. We're getting a Fang Strike. We're getting a Slither. We're banishing 2 cards in opposing hero's graveyard, which means we can either grab good red cards that we want to remove the potential of Bonds of Ancestry of grabbing, or we're going to grab some blues to try to go a little wide. Though you have to imagine that extra attack reaction might be the Mask and really try to continue to rip the hand apart even further.
There's a really curious interplay here where Doug has to balance taking away Bonds of Ancestry targets, and if he wants to collect blues that he can play himself. Clearly looks like we're valuing taking away the 1 Bonds in the graveyard and the Tiger Swipe in the graveyard so that we can't get them on future Bonds of Ancestry.
So interestingly here for Doug with the sequencing, we're going to go ahead and activate the Mask first, even though it's somewhat face up about what's left in the hand. As you can see, probably both players having a laugh about that exact scenario. But still, preserve the information, activate the Mask first, force Christopher to make a decision without knowing potentially what's coming next on this turn. Tunic here.
Does Christopher have in terms of cards to banish? So there's a Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast. We haven't seen any of those resolved, but also not the most threatening card to take out of the deck.
Is it his only blue in the hand? No, he's got another
He's got a Descendant,
Yeah.
but taking away all of the Descendants would be very powerful here. Essentially saying, you know what, for the rest of the game, Bonds doesn't have combo unless you are Shifting Wind.
Of course, and then if you take the Descendant, then you're just facing down, Spinning Wheel Kick into 100 Winds into the Tiger Stick. Like, then you're just facing down a bunch of damage, and you're at 5.
Yes.
It's going to be a difficult decision for Doug here, but luckily, we just have to resolve the Mask, which is something. One of these cards is heading to the Banish Zone right now, and it is going to be the blue, which does mean that if this Bonds hits, we can just go ahead and grab the other blue out of the hand, which means that Christopher's turn is probably just 0 for 3 in Arsenal, the Spinning Wheel Kick, and then you, once again, do you have the Disruption?
That's going to be the question. With a Slither in Arsenal, the odds of that are increased to say, yes, we do.
And exactly as you called out, my friend, this is going to go ahead and be the Fang Strikes off of the Venomous Bite. Even though you didn't pitch a blue for the Venomous Bite, there are 2 blues in the pitch zone, so the Tunic is able to go ahead and get you a lot of value there off of that 1 point of resource into so much damage. Looks like it's going to be 9 represented, and then Doug is going to be able to banish a card here.
So we've seen 200 Winds be played already, I believe. So we can banish those, although you might not be losing many copies from the deck in terms of taking away power cards.
You got it.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Descendant.
Oh, yeah, look at the top card.
Right. No. I look through the rest of the deck to find the other
right.
copies.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just confirming, but the top card is included.
Yeah.
It's okay. It will also be the top card, because it is, in fact, every card in the deck. Bonds of Agony just going to go ahead and rip apart the deck. All of those Descendant, or 3 of the Descendant Gust
I
Waves
guess I probably wanted to banish that.
total.
Yeah, taking away up to 3. Of course, Zen is playing more than 3 because he's playing both at least reds and blues.
Okay.
But there's an opportunity still to
Let you shuffle. and
take
I'll
away a significant number of the power cards here.
Yeah, those
and
are the rest of the reds, right? You got the
Yes.
blue from hand and the 2 reds from the deck, so now the Descendants are going to be significantly less impactful, and that Bonds of Ancestry is no longer in the graveyard. So you
Yes.
do not have the chance, if you are able to naturally draw it or fetch one off of Zen, you cannot, there will be no double bonds this turn. The
There's
question
no
is-
double bonds this game.
Yeah, that's what I mean, this
Yes.
game. That's what I mean. The question is, do you even need it with your opponent all the way down to 5?
And I love this from Doug, just dealing his next hand face down and saying, you know what, I either have the disruption or I don't. Let's see if he does.
100 wins for 3 go again.
Oh, that's just a Nick with no targets, a path well traveled, a sink below, and a CNC. This is not exactly what you want to see to maintain this disruption.
Looks like we might be sinking something here in the arsenal. It's just that slither,
Just a
yeah.
slither.
It is funny when you're playing new. Sometimes the slithers and especially the slithers, if you don't have the right targets, they can clog up that arsenal.
All pass priority.
All right, so, oh, this is so awkward. The just a Nick goes away,
Full tick.
but it's a hiss, which cannot target Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer is a generic, and hiss needs a Mystic or Assassin attack. So we're kind of gunked up here on cards that are a moderate amount of disruption with Command and Conquer, but not really synergizing in a way that you would want to use your whole 4-card hand.
Yeah, and looks as though, Doug, the best play here might be Scale Peeler into the CNC, utilizing your 3 cards that way. But we might see my favorite play in Flesh and Blood, and Chris just take the 6, lose those 4 cards, and try to use what he's got in the hand. We'll have to see, though. Looks like a Fluster Fist, E-Strike, Rising Sun, and that Bonds of Ancestry. So that hand doesn't play itself naturally, and we are just going to go ahead and here for Doug, just play out the Command and Conquer for 6, holding the hiss in the hand.
So there's an opportunity here for Chris to take your favorite play in the game and just go Command and Conquer into Flusterfist and Arsenal the Bonds, try to set up for a later turn. That still is 9 offense. It's going to force Doug to block.
Enlighten Strike? Enlighten Strike into Flusterfist?
Enlighten Strike into Flusterfist? Yes.
Got you. Yeah,
It is an option, at least.
And we might even see Doug here play the Slither just to get it out of the arsenal and put the hiss in the arsenal as something that can target more cards and allows for as another piece of disruption to get some more effect later in the game.
I have a feeling that is exactly what we're going to see.
You gonna go again?
Sure. I have no reactions.
Sure.
Taking 6.
Sounds good.
Three
Three
times in
times.
one game that we're seeing the no blocks. It's true. It's funny that I call it out and that it happens so many times.
I mean,
I think back to Arthur Trehey in the game against Kayo when he got rid of, he was either maybe a
16 plays.
Ravenous Rabble or a, what's the card? Rake the Embers that was in the arsenal he got rid of because he just knew I need to keep the pressure on.
Yes.
So I just like it when players are able to kind of, put their money where their mouth is.
That's
Take a
exactly.
play that doesn't always feel intuitive when you begin the game.
Oh, interesting. So, being able to convert the whole hand here, pitching that Rising Sun Setting Moon in order to attack with the Kakara instead of arsenaling the Bonds makes a lot of sense when we just had all of our good Bonds targets banished from the graveyard.
Yeah, and without the Chi in the hand, no Descendant, it's really tough to be able to utilize the Bonds as effectively, but this is just going to be a powerful offensive turn. We're going to go 2 into 7 into 4. Your opponent's at 5. These are annoying cards to block, right? The 2 into 5 into 4, excuse me. Yeah. Not 7. Don't get to do that just free go again. It will be 5 with go again thanks to the E-Strike here. But that's still a lot of damage when your opponent is sitting at 5.
Yes, almost every attack is lethal this turn. Doug, is he going to be able to survive and disrupt this turn? Well, there is a Codex of Frailty. Always like seeing that.
Also a Preserve Tradition, which does not block at all. The Codex is a 2-block. Part of what's annoying about this turn is that you don't want to spend a 3-block on a 2-power attack, but luckily Codex does a lot and even blocks 2 in the right situation.
The other issue with Codex here is we have an attack reaction in our arsenal.
Yeah, for sure.
And so there's no opportunity, in this hand at least, to get that hiss out and then play the Codex.
Sorry, stream. 5 go again.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize, Chris. No apologies necessary. This is 5. If you've got to apologize to anyone, it's probably Doug. Sitting at 16 is our Zen player here. Both of these players 3-0. This is your table 1 here at the RealmFest 5K event. Doug at 5, and he's just going to go ahead and have to put the Mask of Recurring Nightmares forward to the block. No reactions at all, so Doug is heading down to 2 here, trying to keep some cards.
But he's going to have to give something else. Tunic blocking on 4 does not keep him alive. I think this is going to be another turn cycle where it's just a Command and Conquer offensively, leaving that Hiss stranded in Arsenal again.
And once again, Chris doesn't even have an Arsenal here. That CNC not looking as impactful without an Arsenal on Chris's side. And we are just going to see it being committed to the block, including the Tunic here.
Okay, so blocking with the CNC instead means that we can play the Stealth card with a Beckoning Mistblade and be able to react on it at least.
3, 4. Infect for 1.
Okay, this is
On hit,
blood
Blood
rot.
Rot Pox.
So we can play this, threaten all kinds of nasty Justinicks, although not the most significant amount of disruption there. But importantly, we can hiss into a dagger afterwards, or just play the hiss and Arsenal the Slither. Although I think if that was the plan, we probably would have led on the dagger.
Okay, put something on the bottom.
Going to go ahead and put the Codex on the bottom with the Preserved Tradition, transcend, grab the Chi, and then utilize the Chi, it looks like, to continue the turn.
Okay, so you get to look at the top card of my
There is no Master Recurring Nightmares.
Yeah, so it's not going to be the Hiss, it's just going to be the Mask, Recurring Nightmares. Going to banish the 100 Winds.
Take a Blood Rot.
Yeah, no reacts. I'll go to 15. Blood Rot.
Yep. Did I say Mask? I meant News ability.
Yes.
This is going to be the new activation here, going to give a Blood Rot Pox token from the Infect off the top of the deck.
But outside of the Blood Rot Pox, which is just 2 damage, there's in fact 0 disruption on that turn cycle.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what we talked about at the beginning of the game. You have to disrupt Zen often, you have to do it consistently and at the right times. And now, with our new falling all the way down to 2 here, we're going to have to see, can she survive this turn cycle? The Hiss is going to be committed to the block on the Kakara here.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Okay. Okay, blocking 3. Yep. Okay.
We see an Enlightened Strike, which can go into that aspect of Tiger body. Just cares about comboing with red cards, and then can lead into a Tiger with +1 power from that Kakara that started the chain link.
Choose not to sync.
Sync below, no sync here, meaning we're just going to go ahead and take 1. Down to 1 is Doug. Your 3-0 new, facing down aspect of Tiger Body, going to go ahead and get the Go Again and the Tiger thanks to following up a red attack, and that Tiger does threaten 2 damage actually. The Kakara and the Tiger Stripe is going to go ahead and put 2 damage across. No block in the hand there. The Rising Sun is going to go ahead and try to get in front of the Crouching Tiger. We gave the Crouching Tiger some flack earlier in this game for being Art of War fodder, but it actually was the final strike from the Roaring Beast of the Tamer of Purpose that takes down this round. Christopher moving on to 4-0 at the RealmFest here. Doug moving down to 3-1 in the bracket, but still doing quite well and has plenty of opportunities to move on to our top 8 tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I think without taking too much time, we should go ahead and jump into our backup match.
Let's
it's
do
Enigma
it.
versus Kano. This one could be a back-and-forth game, so in an effort to see as much of it as possible, let's go ahead and dive right in. We're going to be, of course, playing a little bit faster, doing our playback slightly more accelerated to make sure that we can see the game in the time allotted for our actual round here. So it's going to be Zachary Miller on Kano versus Thomas Ryan on Enigma. This is your 2-1 bracket, but these players are all very much alive for the top 8, although you definitely want to be the winner of this game to keep your top 8 chances alive.
Yes, a lot of stakes on the line here. Like we said earlier, before the Zen and New game, kind of controversial who's favored in this matchup.
You've definitely played more Enigma than I have. So
perhaps.
So talk to me a bit about, you say everybody's feeling differently. How are you personally feeling at today's day and age about the way this matchup normally goes?
So I think it really depends on 2 things. It depends on the flavor of Enigma. There's a couple of different builds that are running around right now. You can have the more Guardian style, more attack action heavy, less ward heavy build. Or you can have the more ward heavy build. And with the more ward heavy build, essentially what you're looking for is your Sacred Art in the top half of your deck. You're wanting to very quickly, before Kano can hit their pitch stack, because they get there much faster than you, build a board state that they can't break through in 1 turn cycle and snowball through the rest of the game. Or, if you're the more attack action version of the build, you're just looking for as many things that say go again on them as possible.
Sure. Looks like this is going to be an Aether Quickening coming in for 4. We can only AB 3 if we are the Enigma here, so it looks as that's what's being postured. Go ahead and AB3 that, taking one down to 39. So this one is going to be definitely a back and forth matchup. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not a pitch stacky, not like a traditional current pitch stack Kano, right? Because without the Crucible, you don't have the same just immediate outlet.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because that was one of the technological developments early in the matchup. Kanos were started to approach this by trying to pitch stack with Crucible. And that very quickly does not work because it means that Enigma can really easily establish a board state that Kano can't break through.
Yeah, even with the Giga Stack.
So there's a really interesting tug of war that Kano has to play with their own deck of can I pitch stack while also not having a free outlet and only playing cards and pitching them to Waning Moon.
Yep. So this is going to be levels of enlightenment. We're going to respond on the layer step here, playing out the... I don't remember exactly which.
The path will travel, which
gets
nice.
us
Go again.
That's actually great here.
Yeah, so we get to pseudo have all three modes on this level of enlightenment.
Yeah, because while it's still in the layer step, creating the chi and then activating Enigma before the levels actually resolve. So then once it does resolve, it checks both of those blue cards in the pitch zone. And because it already got the go again, we can do +2 and we can do draw a card. Very nice start for Thomas here. So there we go. There's step one, finding a card with go again.
Go again, yes.
Now we get to attack with the Spectral Shield for free. Go again, and still have 2 floating.
And we see Zachary just saying no blocks on that levels of enlightenment at 25, presumably 23, yes. It's interesting. There's a game that you play here with the Spectral Shields attacking. Because if Kano in the layer step can find enough arcane damage to destroy that Spectral Shield, there is no go again.
It's giving, dragon attacks and Icelander shoots the dragon, and then it no longer has the go again when the resolution step is there to give you your action point back. This is going to be an Aether Flare coming in for 3. Yes. Of course, recently banned in Blitz, but still very much here in Classic Instructed.
And, Aether Flare has a devastating on-damage effect, but when there's only one card in Kano's hand, more likely this is just efficiently trading, trying to whittle Thomas down, and set up an easier stat kill later in the game.
And, of course, threatening the Spectral Shield that is not only defense, but offense as well for Enigma, especially with the +1 counter, is, 2 with go again is nothing to scoff at, and that's going to buy a full block out. Pitching away 2 blue cards. Looks like a blue unmovable. That card's going to do nothing for you but pitch in this matchup.
Listen, sometimes all you need versus a Kano is a blue.
100%. So, Spectral Shield here again, but this is now the thing we've been talking about. As you attack with the Spectral Shield, if the Waning Moon comes down and actually blows up the Spectral Shield before you get to the resolution step, that go again can't resolve and give you back your action point. So Zachary down to 23, Arcano player. Tunic at 2. It does have an E-Pot out, but looks like just going to go ahead and take the 2, not wanting to try to blow up the action point there. That's going to follow things up with a Restless Coalescence.
Cats, as it has colloquially become known. Gets to steal the counter. Gets to steal the counter from the Spectral Shield, and then use it to attack itself. Zachary playing a Cindering Foresight here that can dig him closer towards his pitch stack. Also can help him find a Scour, which would threaten to destroy all of the auras on Thomas's board right now.
Opt 3, and this Waning Moon now is going to go ahead. Oh, no, the Waning Moon's still going to be for 3 because Cindering Foresight only cares about cards, not about just arcane damage.
Predates Amp just a little bit. Just a little bit.
So it looks as though we're going to go ahead and make another Spectral Shield by removing the counter for the Restless Coalescence. That's now Ward 2 from the Coalescence, Ward 1 from the Spectral Shield that was created. So when all is said and done, Thomas ends the turn with an Arsenal, a Spectral Shield, and 4 more cards in the hand. This is going to be, looks like a yellow Aether Spindle.
Yellow Spindle.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen Yellow Spindle kind of float in and out of Kano lists over time. The really turbo pitch stacked versions of the list really like playing 9 Spindle because they just want to opt as quickly as possible.
Interestingly here, Zachary not letting the Spindle resolve, just going to go ahead and basically kind of on layer, respond to himself, come in with the Waning Moon, make Thomas have to make decisions about trying to keep the Spectral Shield around before having to deal with the Aether Spindle. That is going to go ahead and buy another blue out of the hand, though, because letting Kano just opt 3 for no reason, often a way to spell a fiery end.
And Thomas is getting a lot of kind of passive value out of the fact that all of his D-reacts are blue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still getting to play them against Zachary.
That's true.
So pitching a Path Will Traveled here, that tells me one of two things. Either it's the only blue in Thomas's hand outside of that levels, or he has a more interesting Transcend card to play instead.
And we'll see. This is going to be through with Go again. This is going to be a Waxing
Spectre.
Spectre coming down, a blue in the pitch, so it's going to get a +1 counter. But similarly to the Spectral Shield, if Thomas attacks with it and it is destroyed with using its ward effect, then it just completely gets no offensive value, and of course the action point is lost. So Thomas electing, looks like not to attack with it and keeping it back.
I think so. With just one card in hand and Tunic up, if that card in Arsenal is red, then it was probably very likely for that Waxing Spectre to be destroyed, so taking the more passive opportunity. Oh, and finding a red spindle off of the top.
Very nice. Also kind of under-pitching or over-pitching to put that Blazing back in the deck. Wonder what that means about that last card in hand. Maybe it itself is another Blazing that he wants for the Arsenal, but this is going to be an Aether Spindle coming in for 4. There is Ward 3 on the board, but that means if you're only able to pitch 3 into it, now that 1 damage is going to come over no matter what. So let's see if Thomas is able to find any way to make like a Spectral Shield at instant speed. But once again, responding to the Aether Spindle, making Thomas make decisions about the Waxing Spectre with the Waning Moon that he is going to go ahead and block the 2 of. So down to 38 total is Thomas on Enigma.
So there is one floating. There's always the opportunity here to just Arcane Barrier 1 plus the Ward 3. There's no Spindle on hit then. But
you lose
we're
your Spectre.
Giving up the Spectre, yes.
And that is what it's going to be. You can just utilize a blue to block all of that arcane damage and the Waxing Spectre. That is going to be an Aether Flare into the pitch, interestingly. So the Prognosticate going to go ahead and come in for 1. I wonder why Zachary didn't want to keep the Blazing Aether. It speaks to just a different game plan, right? Like not wanting the Blazing in the Arsenal at this point in the game, thinking it's going to go long enough that you want that Arsenal for other things.
Well, it seems like he is setting up for the pitch stack, is what that's telling
Tells
me.
you, yeah, sure.
More valuable to have something like a Wildfire in Arsenal, because I don't believe we've seen any of those yet.
I don't think so.
So it's easier to set that up so that you have access to the Blazings early in the stack and the Wildfire, both at the same time, right? There's also, of course, always an opportunity, like if you draw 2 energy potions in the same hand, you want to Arsenal one of them and play one of them.
Potion of Deja Vu. I love this card. Makes playing Kano so interesting and so fun when you get to sculpt your own turn, but first you have to find the ways to pitch. Thomas here going to have to pitch 2 cards into a Battlefield Bastion, just trying to present enough damage, make that pitch stack so hard for Zachary to get to. He's got a 20-point life lead, but when Kano can go quasi-infinite, life leads do not matter. But this is 7 damage that Zachary's going to have to think about.
And we do see at least the first Aether Wildfire in Zachary's hand.
And that maybe leads to, is part of why Zachary just said, yeah, I'll take your 7.
Yes.
Down to 11 is our Kano player here. And that's going to buy, Thomas head into the end of the turn. Draw 3 more cards. Looks like we have an Oasis Respite. That's probably heading to the Arsenal as soon as he can.
A Tomafiendo from Arsenal, so there's a much better reason to keep your Arsenal open than Blue Aether Flare.
Especially when you have the Find All Spring Tunic activated, so he would be able to utilize the Tunic, gain all that life back that you just lost nearly to the Battlefield Bastion.
I think Zachary just had all 3 Aether Wildfires in hand, by the way.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's very true. That's
he had
true.
all 3 Aether Wildfires in this hand of 6 cards after the Tomafiendo resolves.
It's another red Aether Spindle, so coming in for 4. What that also means with the two Aether Wildfires is they're back to back, right?
Yes.
You're easily
and they're right next to a Blazing.
Yes, they're right next to the Blazing from the last turn. So it's because he probably set up his pitch stack differently than the way he actually pitched it. He pitched the Blazing first, but that doesn't mean the Blazing is first in the actual stack. And now it's so easy when they're in your hand to literally just go Wildfire, Wildfire. So if you're able to, if you can just pitch a blue on that big turn, you have your Wildfires right next to each other in the pitch stack. That's incredibly fortunate for Kano here.
So Kano has a new objective in this game.
Stay alive.
Objective survive. Yes.
And there's the 3rd. So yeah, we're just going to go put it all in. Look at that right next to the tome. Look at this.
So the new goal is let's put 2 blues after that tome, knowing that there are 3 Wildfires right next to each other. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
you were asking earlier about how do you pitch stack with Waning Moon. Well, this is how you do it.
Yeah, just play your cards. Just play your gosh darn cards. And make sure you draw them in the right order. Another Blazing? Wow, so we can just put that right on that same stack. This is going to be Restless Coalescence coming down Ward 2. No plus counters for it. And it looks like Thomas is just passing to the end of the turn. This is not the pressure you need to put on a Kano, especially when they're assembling what looks to be Exodia in the pitch zone there.
More than Exodia. We're at least 6 pieces now, right?
Yeah.
Mega Exodia. We're still missing energy potions 2 and 3, which is interesting.
All right, there's the other blazing headed to the pitch zone. We're going to go ahead and banish off the top. So at this point, we're still in first cycle, right? So Zach's comfortable just going and banishing off the top, getting some more cards out of the way in between him and his pitch zone, especially when he's under no pressure from Thomas. So we can see there's another blue Aether Flare, a red blazing Aether, another Tome, so another way to draw in that pitch deck if it's all going to be played on the same turn.
If Zachary can remember the order of his cards, which of course is always the challenge in Kano, or if you have the Potion of Deja Vu for your pitch zone, this is going to be a sight to behold unless Thomas can find those Doagons that I was talking about earlier to close out the game within the next few turns.
And
17, not a lot of life.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, and as you asked for, on demand, you say, he just needs that energy potion. And there it is, coming out of the hand. It's going to be a Waxing Spectre now on the return volley for our Enigma player. Coming in with Go again, but very vulnerable to that Waning Moon. But as we've seen, this Kano player is much more interested in playing with his action point, getting cards in the pitch zone on his turn, rather than trying to blow up these board pieces. And it looks like the answer is going to continue that trend. Zach headed down to 13 after taking all 4 from the Waxing Spectre, and Thomas just keeps holding cards back, saying, listen, I'm a little too scared of what you got going on. I think that Oasis Respite's still in the hand and has been there for quite some time.
Oh. Here's the best card in Kano. I have a video. There's your free 2 cards worth of pitch stacking.
Yep. Not Proxy, just playing it. Lucky for us as viewers, just going to go ahead and play that down there. Aether Spindle, that's the 3rd red Aether Spindle. Yes. So something Thomas doesn't have to think about from this point forward, but it is now once again for arcane damage, which when you only have the AB3 means that it's really uncomfortable. You want to try to keep that Spectre around, but it might just have to be Ward 4 in this case. Second box of Flesh and Blood I ever opened had one of those bad boys in there.
Really? Yeah, I wish I had your luck.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I immediately dropped it on the floor. Waning Moon coming in for 2 Arcane. That makes Thomas have to... I like that play pattern, you know? Just going to go ahead and
make... Oasis Respite.
Make the Enigma player think about the Arcane damage that's coming while also doing the Waning Moon.
Yeah, so this is keeping the Waxing Spectre alive. Finding a Blazing Aether off the top.
Oh, interesting. And electing to banish it. So saying, I only need the ones I have. I don't need that one. I'd actually rather it just be out of my deck at this point. Seeing it on top.
Yeah, just trying to turbo to his pitch stack that he's already set up as fast as possible. If you have triple Wildfire, you only need 1 Blazing to deal 30-odd damage.
Yeah, and that's why we saw the Oasis Respite used. This is exactly why, right? He used the Oasis. It was the only way he was able to keep the Waxing Spectre and keep up some Go Again, keep some pressure. The Go Again is at such a premium, especially when you're pretty clear now if you're in the Enigma seat. I know what my opponent's trying to do. I gotta find a way to continue to pressure, and here we go. 4 into 6. Here's 10 damage. On 2 different chain links. Let's see if Zach's able to give a couple cards here.
Yeah, Amnesia, the on-hit, of course, not really representing anything in the matchup, but what it is allowing you to do is just have a 2 for 6, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's telling Kano, give me cards or get closer to 0.
What we haven't seen, and it could still be like a cheeky one of, but a pummel that could really turn this game on its head, right?
Do you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a Sacred Art and a Mirror Guy both in Thomas's hand at the same time.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm also seeing a Lesson in Lava on the combat chain, the quasi-combat chain here, representing 3, and also, once again, just responding to the lesson with the Waning Moon, saying, listen, think about your Waxing Spectre before you think about the Lesson in Lava, and it looks as though Thomas is just going to go ahead and block all that out, put those 2 cards in the pitch zone, and just block out the arcane damage while he can.
You know, that lesson is really interesting there. So Thomas clearly is valuing the ability to keep his Waxing Spectre alive.
Can you fail to find off Lesson?
You don't have to search at all, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Which is really important here, because... Yeah. If Thomas lets the Waxing Spectre go and says, you know what, I let the lesson hit, you probably can call Zach's bluff. Yeah. I doubt Zachary is searching there with this beautiful pitch stack that he has set up.
That's what I was, if it makes you search, then all of a sudden you shuffle, then that's all the work is for naught. But regardless, it was blocked out. We are going to play the Cindering Foresight and into the Gaze the Ages here. So we're doing
a lot of opting happening.
A lot of opting happening, and the Gaze is going to go back to hand because we've played a wizard card on the turn, or played an instant on the turn. Immediately back into Kano, we're going to go ahead and banish the red Aether Quickening here, put another blue Prognosticate in our pitch stack. This is coming in for a total of 5, thanks to the Cindering Foresight. This now does threaten to turn off the Go Again, which is exactly what's going to happen. Waxing Spectre is going to block 4 of that. Spend the other resources into the Waning Moon. That's all blocked out from the blues. I don't know if there's enough pressure on this Enigma side.
I don't know that we're finding nearly enough go again before we get this pitch stack.
Oh, and there's the
third energy potion.
The pieces are coming together.
It's all assembled.
Stars are aligning. Kano is reading the ashes. The embers rise around him as he attempts to blow this illusionist out of the water. Here's some go again. This is just going to be 5 for now.
That's not a good sign.
No, it's not. Let's see precisely what the follow-up is here from Thomas. Just going to buy a block for 3, yeah.
We're not in a rush at this point. Can afford to save a little life, spend a little life.
It looks like maybe
a little bit more arcane.
Maybe just keeping some blues back, right? Keeping some blues back in case this is the turn. I don't know if you're in Thomas's seat how easy it is to follow the pitch stack, know where we are. Zachary's going to go ahead and count the deck. That's going to help him know exactly where he is in the pitch stack. He's counting to figure out exactly how many cards lie between him and where it all begins. And when it all begins, that's when the fireworks start going off. And someone will be left smoldering one way or the other.
I know who I would bet on at this stage in the game.
All right. Kano's turn. Kano's action point. It's going to be a Aether Flare coming in for 3.
Just another really threatening arcane on hit. Just convincing Enigma, keep slowing down, keep pitching cards and not presenting offense at me.
And that is exactly what Thomas is going to do, pitching away the Unravel Aggression, just going to block all 3 of that damage. I'm realizing in this moment I kind of thought Aether Flare was just a 1 for 4, but I'm just used to it off of Crucible. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 for 3 at base, but up to a 1 for 6 if it hits unprevented.
And now we're just going to go ahead and just keep throwing more potential damage. This is an Aether Arc that was prevented, a Waning Moon that's going to leak a couple points of damage. Thomas is down to 34 here to Zachary's 7.
We see a tome in Zachary's hand. And then, is this a second Tenet of Chi Moon?
Yeah.
Draw a card on Transcend.
But also just 5 damage, just trying to continue to throw some pressure. Zach is down to 7, but the question is, can you get the damage through fast enough? That's going to buy a block for 2. Down to 4 is our Kano player.
All right, well, Kano kept a 4-card hand. He clearly thinks that he can use these offensively, or even just turboing through his deck, which is exactly what we see. Blue Aether Flare.
I wonder if that means we're here. I wonder if that means we're here, right?
Oh, there's a tome.
Does that mean we're here? Because the Blue Aether Flare was that one turn where there was the blazing as well. Or it might be close to it at least. Let's see.
There's the blazing on top.
There's the blazing.
That's the 3rd blazing, right? So the next one we see, we know we're there.
Yes, for sure. For sure. It's probably in the next... If it's not right now, it's probably the next hand.
Mm-hmm.
You have to imagine Thomas is feeling that way as well.
Let's check Kano one more time. There's an Aether Arc on top. All right, there's that nod. We know where we are in the pitch stack now.
Okay, so everybody at home, buckle up. It's about to begin. We're first starting off with just an Aether Flare for 1. This is the thunder before the lightning. This is the rumbling of the storm approaching. 1 damage coming across. That's going to go ahead and be prevented. 2 more from the Waning Moon. Go ahead, and he's just going to... And the reason you might see Thomas taking it here is because he's aware that his cards are probably a little more valuable blocking on, his own turn. This is still Kano's turn that we're in. This is Kano's action point here. So all of this is just making it easier for Zach on that big turn to finish it off because Thomas knows he needs to keep cards. Both players are very aware that pitch stack is approaching. It is on the horizon. It's just a nice little Blazing Aether for 3.
And we have seen that Thomas has Oasis Respites in his deck. He's played at least one of them. I am suspicious that his arsenal is another copy of Oasis Respite and is hoping to survive the pitch stack by preventing a wildfire. But we've seen with Zachary's pitch stack, wildfires 2 and 3 are probably going to say no to that idea.
Yeah. And now look at this. We're just going to go ahead and crack the Potion of Deja Vu right now. Put these cards in whatever order we'd like.
Interesting. So that really signals to me that Zach knows what's coming, and he just wants 4 blues in this next hand because he knows the top cards after that.
Oh, true. Yeah, on demand. Just put 4 blue cards in the hand plus the energy potions. That's very interesting. Kano players, huh? All right, Miraging Metaphors basically saying, all right, do it now. You got to do it right now because if you don't do it right now and you don't keep another card, then this is going to finish the game. So Gaze the Ages, another blue card as soon as you played another wizard card. Let's go ahead and immediately, it's time for Storm Striders. That's going to buy out from the arsenal a Gaze
the double
Ages.
gaze.
Gaze the Ages as the Storm Strider's target. It's the first time I've ever seen that resolved as your Storm Strider's target. Fascinating. So we're going to go ahead here now, do a couple pieces of opting, put 2 more blues in the hand, opt 2 more times. Let's just see. All right, we're good.
All right, we
Those
know
2
the cards on top.
Yep.
We're happy with both of them. So here's Wildfire number 1.
We've got 3 energy potions as well. Still got the Ragamuffin's hat available to us. This is going to be currently for 5. We're pumping it up with the Metacarpus, putting another blue in the pitch zone.
I'm just in awe here.
Yeah, Thomas, I feel you. I feel you, my dude. Put hands on the head. Let's see exactly what all this is. Let's see. Zachary has been responding to himself a fair bit in this game, so I think maybe both players here are just trying to figure that out. Let's figure out exactly how Thomas wants to navigate this here.
So he has 2 resources floating. He has the Oasis Respite in Arsenal, just like we suspected, and then 1 blue in hand, I think.
And there's that second Aether Wildfire right on the top because we got to see them pitched right next to each other about 15 minutes ago.
And see, this is what's really important about multiple Wildfire pitch stacks is that the Oasis Respite has not resolved yet. And so the damage that it'll prevent on the first Wildfire will be buffed by the second Wildfire, which means the first one will still connect even after 4 damage prevention.
Yep. Yeah, that makes things quite challenging. Let's see. Here's 5 Arcane. Thomas is going to go ahead and pitch with the Tunic. And is it a red in the hand, or does he have the blue? They're just saying, like, hey, please keep... Looks like they're saying, like, please keep your stack
Please keep your
accessible.
7 pitch cards
Yeah.
visible. So we've seen 2 Wildfires.
We know Blazing is right there. We know a Tome. There are like 2 Tomes coming up.
Yes, there's a Tome of Aetherwind, a Tome of Fyendal, the 3rd Wildfire, and a Blazing Aether that are all in the next 8 cards or so.
And theoretically, I think the Tome is going to draw 2 blues, right? There were 2 blues pitched right there as well. Yeah, so it is a red in the hand, so that's going to AB 3. And then Thomas, it looks as though is going to take 2. Down to 26.
So now the first Wildfire is representing 7.
Oh, so take 3 on this one.
Yes.
Oh, these players are struggling with the dice. It's all right, guys. You're doing great.
Oasis Respite would prevent 4, deal 3, but instead, you know what? This Aether Wildfire could be bigger.
Oh, yeah. How about another Aether Wildfire? Off the top, thanks to the energy potions helping to pay for the Kano and pay for the actual cost itself.
So no Metacarpus, no trigger here, but who needs it when you have Wildfire pumping itself?
So now the Wildfire here is for 6, which is going to pump that other Wildfire to 13 after the 7 initially, which means everything's being bumped up by 13, 19, 21 after this.
Sounds about right. Coincidentally, that's more than Thomas's entire life total.
Yeah, so now Thomas is going to go down to 11 here, it looks like, after preventing 4 of that damage. Ragamuffin's hat is going to go ahead and draw the card off the top. That's the tome, which means we can go ahead and put the blue in our hand, play the tome. We're going to go ahead and draw 2 cards, play the Kano here, and there's the Blazing for a million, and that's going to do it. Triple Wildfire into Blazing off the back of a tome is enough, even with all the ward, even with all the prevention effects. Kano stands on top as the embers of the dragons go ahead and swirl around him. What a game. That was fun.
That was incredible to watch. A masterclass in pitch stacking from Kano.
We don't got a lot of time, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be with the next round. There's a quick and incredible flash sale coming up as well, so please don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. Sam O'Byrne. I got Charm3r beside me. What'd you see out there as you were trolling the tables?
I saw a severe lack of coffee. I actually went to go get some coffee, and there was nobody manning the station. So then I came back in my sadness, and I walked to the tables, and I was surprised again by the field, but also by what was winning. So some of the decks that I would have thought were going to perform a little bit better into this field seemed to be at the lower tables, and I also saw Teklo got a victory against our good friend Tommy. I watched some interesting games close out, but that leaves me very excited for us to dive into our own interesting game. So we should just talk about this matchup that we have ready to go, which is going to be Tom Segrave on Kayo Armed and Dangerous versus Connor Bryant on Azalea Ace in the Hole.
First sighting of both of these players on the main feature, perhaps, or both of these heroes. I think maybe Kayo was earlier, but we haven't seen an Azalea on the main feature from my memory, so this is good. One of the top most 5 represented decks here at the tournament. This is going to be, you know these decks are going to be part of the metagames moving forward, both so powerful. We can see the standard equipment loadout for both players here. Got the Crow's Nest, got the Death Dealer. It's going to be about how much disruption can...
I was going to say, is this the standard equipment layout? Because if I'm not mistaken, is that a balance of justice by this Azalea player? Perhaps trying to get some value off of whenever Tom plays a Blood Rush Bellows? I usually see the Skullbone cross wraps there.
Yeah, King,
that is
you right. You right, King. Absolutely. I just looked at the Balance of Justice. I'm like, yeah, that's how it works when you're playing. I was just like, yeah, you're playing KO, you play Balance of Justice every time. But sometimes maybe it's a little better to, I guess if you're in Connor's hands here, try to get some defensive value. Luckily for him, was also able to find that critical turn 0 Azalea Dominate, and this one comes with an Inertia token stapled on top of it. But the Balance of Justice, no Skullbone Crosswrap. What do you make of that?
That is somebody who has run into a lot of matchups where their opponent was drawing a bunch of cards and they said, hey, I want to be able to capitalize on that. This might be something that has resulted because of Zen's popularity. Obviously, Zen with Art of War and other mechanics capable of drawing a lot of cards, and perhaps when you are against some of these more aggressive decks, you value that 2 block along with being able to refill your hand. Tom here going to be taking some damage because, as you rightfully pointed out, this has Dominate. This is a great turn 0 for Connor. You get to leak damage, you present an Inertia, and you have your own arsenal. So you're going to come back with a 5-card hand, and your opponent won't be able to take advantage of their own arsenal. This is a really great way to start.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see what Tom is able to go ahead and present. Not going to be able to set up a 5-card hand of his own. This is going to be a Pulpin coming across. Most likely just going to be a no blocks here for the Azalea because... what are you doing blocking 3 on a Pulping unless you got a handful of arrows? Let's see what this card it is. It's going to be a Clash of Might. Currently got Dominate, making a Might off of the KO hero ability. See that incredible Marvel there? It means Tom probably likes this deck quite a bit.
Yeah, would like to point out that it's not just the Marvel, but the altars here as well.
Sick. Shout out to Connor for making me look good, and he did, in fact, say no blocks, taking all of that damage down to 34. 34 apiece here, round 5 of the RealmFest. Game has just begun. Got another Pulping coming out, and that is going to be a red Bear Fangs off the top. That's something that you'd like to keep in the deck if you're Tom, but maybe you're happy to just get your, classic 12 points of value out of your 4-card hand. That's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. That is probably not what Connor was hoping to see back because, again, you want to make the most out of your big setup here. Unless I'm missing something here, there should be some health totals adjusted.
Yeah,
he didn't block. There we go. Okay.
Right now,
I was like, you don't want to be at 28, and then I look up and I was like,
He's not.
did I black out for a moment and miss the block? But no, instead we are going to see the triple pump into a sleep dart, I believe.
That's a fatigue shot.
Fatigue shot, excuse me.
Fatigue shot here representing its own really devastating on hit, cutting the base power of whatever the first card is that Tom wants to play, but also another Inertia, also a Blood Rot. So this attack is basically for 16 if it goes at least somewhat unblocked here. But this is, I mean, if you're Tom, this is just really tough. It's not what you want to see. It's not the type of arrow that is a little easier to not worry about as much, like even a drill shot. It's not great for you to lose equipment block value, but the fatigue shot just makes your return volley so much worse. And if your return volley is worse and you can't set up anything with because of the inertia token, it means you're going to be in for a couple turns of frustratingly less effective offense.
Yeah, this is going to be back-to-back turns where you're unable to Arsenal to set you up for the future. You're going to have the additional damage being threatened from the Blood Rot Pox that you're likely not going to be able to pitch to because you already had to commit cards here as well. So Tom already going down to 24 on the back foot here. There is an opportunity. So the downside here is these might tokens are going to pop, and whatever this attack is, it's going to be impacted by the fatigue shot, but you get to make up for it with the might tokens a little bit, and then you're kind of hoping that you've got the opportunity to give go again and then follow it up, right? Because the fatigue shot only counts on the first attack.
Yeah, but this Bare Fang's not looking like there's many go again represented. This is going to make an additional might off the back of losing that roughshod because of the addition from the Armory deck that it did gain. A nice 6-power attack technically in the Kayo deck. But that is a lot of damage prevented from the fatigue shot. That Bare Fangs plus 2 might tokens is only 7.
Yeah, only 7 we say. I mean, that's the beauty of Kayo, right? Even when they have their kind of quote-unquote slow turns, their off turns, it's only 7.
Yeah.
Which represents a healthy amount of damage when you factor in that even with 2-3 blocks, you're leaking some.
It's true. If you are in the KO seed here, you do have your opponent all the way down to 28, and this is, 7 damage that has to be thought about. The fatigue shot there, so it ended up basically being an attack for 18, right? 14 for the actual power after all the pumps. You reduced this attack by 2, and you also got the Blood Rot Pox. Let's see if Tom is going to pitch into preventing it. The answer is no, but so we just do have to lose the inertia, the card to the inertia there, so no go again represented, just was trying to kind of basically make a might for the next turn with that Bare Fangs, but that was so much value on that fatigue shot.
So with both players approaching 20, this is almost hitting the stage where it's like the beginning of a blitz game, right?
Yeah.
And if that is the way that you look at this, Connor is down 1 health, but Tom is also down 1 armor. So this is almost like we are resetting to the beginning of the game just with lower life totals here.
Oh, I think that might be red in the ledger. The camera's slightly unfocused, so it's hard to
He's
tell.
looking at a premeditate there for sure.
Premeditate, yeah, I can't tell what the other card is. This is the reason I bring it up is because the Death Dealer has been activated. The only way to get another card in the arsenal here is with Azalea, so he's hoping to see an arrow on top. We know there's at least 1 pump, but it looks like the survey is going to be red in the ledger on the top. So this is now dominated. Let's see if the disruption continues for Connor. It's going to be a Lace with Frailty and a playing of the red in the ledger. So either going to be a Snapdragon Scalers into something like a Bullseye Bracers or a Codex of Frailty, or it potentially is just going to be, deciding, hey, this red in the ledger is going to be good enough. The Frailty token is going to be good enough. I don't need to, throw everything down on one big turn. The red in the ledger is enough, and I'll set up an arsenal. So we're going to have to see exactly how Connor wants to handle it here.
Yeah, given that it is red in the ledger, you know that Tom can't have a wide turn in response, right?
Yeah.
So I think that you might be safe to just arsenal here unless you feel really confident about the extra damage that you're throwing. Those snaps are so important later. Another thing that we kind of have to factor in, again, is because of the balance of justice, you can't rely on guaranteed dominate setups a little bit later. You have to rely a little bit on the cards that you have at your disposal, like we saw here where Connor was allowed to peek at the top. And so this is, I think, going to lead to Connor being a little bit more reserved. And this is a lot of resources being given up here, a lot of armor for this block.
Yeah, so this is 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep.
So blocking 8, and we're going to go ahead and intimidate, saying, listen, if you want to use those Snapdragon Scalers, I'm going to make it so you're doing a little less of an impactful turn. We'll have to see what that intimidated card is, but it's also going to make another might token thanks to the Apex Bonebreaker being committed to the block as well. Currently blocking out this entire red in the ledger and 3 cards left in hand plus the 2 might. So we've been talking about how well Azalea has been doing, and she has been doing quite well, but when you look at the game board, both players are at even life. This attack's being blocked out, and we are still going to see the Snapdragon Scalers be committed, which means the Bullseye Bracers are going to have to join the combat chain here as well. Or do we have... Oh, Tunic is on 3, so we can utilize... Oh, no, but there's no way to get the card in the arsenal.
because the
unless
Death
it's the
Dealer has
bullseye,
already been activated.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be the Bullseye Bracers, as you rightfully pointed out. So that's going to pop that down, and I believe this is going to be a yellow Botyn shot.
Yeah. This is coming in for a total of 4, +1 from the Bullseye Bracer. Does have Go again, and that Intimidate means that I believe it's a Sleep Dart that's in the Intimidated zone. That means that this reload is not going to be relevant at all. You would have been able to put the Sleep Dart and then fire it with the Tunic.
Yeah.
So a really nice use of the Scowling Fleshbag there for Tom on Kayo. He's down to 18 to Azalea's 21.
All right, so this is going to be a Yellow Wild Ride, but with the Might tokens, that's going to be at least 7 coming in the direction of Connor. You have to assume, no matter what the outcome is here, that this is going to have Go again, and the Enlightened Strike, because of Kayo's hero power, does in fact provide said Go again. So this is going to be 7 with Go again, 1 card left in hand, and 1 resource floating.
So theoretically representing 10 damage if the card goes into the Mandible Claw and is not arsenaled, and that's, half of Connor's life. Gonna have to see if Tom is able to navigate through any potential further disruption, but the thing we also have to point attention to is there's only 3 block of equipment left for Tom on KO, and once that equipment block is gone, the Dominate and the Disruption can get so much more backbreaking from the Azalea side. Turn 4 here, round 5 of our 5K RealmFest here in New Jersey.
So kind of looking at Connor's hand here, I see another red in the ledger. I see that Premeditate. This is a very good offensive hand, but still going to block 6 of this, just deciding, hey, the life totals are more important. So giving up that red in the ledger as well. I think that this is, again, a bit of a byproduct of what I was saying earlier, which is without the Skullbone cross-rep, you don't have the option to get the guaranteed Dominate as easily.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So let's see exactly how Connor wants to go about this here. Have the Premeditate, have the Seek and Destroy, and the Tunic for that Sleep Dart. So still able to get so much value out of the turn, and was able to block for 6. Didn't want to just take a bunch of damage without the Snapdragon Scalers and without the Skullbone Crossrep like you've been talking about. Can't look at the top of the deck by flipping this up. So going for the guaranteed, here's just 11 damage and very real on hit effects. Get a Ponder, refill the arsenal, Seek and Destroy, and then the Sleep Dart going to turn off the KO ability. So that's going to turn this turn for Connor here. He's going to get 2 damage across, going to make the Ponder, and that means this is probably just going to be an attack with the Mandible Claw for 4 at the end of the turn for Tom.
Yeah, that very well could be the case, and that makes sense. When I look at Tom's hand, it was a little bit clunky. I think there was the 2 Command and Conquers there. Yeah, we see it there. Going away. So you didn't have a lot of options as far as Go again. 2 Command and Conquers are obviously red, so not a lot of pitch options as well. If there is a turn where you're just going to kind of take a turn off and do a bunch of blocking, that makes sense. But that opens things up for Connor now. You come in with this 5-card hand, and we are going to see the Azalea activation.
Yeah, it's a hand. Looks like mostly a handful of arrows, so he's looking for a pump off the top, and he finds it with the Seek and Destroy. Huge here for Connor, basically just drawing an extra card that he can utilize on this turn, especially when his hand wasn't cooperating as much. Seek and Destroy going to give the +3.
When was the last time you saw an Azalea activate Azalea and look for something not an arrow?
Yeah.
But that was 100% what was happening.
Yeah, it's this new flavor of Azalea, kind of since calling Phuket. Brody Spurlock really popularizing this list. They love looking for the pumps, right? They love drawing that extra card. It's Dominate, but it's like they're calling it the Blind Azalea deck, right? The Remorseless here kind of come in for 11. No Dominate, because you used the Azalea on the Seek and Destroy, but still Remorseless, very relevant, and the Take Aim giving it +3 as well.
No, absolutely.
Interesting here, we pitched that Rain Razor, so not trying to set up a wide turn later. I like that move here because unless that ends up in the arsenal, it's just going to be a no block in your hand, and that's going to feel pretty bad into KO as well. One other factor, it hasn't happened yet, but as this game gets closer to players in the danger zone, I'm wondering if Tom might avoid a Blood Rush turn, seeing that Balance of Justice on the other side. I wonder how much playtesting into Balance in particular he has done, and whether or not it is worth it to potentially give your opponents that 2 block plus activation.
11 damage is nothing to scoff at. Remorseless triggers, also nothing to scoff at. I think you're absolutely right. You know, sometimes you want to try to keep your opponents off of the value that they're trying to achieve, and it's such a big call to take the Balance of Justice instead of the Skullbone Crosswrap. So if you want to try to deny them that game plan and deny them that value, Tom here's going to go ahead and take 8. That's half of Tom's life. 50% of the life gone. Down to 8 is our Kayo player. Both of these players 3-1, very much alive for top 8. Connor's a player, seen him all over the different tournaments, believe on the Runaways. We're going to go ahead here for...
Seek and Destroy and Remorseless, both active. That's why they're kind of being left out there as well. We're going to activate the Sash now, which means the Remorseless damage could be important here, because a lot of times when you activate Sash, it's because you want to get multiple benefits from it. But we're going to start with a Pulping. So that card goes away.
That gets rid of a red Bear Fangs, which is one of the cards that you have to imagine Tom was hoping to deploy on this turn. We have the 2 floating resources for the Mandible Claw, and if we take a look at the hand here, as soon as he puts it down, we can see probably, I definitely saw Swing Bug, maybe another red Bear Fangs, which means one of those red cards can be pitched into the other one, because they both cost 1 right now thanks to the Savage Sash.
Yeah, and I was going to say I don't think they've resolved it yet, but Tom should be going down to 7 here because of the Remorseless trigger as well. So regardless of what Tom plays after this, it's likely going to get him all the way down to 6. And so if Connor can kind of navigate this and not take too much damage, you might be able to start threatening lethal, which is a pretty big deal. Now, it is worth noting if he instead decides to activate Mandible Claw, that does go around Remorseless, because it is whenever they play an action card, right? Not take an action.
All right, so 3 more damage. So the follow-up here is I have to imagine it's the guaranteed 8. You already have your Might token. There's no need to go for the draw and discard just in case you hit something that doesn't hit, and then you all of a sudden are not forcing any cards out of Connor's hand. But if you go for the Swing Big here, you're probably getting that Balance of Justice block, but maybe Connor's heading. But then if Connor takes that, he's going down to 2, and we see a Reckless Swing in the pitch zone. There might be another one in the deck.
There could be. So 8. That is...
And then you take 1 off of that.
I was going to say, there's the Remorseless trigger, but 8 is enough to get at least 1 card out of Connor here to just not die, unless you want to give up your Tunic. If you really like your 4-card hand plus your Arsenal, that is actually a possibility. You could just throw the Tunic in front and say, okay, I think I've got enough.
Exactly 3, yeah.
Checking that Arsenal. Trying to see what we got here. Is that a pair of Drill Shots?
Pair of Drill Shots, pair of Laces, Lace with Frailty, Lace with Blood Rot for Connor. He's going to go ahead and, yes, he's going to give 1 card and the Balance of Justice. Just going to take 3 down to 5, so the Reckless Swing is not going to threaten any lethal. But, you know, these players, it feels like all game. It's been Azalea's game in the driver's seat, but really, they've just been walking life totals down back to back. I mean, now Tom here on Kayo at 6, Connor on Azalea at 5, Tunic to 2 for Connor. Let's see what he can string together.
I feel like the turns for the Azalea player have felt more impactful because they've also had on-hits. Ultimately, both of them are just slinging damage back and forth, but every time Azalea hits, they're also donating tokens, getting rid of Arsenal, etc. And instead, we have a massive Botyn shot. This is 10 with Go again.
Yeah, this is actually huge, because I'm not sure if Tom is going to be able to block this one entirely out. And if you don't, not only do you get the Frailty, not only do you get the Blood Rot, but that Botyn shot reload is going to be massively relevant on this turn. I mean, we know it's a Drill Shot in the hands. That means an on hit, if you take 1, you're being threatened with another 4 on top of it. This might be where Tom really has to try to find his way out of an incredibly challenging situation.
Well, I was going to say, I think that the problem here is you can't really afford to take damage, because with the Blood Rot, you got to be able to pay for it, right?
Yeah,
like, how are you going to, even if you block this out?
This is going to be the game. That's a no block in the hand, so 4 damage
no block
comes
in the
across.
hand, so 4 comes across, but even if that had some block value, that Blood Rot might have been a problem as well. But now we understand why the first attack was not fully blocked out. It was because you couldn't do it.
I have to wonder, you know, I know it's never like an exciting feel. Maybe it's an exciting feeling is the wrong word, but I know it's never like a secure feeling when you reach across the table, grab the Scapteen Leathers and put them on the combat chain. But in a game like this, where you know Azalea has access to exactly the turn like we saw that closed it out, and we had the Savage Sash activation. If he had gone for the Scabskins and rolled a 4, 5, or 6, all of a sudden you go swing big into Bear Fangs, and you're taking more cards out of the Azalea's hand. I think, there might have been some merit to just saying I am potentially behind. I think I need to go ahead and take a little risk, because if I hit, I very much am in a better spot, and if I don't hit, I'm in the same position as I was, and I'm probably in a losing position anyways. That's just something I was thinking about when I was watching that game. Scabskins.
I mean, Scabs is good for a reason. It is a legendary that is included in most lists, so sometimes it is correct to roll it, but ultimately, we'll never know. But what we will know...
We'll never know.
What we will know is that we've got another great game that we can jump into, so we're going to dive into some Zen action. So we've got Zen versus Teklovossen. And as I said before, I was walking around. I did see a Teklo with a win. Currently sitting at 2-2 now is James Miller.
Our producer's letting us know that this Teklovossen is doing quite well. Quite well compared to some of the other Zens out there in the field.
Yeah, we're not going to name names, but interesting to point out, a lot of equipment already evoed up on the side of James here.
Yeah. 4 equipment, 4 evos out, so all of those big Annihilator engines and War Machines and Terminator tanks, those are all turned on. The question is he going to be able to stay alive long enough? I see a lot of -2s on those equipment. So it's looking as though Zen here might be able to just close this thing out relatively quickly, especially if you see Naib over there, one of my favorite players in the game, such a lovely dude, but also this is stone cold killer on the Flesh and Blood arena.
This is going to spell disaster. So this is what I was going to point out. On the one hand, when you're playing against Teklovossen, anytime their health is low, it can be misleading because it can just slap down more Evo equipment and continue to block for what feels like ever. The problem is Teklo is very good at blocking tall, not necessarily wide. Naib still had that traverse, but just popped it. So we're going into this with that kind of famous 6-card hand, if you will, because you're going to start with the Chi. They had the Arsenal. And then even more so here, we're going to have a levels that will likely have at least 2 modes of activation, right? Because we've played the levels, and then while that is still on the stack, we're playing the Passover. And if he decides to then pitch this to the Zen Hero Power, multiple things will be active. This is going to be a nightmare turn for James. When he was drawing up, I did notice there were a couple of defense reactions there. But again, as I said, those are better at blocking tall.
You go ahead and get rid of the Sink Below off the Passover effect, which means we are transcending, which means the 12-petal Kasaya is going to give us a resource. If we are in the Zen seat here, we can immediately pay into Zen before the levels resolves to go ahead and grab a Tiger and grab a card with combo from the deck, meaning that the levels now sees 2 blue cards in the pitch zone, meaning we can get the go again and the draw card if we like, maybe what Naib's going to be going for here.
Yeah, I suspect that that's probably the choice just because Naib is smart enough to know exactly what we know. Teklo, great at blocking tall anyway, so just go as wide as absolutely possible, and if you can add another card to your hand while still threatening that 3, you're likely better off. The card fetched was the Chase the Tail, just a casual 1 for 7 in most scenarios. And we are going to see an Evo block here, and breaking the chain possibly because they have wrapped that up. Yep, so now they are going to hit the Ancestral and hit a combo card.
Wow, look at that. So both of those cards available to be played. Everything with combos getting +1. We got 3 floating in the pitch zone.
Hey, you know what? That's one of my favorite channels.
Oh, really?
YouTube. Yeah, 3 floating.
Wow. Well, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Evo Sentry base arm is going to go ahead and be committed to the block here, getting that 1 point of defensive value. If you can find a good flesh and pod pun, then I'll say the same. You have to work it in.
Yeah, but I actually meant it when I said I enjoyed your channel.
Oh, come on now. Bonds of Ancestry coming in, going to go ahead and follow up the Descendant Gust Wave. This is that new Pseudo Majestic. It's going to grab an Aspect of Tiger body. It's going to also buy a Sink Below block out of James here. Aspect of Tiger, such a nice include in these lists, man. It's a card that impresses me more and more as I see it just get played. Or when I played the deck a little myself, like it just puts in so much work getting you the Tiger, getting the go again.
and it has that all-important combo word, right? So it interacts with your harmony and with so many other things. This is really interesting because this is another block, and I know that the other card in hand is a defense reaction that requires you to pay for it.
An unmovable.
It's an unmovable. So that means that
Might just be it.
James has no other options to block at the moment. Naib doesn't know that, but
Oh, he probably sunk it away.
oh,
with
he
the
sunk
below.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
I missed him put it on the bottom
Yeah,
because
same
I was
here.
like, oh man, that is. But I mean, this is still an insane turn. The pressure is on, right? We're going all the way down to 3.
The Chase the Tail representing so much damage, and then there's another Descendant Gust Wave, and that is just going to close to close out the game. He's going to block 2, go down to 1 here after the Chase the Tail damage off those 2 Tigers. Does Naib have anything to follow this up with? Is it a 0-cost card? We're just going to the arsenal here.
Even with nothing to follow it up, the biggest problem for James right now is that you have no follow-up, no way to get cards out of Naib's hand. And when you draw back up, Naib is just going to continue to pressure. Also, because you had to give up those Evos, they're just gone. So now you are down to, at max, 2 Evos on the board for the rest of the game. That turns off a lot of Teklo's options.
Yeah. You can have this is going to be this round's on me coming in. Both players getting a card. All attacks against Naib are going to have -1. After this round is over, we do have an exciting flash sale to let you all know about if you guys are interested in getting some cards from the new Flesh and Blood set at a nice and attractive price. You might want to hang out here. I do want to say that this round's on me play for Naib. That was all it was. He just went ahead and, passed the turn from there.
That's surprising, but perhaps Naib just ran into his own clunky hand. I don't know how deep we are here, but obviously Zen has some reshuffles, and perhaps he ran into some of those chi cards on the way back, something like that, where he just didn't have a good opportunity to set something up. But this is going to be a command and conquer, and if Naib was trying to set up another big combo turn, then obviously the on-hit for this is relevant.
Naib doesn't have access to kind of just damage on demand in his weapon slots because even though the Zephyr Needles are powerful, a little bit of that new tech coming out of Nationals, or not new tech, like NEW tech.
Oh, so it's not a defense reaction, but can still lower the power of Command and Conquer.
A drop in the ocean.
These instant chi cards.
Yes, and with the Orion of Mystic Tenants as well, not going to be able to pitch a chi to pay for it, but still going to draw 2 cards and cause that attack to go from an attack for 5 to an attack for 4 here. Now a chi in the hand for Naib, which might be enough on the subsequent turn to activate Zen, get a Tiger. With James at 1, that might kind of spell the writing on the wall. We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think now we're also kind of understanding why this round's on me was all that was played the previous turn, right? Obviously, the Orion of Mystic Tenants doesn't attack. The drop in the ocean doesn't attack. And you were kind of forced in this situation where you almost had to use it defensively just to get them out of your hand, kind of cycle through. Naib will be better positioned going into the next turn. The good news for Naib is he has 33 health.
Yep.
And
there's more than probably that good news, but also that's also some good news as well.
Yeah, Art of War here as well, just digging a little bit deeper while we're at it, trying to find some offense for the future.
Yeah,
but I was getting ready to say, you could take all of this on the chin for 3-4 straight turns from a Teklo and still be fine.
Yeah. The Art of War here banishing the Tiger that we got off of Zen. Look at this. Naib's hand did nothing on its own, but somehow was all turned on by this Command and Conquer. The Command and Conquer allowing him to play the drop in the ocean to have a target. The Orient of Mystic Tenants allowing him to go ahead and, or allowing the drop in the ocean to transcend. He gains resources off of that, and then after all is said and done, the Art of War going to go ahead and be deployed, utilizing that Tiger as well to draw some cards, just get out of the arsenal. And now James, he's got 4 cards, card and arsenal. Can Naib find 1 point of damage to get over the top?
Naib is kind of doing that calculus right now. We're going to see what the first attack is, and it does appear to be a blue. Going to have the Command and Conquer block, but it has the go again. Shuko will activate the Tiger. This is the Kodachi lock without Kodachis, where every little attack for 1 is potentially enough. Instead here, it's not for 1, though. We're going to send the Enlightened Strike. That's going to get that unmovable.
The unmovable out of the arsenal, so the Enlightened Strike for 7, it might be a break point, but, an unmovable might have something to say about that. So Naib desperately trying to break through the defenses of Teklovossen, but cannot do so. We're going to put a firewall into the pitch zone because it does not do anything in the arsenal. James not wanting to keep it for a potential break point, just electing to throw a couple more points of damage. Might feel like the writing is just simply on the wall, but Rewarded draws another one. Let's see if an attack for 4 comes across here. The problem is these attacks are most of the time a little wider than they are tall.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's really just about surviving the wide turns, because the reality is this new version of Zen can be fatigued a little bit easier because you don't have weapons. And so if you can just kind of survive long enough, and that deck is starting to look
that deck is looking rather thin.
For Naib, I didn't really notice till he picked it up just now, but I think James might just be saying, hey, if I can hold on, I have a weapon. And you don't.
Oh, and 2 4-blocks in the hand there. The question is...
And those chi cards, you have to remember, don't do anything for Naib either. And we've seen a bunch of those shuffled in. This is an interesting game state.
Yeah, we've been talking about it like things are foregone. There's a bit of a foregone conclusion here, but we're going to have to wait and see. The other card that could really turn this on his head, does James draw something like a Fabricate to turn those Evos into something that can block a Tiger on a turn that Naib might be trying to go too wide? A Fabricate could mean he has 2 1-blocks in the equipment slots.
Yeah. So looking at this chi pitch, we'll see what is found. This also might just be a situation where Naib is taking stock of what's left in the deck as well. When you get this low, you could go through and count what's in your discard pile, but you could also just activate and say, all right, what do I got left in the tank here?
Descendant Gustwave leads me to believe that there might be another Bonds, and if there's another Bonds, then that might be too much here. Ooh, Art of War here going to come across. Oh, but he tried to Art of War for +1, but the Sink Below out of hand is going to be enough to stop it. Descendant Gustwave going to buy an attack for 4, or a block for 4.
Yeah, that firewall answers.
And that's going to do it, and that's all Naib has. I think he might be out of gas.
That Art of War would have been so clutch if it went through.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely masterful, because, again, this isn't a deck that runs a lot of attack reactions, so you might think, okay, I'm safe to no-block this. Tried to sneak it in. And now James can essentially just say, hey, I can
Ooh, he gets the legs. Wait,
that's huge.
So he gets an action point, but that doesn't matter. What he gets is in 3 more block here.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge.
Goodness. we kind of came into this, at least I did. I was like, well, it looks like this game is over.
No, I mean, it looked absolutely outside of James's ability to win this, but I was not paying attention to the deck size. And so, bringing the Zephyr Needles, having them go away, and then starting to run out of gas, you've put yourself in a position where, this might be problematic. And so now we have a second Crouching Tiger turning on the Shuko. That gets blocked.
And that's going to be it. That's the turn. I don't think Naib has any gas left. This might be, Naib has to try to find a 5-card hand that can actually go wide enough. And here we've got a War Machine. This is going to go ahead and threaten the arsenal. It's 6 damage. He's got 2, blocking pieces of equipment over there, but that's going to take another card out of the hand.
Here's the thing. Naib also might be in a situation where he just doesn't have blocks.
Yeah.
How many Chis in that pile are there?
These decks run so many Chi cards. It is just going to go ahead and take the 6, lose the Ancestral Harmony. Chi at the end of the turn going to grab a Tiger. See,
he's just going to do this once per turn.
He's literally not even looking through the deck.
Well, because I think he knows what we know, which is that there's nothing there. I think the game plan at this point is literally I Chi on your turn, I Chi on my turn, and then I just double Tiger to make you block for 1 each time. I think James at 1 is going to have stabilized and will pull this out. This is absolutely insane.
Just going to go ahead and attack for 2. Naib's going to go down to 26, it looks like.
That Sink Below was so clutch earlier with the Art of War.
No, he's not attacking with he took back the attack with the Teklo Leveler. He's just coming in with the War Machine. Yes, absolutely. The Sink Below was crazy. Naib really kind of threw it all down to just win the game with it, rather, because I don't think he has enough attacks left. But the Sink Below out of hand was enough to keep James Miller alive. Teklovossen, the esteemed magnet, might have something to say about Naib's run on Zen Tamer of Purpose, threatening to knock Naib potentially out of contention here. Just going to go ahead and grab another Tiger.
Yeah, those legs as well were so massive because James's deck is also starting to look a little thin, but those legs represent essentially 2 free turns of surviving.
Three turns. I mean, he can just keep blocking the one tiger here because it looks like Naib's actually trying to kind of fatigue James.
Well, yes.
Every turn I'm going to come in with 1 point of damage. You have to block it with something, and I'm, can you get me down from 22? It's not just it's not just, oh, I'm fatigued, I have no damage left. He has 1 point of damage every single turn.
Well, the reason I said 2 free turns is because ideally, depending on what's left in your own deck there for James, you might not want to
blow it up.
Give up that last one if you've got another legs, right? So it's still a pretty big deal. And now we see potentially another big pitch here. I think he's trying to cycle some of these out of his hand as well because those firewalls are basically dead at this point.
This is a great scrap, though. You can scrap another, like if you scrap your arm piece here, not only do you get a card that you can play, but when you play the arm piece onto the arms, you shuffle back in a 6-power attack.
Yeah, see, so Naib was counting the cards left in deck as well, but this is another really big deal.
And, it's also damage. This is an attack. I think it's a blue, so it should be an attack for 4, which, of course, Naib is going to take. But not only, again, do you get some more defensive value out of the Evo Steel Soul Controller here, you do get another card back in your deck. You could get something like a Terminator tank. That threatens a discard on hit. So here we go. Tiger for 1 into Tiger for 1.
This has the potential to be a masterclass and just not giving up if you're James. If he pulls this off.
Absolutely. So now we're going to...
He does have a clock working against him because Naib is still threatening at least 1 card per turn, but these arms go such a long way at extending your health.
Well, and so this is at instant speed. We're playing this out of Banish Zone with Teklovossen, drawing a card when we do so. And that's all Naib has here. This is unbelievable. If James had been able to keep even just 1 more Evo, that Teklo leveler as well would have had go again, which would have really changed the equation for all this.
Yeah, would have sped things up immensely, but... so that's interesting. There's another arms that he's just pitched. So that means that... I think that means he has it locked up, right? He can block with the arms 1 more time. He can use the legs if he really needs to, but then wait for another cycle because at this point the cycles are like essentially every 2 turns, right? So those arms will be back in no time. We do have...
going to make a Zen State token.
Make a Zen State, yep.
Because all he's got is Chi anyway. We go ahead at the end of the turn, get another Tiger, and then during James' turn, make another Tiger, but I think the writing is on the wall. I think Zen Tamer of Purpose is not going to be able to tame this game, find the 1 point of damage, because James has the Evos. Teklovossen is going to do it. An unbelievable, like you said, you pointed it out, I think, perfectly. This is why you don't give up. This is why you hold on to every point of value, hold on to every hope you have of winning, because here we go. Even though the Scrap Compactor is just a measly little attack, you know what we're going to do? Grab another Steel Soul Controller or Steel Soul Tower. Just go ahead and put that in the Banished Zone and make sure there is no question about who is going to walk forward.
Assuming it's there, though. Like, that's just it. I was going to say he's looking, but he finds the legs. Okay, so we know we have arms in the deck. Now the legs banished as well. I suspect those legs will be overwritten first, just because you want to keep those blues to pitch and pay for them. That is the other downside to this as well, if you're James, is that those Evo pieces, they do cost some decent resources. It is not an easy thing to pay for, and you're getting a little low on cards here as well.
So what you can do here is you can block for 1 with the Steel Soul Tower and then switch it on up after it's already blocked, but it looks as though he's going to go ahead and just do it anyway here. Just block for 3, because you can block for...
Yeah.
Right, block for 1, then when they put the -1 counter, it only gets destroyed when he goes to close the chain. So like in resolution step, you could then put the new boots on, but it looks like he's just going to go ahead and block anyway, so it would go from a 3-block to a 2-block right here.
Well, maybe. They might have also just sped through that as well. Right? Like, he might be saying, I'm going to block with this, and then in the resolution.
Yes, they might have. I just think he probably would have put it on the chain link first. But the reason is, like, how does he have 5 cards? Because, of course, when Teklovossen plays out of Banished Zone, he also gets to draw a card.
Yeah. Well, no, he is putting the counter on. Okay, so that is potentially a missed opportunity, because that represents an entire turn again, right? But here we have the arms still as well. We can continue to send the damage.
So Naib has 2 block left. He's got 2 block on the Tiger Stripe Shuko. The question is, will James be able to put him in a position where something like a War Machine or a Terminator tank can finish this game out? I do like that Naib is continuing. He's just going to go ahead and search the deck. Yeah, no, that's all Chi. That's still all Chi. All right, just making sure.
Just double checking.
You can see James, he's clapping under there. Block 1 with the Steel Soul Tower. There's a pouncing key, but here's the
Oh.
thing. We still have the firewall. Let's show what the top card is. It is an Evo.
Yep, it's an Evo. And it's the most important Evo because, again, that gets a card back as well. And so ultimately, I think that is what's going to eat that Shuko like you were talking about. And then at that point, we might just be at the end of it when that goes off. But for now, no reason to do it if you don't have to. So the leveler coming again, going to get Naib down to 3.
I love that they're still, doing all the motions. It's like, big dog, we know what's coming.
Listen, it's a competitive level event.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
you have to follow the rules of the game.
For sure, yes. I'm sorry, Charmer.
Do you remember when we came in? Naib had a whole additional place here, right? Like he had a tens place and a ones place in his health total.
Oh yeah,
right. It was 30 something.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 3.
Yeah.
What an insane comeback by James.
Yeah, it's funny. Now, James has literally no cards left in his deck. He's at 3 cards left in hand. You can see the hand's kind of shaking here. We're just going to go ahead and play the Mechanical Strength, and because all that's left is the Tiger Stripe Shuko, James Miller at 1 is able to outlast the Tamer of Purpose and Teklovossen, the Esteemed Magnet. Look at him steezing over there on the right side of your screen as James wins the game, taking down Naib on the match. What a sick end to that game!
That is absolutely phenomenal. I'm so happy that we got to witness that, because if this is the sort of game where if you tell me, like, hey, this happened, I'm like, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I got to see it with my own eyes, and we actually got to see it. And so did all of you at home.
Dude, I love Teklovossen.
Even better.
Yeah, I love Teklovossen, and I did not believe. When we were there, I was like, well, yeah.
Well,
he's got
when we first jumped in, I pointed out, I said, hey, the thing that's misleading about Teklo is because of his Evos, when the health is low, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
right?
for
There's
sure.
a lot of armor in the deck. The only reason I was not a believer at that moment was because Zen has the ability to go wide, and we knew that a big turn was coming because of the Traverse still being on the field. So when Naib popped the Traverse, I was like, okay,
well, here we go.
Yep. But James hung in. Like I said, masterclass in not giving up.
Yeah.
100% play to your outs.
Well, for all of you at home who have been hanging out with us, the Realm Games wants to go ahead and reward everyone with a flash sale here. So this is only going to be live this weekend. Let's go ahead and check out exactly what it is. If you want to go ahead and get some goodies for the new set Rosetta, we've got a great code for you. You can guess what it is. It's RealmFest. If you go to the Realm's website, realmgamingnetwork.com, you create a cart with anything you like. You create a cart with some Mistveil. You create a cart with some Blitz decks. You want to get some sleeves. As long as you also have a case of Rosetta in there, you're going to go ahead and also be able to get $120 off the entire cart. So if you want to get a case of Rosetta, that can be your cart. If you want to get other things in there as well, you're going to get the discount on the whole cart as long as you also have a pre-order of a booster case of Rosetta. That seems like a good deal to me. I don't know about you.
It seems like a great deal to me because I was looking through some of their singles earlier. They had a bunch of the Marvel Evo equipment for Teklo. So if you're somebody who's inspired after that last game, you could pick up a nice, shiny Teklovossen deck and also get a bunch off your cart along the way.
Yeah, especially if you want to get some of those brand new, beautiful cards coming out in Rosetta. Can't wait to see everything that's going to be spoiled next weekend. The link is in chat if you guys want to go ahead and head over to the Realm's website and grab yourself a case of Rosetta. Why not? You get a nice discount on the whole cart. Grab some other things while you're at it. This code will be live all weekend long, so if you're like, listen, Sam, I don't want it now, but I want it in 3 hours, then the good news is in 3 hours you can still get it. We'll remind you throughout the day. We'll remind you tomorrow, but this is the time to get your Rosetta, folks. Go ahead and head to the Realm's website and grab that booster case. Get yourself a little discount.
And if you're somebody who's watching this more than 3 hours from now, maybe 3 years from now, because somebody said, hey, let me tell you about that amazing Teklovossen game that happened live on
2024.
And so somebody is coming back. Sorry, it doesn't work 3 years in the future. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Let's go ahead and check in with our reigning RealmRumble 20K champion. This is Brody Spurlock, of course, who has been a globe-trotting wunderkind of Flesh and Blood for many a year now. He's won a lot of things, but he's also the RealmRumble champion, so we're going to go ahead and check in. We caught up with him before the event, so we're going to hear about his year, hear about how he's been doing, and get his predictions for some things in Rosetta. So don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing from Brody in just a couple seconds. I am here with the current reigning RealmRumble champion. It's somebody that has, this person has a lot of titles to their names, a lot of high finishes, but I can assure you that the RealmRumble champion is the thing he holds closest to his heart. It's Brody Spurlock. How you doing, Brody?
Hey, I'm good. What's up, everybody? I'm doing good, Sam. Excited for the RealmFest this weekend coming up.
Yes, it's going to be fun. I don't know if you've battled on stream yet by the time people are seeing this video, but I'm sure inevitably you'll be on stream in one way or the other. So I'm sure people are excited about that. But you are the reigning champion, so all of our reigning champions, are going to be able to speak to the community throughout the years moving forward. So I just wanted to check in with you, hear how your year in Flesh and Blood has been since we last saw you here in our Realm circuit, taking down the whole tournament last year in the 20K. So how's been your year in Flesh and Blood? If I'm not mistaken, you've had some pretty good finishes and some pretty good times in the last couple months.
Yeah, it's been a really fun year so far. The RealmRumble kind of ended last year, and after that I took a little bit of off-season time in December, and then dove right back in January with the Celebrational in Queenstown, which was pretty much the coolest experience of my life. I took down the Celebrational, got the opportunity to design a card in Flesh and Blood, which it still just blows my mind as such a unique, amazing opportunity that I'm so thankful for. That was really cool. And then a couple of months later, I also took down the Calling Phuket, which was my greatest competitive accomplishment yet. So having a really good year, had a good time at PTLA, but also didn't do quite as well as I was hoping to do. So it really made me hungry for this summer and this upcoming season to try to kind of get back ahead of things, learn from the things that I did wrong then, and just climb back up and compete more.
I think, I don't know if you're climbing back up. I think if you win a 20K, the Celebrational, and a Calling, basically in a row, and then just not win one event, I don't think you're climbing back. You're maybe just I missed a handhold. Better keep going. I'm not sure we can consider it a full fall yet, but sounds like it's been a badass year, so congratulations on all those successes. Do you have any updates on your card, on your designed card? Have you had more conversations? Have you seen more versions of it? You don't have to get into specifics, but have you done any more little tinkering on that card?
I believe we are going to see the card hit the tables sometime maybe early next year. It's not confirmed yet, but I think that's the ballpark. And it definitely is going to be very different than the original idea that I submitted. I will be the first to admit that I got a little bit carried away with that one. It was kind of the result of too much excitement and decision paralysis, I think, where I had so many ideas and I couldn't pick between them, so I just, why not just put them all in there? And it was too many words on one card, but I think the final product will be something cool that people will be excited to play with.
There you go. Well, if there's one thing we know about you, Brody, is that you're a big fan of just, quick, not a lot of decisions in your turns. You just like to play things by the numbers. You don't take a long time to think about your card. So I would understand a card you make, it's just gonna have one little easy thing and you're gonna move on with your life. So I understand why would you go in that direction. But okay, that's very exciting. I can't wait to see the card. It's so cool. And congratulations again for that. So now, we're looking ahead. We got the RealmFest this weekend, ProTour Amsterdam on the horizon, and some bans have shaken the classic and constructed metagame. I'd like to hear from from the champs, what's that, from God's ears to from the horse's mouth. What do you think about the bans? Brody?
Well, there are a couple things to unpack with the bans. I think that it's probably good that Zen got hit in some way. He was quite dominant, and as the national season went on, we saw New start to win more, which is kind of in a lot of people's eyes, the premier counter to Zen. So there's definitely counterplay to him, but at the same time, he was just the most dominant deck, and I think oftentimes playing against him could feel a little bit like you weren't playing a normal game of Flesh and Blood. Which is something the designers talked about a bit in the ban announcement. So I think it's good that he got toned down a little bit. I think some people wish that the timing of the ban announcement had been different, which it's always tricky from LSS to ban the right things, do it at the right time. They don't want to act too early. They want to give people time to react, but they also don't want to force people into this same meta at Amsterdam if it's really not a very healthy meta. So it's a tricky spot. As far as my opinion on the actual effect on the metagame from these bans, the Zen deck is obviously at least a little bit worse than it was. I think certain versions of it have been affected more than others. Like, perhaps the most popular version is the US National Championship first place list, Evan Herndon's deck, which was not playing yellow bonds. It was playing blue bonds. That's one card that's going to get cut, and then, you know, maybe that causes a ripple effect where you have to change some other cards around in the deck, but it doesn't change what that deck is doing all too much. You can still play most of the same shell, you can still play red bonds. There are other lists that were going heavier on the bonds line combo, you know, playing 9 bonds, sometimes 9 gust wave, and maybe even copies of whelming gust wave and surging strikes and other things to go like deeper on that bond strategy, or at the very least just, you know, utilizing all 9 bonds and maybe more than 6 gust waves. And so those versions have been hit a lot harder, and overall I think the hero has been hit in terms of like threat density. Like any version of Zen that was playing anything more than 3 bonds, even if those bonds weren't extremely critical to the game plan in every matchup, now is going to have a harder time in longer games where your opponent is a little bit more blocky, forces the game to go long. Maybe you know, block with a red bonds early, and then you get off 1 double bonds turn where you play a red bonds, banish the one in your yard, and go get the 3rd one. Now you're all out of bonds, and you have no blue ones left in your deck to tutor on Zen. You just straight up have no more access to Bonds of Ancestry for the rest of the game. And I think just like having those blue bonds in the pile for those long games, especially when combined with Tiger Stripe Shuko, was could in some games be really important for Zen when the game would drag out. And even if maybe it is a fatigue game, or maybe it's not actually your opponent's pushing you to fatigue, but it's like a form of soft fatigue where they push the game so long that you run out of the important cards that you're searching for, and then they kill you because your turns get weaker and weaker on average after that point. So I think that even if some versions of Zen don't look like they've been hit very much in an aggro mirror situation, they're going to struggle into some of those harder matchups even more than they did for that reason. So yeah, that's just kind of like kind of covering a couple different ways that the bans are going to affect him. Obviously, I think Zen's still an extremely strong hero, and some of the versions that were already more prominent are probably going to become like an even bigger share of like the Zen styles we see. You kind of have like Evan's list, you have a Super Bonds list, which is pretty much just gone now, and then you have like a Crouching Tiger list. So just more and more Zens are going to lean toward the kind of in the middle, lots of combo cards, 6 bonds, now 3 bonds style, probably just like 6 gust waves. But yeah, I am excited to see what the Zen decks look like now. It's going to be a cool event.
Yeah, I think for my money, it's like the lack of the blue bonds, especially in lists like Evans, it makes it harder for you to get your 2nd or 3rd red bonds with your 1st, right? Because you don't have as many chances to get the blue bonds in your graveyard, which then, you know what I mean? And it's like having it be less consistently available for the deck to do those big double bonds, you know, not really triple anymore, but like those turns could come really quickly if you get any bonds in the graveyard early, and you could just play your blue one on turn 0 and you're just set up, you know, you don't even care about it. And the fact, I think that's a lot of why people were really like, man, this doesn't feel like Flesh and Blood, or it feels like I'm playing against Kano. But the difference is with Kano, it's like their whole thing is built around, you know, like I have no armor and I start at 30 life, and Zen's like, here's an entire fridge and a lot of these cards block, you know what I mean? And it's just so strong with the chi tutor, for lack of a better word, you know, being able to grab it on demand without having to jump through the hoop of the Katsu on it. Like I do understand it. I know there's some people that are bummed because they were jamming games with a lot of games with Zen, but I think for the health of the game, I played some games with that deck and I was like, dude, this is pretty crazy.
It's really good. It's insane how much it can do in one turn. And yeah, I think like a lot of the power being on board attached to the fridge, like you said, makes it such a consistently powerful deck. Like, it has a high ceiling and it hits that ceiling pretty often.
Yeah, but and I do think it will still be able to hit those ceilings, but just not necessarily out of nowhere in the same way, and a little more vulnerable, like we said, to disruption or all these other style effects that aggro decks have been more consistently vulnerable to in our time. So before I let you go, Brody, let's just talk a little bit about the future. I know we have the RealmFest Columbus that we're excited to announce this weekend, talk coming up next month. I have a feeling we'll see you there because you somehow seem to be able to clone yourself and be at every Flesh and Blood event at one time. But looking ahead to Rosetta that is approaching, we haven't seen what these wizards do. We're going to be finding out in just about a week. I know you're a Runeblade guy, or you're at least a Viserai guy, right? You've seen, Florian, you've seen Aurora. Are the gears starting to turn at all with some of these new Runeblades or these wizards?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I have played a bunch of Runeblade in my time, played a bunch of Briar, so excited to see the elemental talent returning, but mostly hoping that we get a little bit of Viserai support out of the set as well. He's my true hero at heart. And you see on the cards that have been spoiled already, you see like some potential for Runechant synergies, maybe some cards that aren't talented and just say Runeblade on them. I'm hoping. And then Wizard as well is a class that I haven't played as much competitively. I played Icelander for a while, but I've never really taken Kano to a major tournament. But I quite like Wizard as well. So I think, especially for Limited, I'm really excited for this set. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting environment to have. First of all, kind of go back to this 4 instead of 3 Limited set. Like, we've had several. Artemis Vale is 3 heroes. Heavy Hitters was 6, but it was really like 3 classes. So Rosetta being kind of like a 2-class, 2-talent clash where it's forming more of a square will be a nice change of pace, and then just in general playing with those 2 classes again is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get to be like, who's in Earth, who's in Lightning. You could technically have a pod where it's 2-2-2-2. Like, that's very exciting to me. So I'm with you there. Thank you for taking the time with me, Brody. Appreciate always getting to talk to you. Our current reigning Realm champion, and I hope to see you more over the weekend. And we look forward to talking to you again before the RealmFest in Columbus. Are we going to see you there?
Yep, I'll be there.
Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
Enjoy the stream.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am still Charm3r, once again joined by the one, the only Rhea Adams. And since this is RealmFest, I feel like now is a great time to remind folks that RealmFest, all one word, is also a promo code. We talked about the flash sale before we went to break. It is officially live. I saw in chat some folks saying, hey, it's not working. It is now. Everything is working. So if you want to get that amazing promotion, you can go do so. But speaking of amazing, we have an amazing game lined up.
We do. We have at least one returning face. We are about to see Adam Franze return on Prism versus Zen. I've seen both of these players on stream at this point, actually, fighting for, a locked spot in the top 8 for tomorrow of day 2 of the RealmFest.
And the RealmFest is not just a 5K tournament. It is also a ProQuest Plus, but it's also part of the larger Realm circuit. That's right. There are multiple events occurring. The next one is in about a month in Columbus, and they all lead to a $50,000 tournament at the end of the year, the Realm Brawl. It's a fantastic time.
Which people are competing for invites to today, or at this event. So more than just money on the line here today, also invites to one of the largest prize pools in Flesh and Blood competition later this year.
Now, both of these players are on, I think, some very good decks. Obviously, Zen has kind of become the boogeyman of the format, performed very well at Nationals, performed very well during the most recent ProQuest season, preparing for Amsterdam. You and I, before we started the broadcast, had talked about how Prism is a great deck and that I personally felt like Prism was undervalued, underrepresented, and we might be seeing a bit of that here because this Prism 5-0, and I have heard that there are some other Prisms doing well at the top tables.
There are not one but 2 Prisms that are 5-0 right now, undefeated on the day, yes. So Adam is going first here versus Zen. It's an interesting trade-off because normally you're sad when the aggressive deck Zen gets to go second and set the tempo of the game, but these Prism decks recently have been leaning so heavily into Spectra that when they do go first, there's a high chance that they get to start the game with a permanent. We saw that in the very first turn of coverage today when Adam played not 1 but 2 Spectra turn 0. And so with him going first, he's looking to do exactly that again in this game. And while Zen does get to go wide, he has an easier time cleaning up Spectra. It still tends to be 4 to 5 damage that he's letting go and not getting to present at Prism's face when he's cleaning up those permanents.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities because you can play multiple Spectre auras. You could play one and still get that arsenal as well, or even just getting some of those figments ready to go so that you could use those later. Anything that you can do as a setup is great, but then in all of that, you might provide no opportunity for Christopher to cycle their hand.
So we're seeing some interesting equipment choices. Zephyr Needles here from Zen. So kind of making the called shot. Prism, I don't think you're going to block my weapons. We'll see if Adam wants to go more aggressive or is more willing to slow down a little bit and block these needles. And also Vestige of Soul from the Prism side.
Yeah, Vestige and the Stonewall Gauntlet. I will be the first to admit I was critical, I will say, of the Gauntlet when it was revealed. I felt like, it's okay, but after testing a bunch and seeing it in practice, I feel a whole lot better about it. I run it in my new sideboard. I'm running it in many other decks as well because even though you might not get the big value, just making them break the chain oftentimes disrupts the combo lines enough to make it worthwhile.
And it's kind of interesting. I think Gauntlet has gotten a little bit worse with Bonds of Ancestry being restricted to just red because it was best when it was shutting down those double, triple bonds chain links. But funnily enough, Prism players, they kind of just don't have access to good glove equipment. We've played 4 or 5 of them over the course of her life cycle in Constructed, and Gauntlet just ends up being, as an armor that sometimes blocks too, the best thing that she has, funnily enough.
Yeah, illusionists have for their hands the same problem that guardians have for their feet.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
And we are, I think, going to see an early Chi activation here, opting to go with the blue, pitching the Chase the Tail, and then we are going to stir the pot. The kitty makes an early appearance, going to turn that into a Chi.
Love shuffling the already random deck
Yeah.
for extra good measure. And importantly, putting that Chase the Tail back into the deck so it's a combo card for later.
I do appreciate the irony of the Zen player with the angel sleeves playing against Prism.
Against Prism, yeah. I almost got confused whose deck was who at the start of the game.
For a minute there, so I was like, wait, why is... Oh, yeah, okay. That is...
All right.
That is fun.
Activating Zen, going and getting a combo card, and then I believe it is Flusterfist is the last card in hand.
Spinning wheel kick.
So, yep, going to get this spinning wheel kick. It is also worth noting that Chi was pitched for the Zen hero ability, so the ability to name your cards not currently active from that amazing non-attack.
Oh, this is actually quite interesting. So the fact that the Tiger combined with the Shifting Winds, I think the players are discussing right now. The Tiger can be played for 0, but named Spinning Wheel Kick or Twin Twisters to combo with the actual Spinning Wheel Kick that was fetched with the Zen ability.
I am shocked. I will take 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
No reactions. You'll take 0.
And so no blocks there.
Comboed, so that's
And then this is the comboed spinning wheel kick, as you were rightfully pointing out.
I've heard 0 for 5 Guardians. Not bad.
No, not so bad at all. Especially when you don't have to spend another card. Like Enlightened Strike's technically a 0 for 5 go again, but you do have to put that card. And then, yes, that Flusterfist that you had mentioned before was the final card. So Zen opting to just present as much damage as possible. We're not going to arsenal anything, but that's okay. You are just trying to race this Prism. They already started a bit of a health disadvantage, and the faster that you can start pressuring their health totals, then the better off you are, because you don't want them to set up those permanents that you were talking about.
And Zen drawing very hot off the start here. We just put a Chi on the bottom of the deck. There's an Art of War in the hand now. Can Prism keep up with this start? Figment of Judgment, not ideal. Don't typically want to see that in the hand. You want to get that off of the Halo. And then a Tome of Divinity and just 2 regular Heralds, it looks like. Not sure what's in Adam's arsenal. I think it might be an Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah. I think that, as you rightfully said, we want to pitch that Figment because we don't want that in the hand, and we are going to just send a Herald. The interesting bit for me, so this is going to be 5 with go again. The interesting bit for me, because Christopher has so much health to work with, is whether or not there are any relevant on hits that Adam can present, but I don't think that there are.
It's interesting. That is kind of the beauty of Prism, right? Is that all of your Heralds have on hits. Now, whether or not Zen cares about them is a different question.
Yeah.
But this Wharton Herald on hit turns on Vestige, which can potentially generate multiple resources this turn. And we know that there is a Tome of Divinity, which really, really wants that Vestige to be online. It goes and gets a Figment, and it goes to Soul. These are all resources that Prism can then use later in, if not this turn, on future turns to reclaim tempo in the game.
So looking at Christopher's hand here, there's not just the Art of War, there was also a Tiger swipe, and I saw him kind of motion toward, very briefly, that traverse the universe. I think there might have been a thought that, hey, I can just go for this early with Adam already down to 23. Yeah, I don't have the arsenal. Ideally, you would prefer to arsenal that Art of War and then go the following turn, but I think there might have been a consideration there just based on the strength of the hand.
I think it's very reasonable, considering that, this is Adam's first turn where he doesn't have any of those resources accumulated yet. If you tried to arsenal and wait for a later turn, there's always a chance that the Prism can find some critical disruption like Arclight Sentinel.
Right.
Now, we know that Adam has one in arsenal. Of course, Christopher doesn't know that yet. And I'm curious to see if we see that resolved here and get Figment of Erudition and a Ponder for a fresh arsenal.
Christopher, I think, still eyeing that hand and trying to decide what wants to be done here. And so the Figment that was found, I believe, is Protection.
Protection makes a Spectral Shield, and then Aegis, the Angel, makes even more Spectral Shields if you get her attack trigger. Costs Soul to do that, though, and we're only at 1 right now.
That is also one of my favorite art pieces in the game.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That Bastion Jez, I believe, is the person who does the front part of that. Also does the figment that sadly doesn't get played, but the one that has the fantastic kind of Viking art with the lightning.
Oh,
and the serpent.
yes.
Yeah.
Figment of Tenacity.
Yes.
Gorgeous. All right, so we did draw 3 off Tome of Divinity. If we look at Adam's hand,
to see what goodies Adam found as this
show it to us, Adam.
Turn continues to extend.
Looks like 3 more heralds.
I was gonna say I see more heralds.
Oh, that's a merciful retribution.
Yes. That's actually a pretty big deal because that can be a source of a lot of damage. And when you have that spectral shield already out there and the potential to create the angel that makes more, we are going to pitch the merciful, though, and instead just send another herald.
Still does the prism trigger, right? Okay. And then you could
Yep.
with your
Still does the prism trigger, just...
This is interesting. So, if it's Pops, which we have no reason to believe it would be Pops, because the first one wasn't Pops, he could Footstep. But this doesn't have Go again. So he's likely to just flip the Angel when this hits with the 2 resources floating, and then pass with that card in hand.
Well, waiting to see. There is the trigger, so...
All right, so there's a Ponder. Oh, if it's a light blue in hand, that's 4 resources plus 2 floating. He has enough to play Arclight Sentinel then, and also get a Ponder. After Zen just took 12 damage. Maybe that's the play here.
Yeah, and that would be
a light blue.
So that's an absolutely massive turn.
Mm-hmm. So not only did we get 2 Soul and a Ponder and 2 Figments out, we also said, you know what, Zen, you're not having a turn.
Yeah.
Really, really excellent draws, like exactly what you needed off of that Tome of Divinity then.
So here's the interesting bit.
I'm listening.
On the one hand, Christopher doesn't want to see Adam have a turn like that, but this was also likely going to be a setup turn to begin with. I think that Christopher was planning on trying to arsenal that Art of War and then block with the Traverse and go off after. The question that I have for you is... And he's asking some questions now for the judge. The question I have for you is there a fear of getting Sentinel locked here if you're Christopher, or do you just spend this turn clearing it and then you go for your big turn? Like, what is it that Christopher needs to navigate in this situation to still be able to pull off his big pop-off?
Yeah, I mean, and I think Christopher is talking about if he can transcend if he plays a blue attacking Arclight Sentinel right now. I believe the answer is yes, but we'll confirm with the judge. Specifically, he has a drop in the ocean in his hand and a blue 100 wins. So there's a question of if you play blue 100 wins attacking that ALS, can we drop it and transcend before Spectre closes the chain?
Yeah.
I think what's important for Christopher right here is because there are no ways for him to generate extra action points without something like Time Skippers or a Time Snap Potion. And so really all that matters is killing the Arclight Sentinel that is there, not letting Adam have a turn with it on the board, of course, because then you can really start to fall behind.
Right.
While also setting up so that the moment there is any amount of breathing room, he can go off. Adam is still a far ways away from the loop. We have no soul generator like a Genesis. We don't have a second Arclight Sentinel available. And so if you only have one Arclight Sentinel, you can loop, but it involves both Soraya and Avalon.
Right.
And we can only awaken one of them this turn cycle. So I think it's really just Christopher's obligation here to arsenal that Art of War, kill the Arclight Sentinel, and hope that Adam isn't able to put any more threats on the board that demand being answered. Because with a 5-card Art of War turn and the Traverse and the Stride of Reprisal, even with Ward 10 on the board, Zen can easily blow up a Prism.
All right, so what they were asking about is now occurring. The 100 wins targets that. Is still able to transcend. I believe that this is obviously the right call. I trust the judges, but also in my head I was thinking it through. Technically that trigger goes on the stack, and because it's instant speed, it should be allowed. It's just one of those things where up until this set, there was never any reason to put additional things on your attack.
Actually, There's a classic situation where the exact same thing comes up. Exude Confidence and Blizzard have actually the exact same relationship in the layer step, but I'm letting my Ice Thunder bias show. We have a yellow Herald of Ravages with Go again here. Adam, to follow this up, is that another Tome of Divinity?
It is another Tome of Divinity, along with, it looks like 2 more Heralds as well, so potentially a lot of firepower here.
Yes.
One of the follow-up questions that I wanted to ask you and why I was mentioning the loop is because clearly we don't have enough to do it.
Not right now, no.
But there is, I think, that sense of danger once you see the first one.
Yeah.
Is Adam being at 23 going to be a situation where Christopher feels like, hey, I can get them low enough where it won't matter? Do you think that there's enough firepower there? And the reason I'm posing that question is I do see we've already got 1 Spectral Shield, and we also have 2 Figments that can become Ward 4, and we still have the full suite of equipment. So I know Zen is capable of some really powerful turns, but is it enough to really put pressure on Adam from this position or not?
Well, I think it all depends on what Figment Adam is fetching right here. He has 3 soul at this point, and it's clear Christopher doesn't really want to block. So my suspicion is that Adam is getting Triumph or Ravages, any way to deal more Arcane to Christopher, right? And just punish Christopher holding these large hands as much as possible. If I were to guess, we're going to see a Figment Awakened here, and the Tome of Divinity to draw more cards so that we can attack with an Angel, potentially get the attack trigger, and send another Herald that we draw afterwards.
Now, I like getting the Ravages for the additional damage, like you said. Is there ever a consideration where instead of doing that, you instead create the Angel that will generate more defense for you in the Spectral Shields?
So the Figment for that is already on the board. He does have the option available to awaken that Angel this turn cycle. I think Aegis would be very reasonable here, but there's a world where we draw something more interesting off the top to do. So that Tome of Divinity might change the game plan if he chooses to play it.
Yeah.
And I know Adam loves drawing cards.
Well, I suspected we were going to see this Tome one way or the other. I guess what I was posing is if the choice comes down to a Ravages or the Aegis, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Ravages is the guaranteed additional damage. The Spectral Shield's obviously more defense.
Yes.
Is there a consideration where you say, hey, maybe I draw a Merciful, and then I still get the damage, but I also got the additional defense, or do I just value the pressure more?
Well, I think we're seeing something even more interesting happen here. So Adam drew not 1, but 2 Spectra off of that draw. So he's about to awaken Soraya, attack with her, draw 2 more cards, and then play a Parable, and then probably another Herald this turn. Parable of Humility, we saw in round 1, gives all of your opponent's attack action cards -1 power. Very potent versus Zen that's trying to Art of War. It's actually almost like a direct counterspell to Art of War.
Yeah, it turns out that's really good against a hero who only wants to play as many attack actions as possible at any given time. And telegraphing that they are doing this setup here as well. So obviously the boots going, that is a classic signal that I have Art of War, because the Crouching Tiger created from that is very often the card that gets banished to turn it on. Curious to see if we see Traverse also blocked here.
You still have 4 cards in your hand.
So interestingly...
he says you still have 4 cards in your hand. Yeah, that's the power of Tome.
But interestingly, 2 of them are reds. So Adam has access, if he wants to play the Parable, which costs 4, he can only play the red Wartune Herald in his hand in addition to that. Only. Can only play the Wartune and not the Triumph.
Yeah, we are seeing some incredible turns from Adam here, and this is exactly why I was saying, before we went live, that I just feel like Prism is underrepresented, and that hurts me to say. As somebody who historically, I very publicly have a gripe with Prism in particular, but mostly just Illusionists, because the heroes that I like to play get punished by them. So they're always the bane of my existence, but I will admit it when I am, biased or not, I will admit it when I am in the position that Prism is in a good spot. And I do think that right now, with the current meta and with the changes to Ancestral for Zen. Prism is looking pretty good.
Well, you know the issue. It's the invoked Soraya sleeves are just giving Prism extra power. Clearly, that's what's going wrong here. Adam thinking really hard. He does have the option, if he doesn't want to play the Parable and the Wartune as well, to sandbag an Arsenal for a later turn. Because if he does put that Parable down, there's no Arsenal. So he might be, debating if he wants to be more proactive or more reactive. Looks like we are committing to attacking for 7 more. Just 7. And a Figment on hit, and Soul on hit. Not a big deal.
Not a big deal at all.
Clear no blocks.
And no blocks. Christopher says, I am in for a penny. I am in for a pound. I'm going all the way down to 10. The only block I would have thought was ever a possibility there may have been Traverse.
Yes.
Just to give you even more ammo. But you already have so much. Like you have...
He has a Chi in hand already.
You have a Chi in hand already. You have everything else. It makes sense to me to... potentially do this big turn and then block with Traverse the following turn and then go. And hey, we were talking about the Arclight Sentinel loop. Well, it turns out that's a Figment that's a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, just an instant.
Now I'm curious to see, did I miscount? Does Adam have enough resources? He does.
Yeah,
yes.
he should have enough resources, so the Parable does come down. And now Christopher's going, oh, that is not what I wanted to see.
There goes all of the power of my Art of War, at least on this turn cycle. Adam, like a Kano player, putting like 7 pitch cards on the bottom of his deck.
So now Christopher took all of that damage and says, okay, my opponent has a bunch more permanents. They are reducing the value of all my attacks by 1. Minus those needles. Those needles,
the needles are still for 2.
They're still alive.
Very annoying if you attack with needles, trying to keep Soraya alive.
But I was just about to say, and you have that Soraya there as well. So
like on the chain, and I want to activate Zen as an instant, get another attack out of my deck, and then play it from Banish. Is there a window that I can do that, and then priority doesn't go to Prism, and it stays with me, so I can play the attack before he could like flip it face down, and I can't play it?
So Christopher is asking a really fascinating question, a very good question. Prism has access at instant speed to activate Halo of Illumination, put a Herald in Soul, go get Figment of Judgment, and turn a card in a banished zone face down. This importantly interacts with Zen's hero ability, which pitches a Chi and goes and puts a combo card from your deck into banished. Now, there's 2 tricks to this. If Zen activates his ability when there's no combat chain, it's in Zen's action phase, then Zen ability resolves, the card will go to banished, and then as the active player, priority goes back to Zen, goes back to Christopher, and then he can immediately play that combo card. The other thing is, if we're in the middle of a chain, you can do it in the link step, which is a step in the combat chain after resolution step, where you're deciding to either close the combat chain or attack with a new attack. And then you can activate Zen ability. You go get the card, and then play the combo card in the link step. And there's something unique about the link step, which is if you, as the active player, add a new attack to the chain link, the link step immediately ends without your opponent gaining priority, and you go to a new chain link of that layer step of the combo card that you just played from Zen ability. So the answer is yes, if you know your wizard jargon well enough.
because that's all Zen really is.
Zen is he's a wizard ninja.
He is a wizard ninja.
That's what Mystic is. All right, leading on the Descendant Gust wave here, we presumably can go get a Bonds of Ancestry with that Chi in our hand. I've heard that's pretty good to do.
I would think that that is an appropriate play line here.
The question is, are we willing to commit all of these resources popping off when there's a Parable of Humility, which could block 1 on Descendant, 1 on Bonds, 1 on a Tiger, 1 on a Tiger Swipe? Are we willing to give up 4 or more defense, or 4 or more offense here?
I think you have to. And the reason is because Christopher already is down to 10.
Mm-hmm.
If the health totals were different, I think that you could actually play patient, just pop the Parable, hope they don't have another one. But right now, Christopher is at 10.
Yeah.
There are 3 unflipped Figments, a Spectral Shield, and an Angel all on the board. beyond the parable.
Yeah.
So taking a turn off and taking a bunch of damage back, whether it's from Angels or Heralds or both, and them having still all of that, I think is too big of a risk. I think right now you just have to say the only way out is through.
Draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Resolves.
Okay, so this is really interesting.
I am shocked that was sitting in Arsenal. Nobody saw that coming.
Thinking in reaction step, actually.
So Adam making the comments for us.
Yeah.
Who would have expected the Art of War from Arsenal after taking a turn off to kill Arclight Sentinel?
And the block with the boots as well.
And the block with the boots.
Usually
Not suspicious at all.
The biggest signal.
Yeah.
I don't think that off this Art of War, Christopher found what he was looking for. It looks like another Chi card and then the Orion.
Orion here can be quite good, though, because when you pitch Chi to do it with the one floating already, let's just draw 3 more cards. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah,
you know what? Zen also can play Tome of Divinity.
Yeah, your book looks so interesting. I thought.
Yeah, your book looks so interesting. These are the most
right.
well-read heroes.
We have
in
a
all of Wraith.
lot to work with here.
Oh.
Naturally drew the bonds.
Another
and 2
tiger
tiger swipes.
Now there's no question you have to go through this parable. You will never have a hand more gassed than this.
Yes, no, I agree at this point. And I wonder if it's bad enough at this point that Adam is going to activate Halo and get Figment of Triumph to say, you know what? -1 on all of your attacks again this turn.
Yeah.
Always an option.
Yeah, I'll pass on reactions.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
I think that is a fair way to navigate this when the onslaught is coming. I guess the question for Adam is just going to be, at what stage do I do it? You want to do it early enough that it has the biggest impact, but then you also kind of have to have the read on how deep this turn is going to go in order to get the most value. Because the last thing, you would still get value, but the last thing you want to do is like have 3 or 4 attacks on the chain and then do it, because then you're like, oh man, that's all that additional damage that I had to either take or block or, it just kind of goes through. But
yeah, because that was for 3. Yeah, my bad. 4. Go.
Yep.
Yeah, so essentially the Parable of Humility and the Art of War are canceling each other out at this point. So you are going to see damage at their normal printed rates on these cards. Makes our jobs a lot easier to interpret what's going on here. So there's 100 Winds that was just banished from the Spawns of Ancestry. Going to be attacking for 3 go again on this chain. We actually, interestingly, haven't played a blue card this turn. And so that grain that tips the scales in Zen's hand, with 2 tighter swipes and a Ancestral Harmony as the other cards.
So take 4, I'll transcend, choose to gain a resource.
yeah, he
did play a blue card. He played the Orihon.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's still transcending, and it's because of the Orion. So that is live. Interestingly enough, one of the things I was going to point out, because we saw Adam kind of lean toward it as we talk about trying to maximize your value, Adam does also have the Gauntlet available as well.
Yes.
And so when he saw the Gust Wave into the bonds, I think that was that thought process of, is this the time where I try to force them to break the chain?
And we were so close to that, but the grains after the blocks are committed, but it's too late to commit the Gauntlet, although it would have saved a reasonable amount of damage on that 100 Winds.
And so now the 100 Winds coming, and they're, again, just kind of talking it through. Would get +1, but then gets the -1, so we're just back to the 3 go again.
Maintain priority. 16.
Damage is resolved?
Yeah, damage resolved.
All right, so one of the things that's also interesting, I was going to say, we have to have the Zen ability come into play at some point, because not only do you want this Tiger, just because Tiger is good value, but also with 2 Tiger swipes, you kind of want to chain. Yeah, you need a Tiger, and you want to chain it in a way where your first Tiger swipe creates some additional Tigers, and then you keep going, and then the second one is that much more impactful.
So importantly, Christopher did say the magic words there. He said, in the link step, as I explained earlier, is the one window where Zen can activate his ability without Adam being able to take away the card with Figment of Judgment. Yep. So we're going to be able to get that Tiger. We're going to be able to get a combo card from Zen's deck. It looks like another 100 Winds.
Yep, so this time 4 because of the 100 Winds ability, and now the Gauntlet comes down.
Yes. So just really blocking 2 here.
So it comes down to a 3. I take 2.
Sure, yeah.
Yep. And then there's the question of, do I want to break the chain here or not? This actually might be a safe spot for Christopher to do it.
Yeah, there's nothing actively needing him to maintain the combat chain right now. The Tiger swipes only care about the prior card being a Crouching Tiger. And he has access to one of those. Oh, is he going to go for the Ancestral Harmony?
I was going to say, I think he's going to go for this.
You've broken the chain. Why not? Oh, and he hits with a Flusterfist at the perfect chain ender on the end of this turn. This just got interesting.
What a back and forth game. It doesn't feel like it, but it really has been, because I felt like Christopher had a good start. Adam had an insane response.
Yes.
Then he was pummeling Christopher, and this turn is like the turn that just won't end. Everything is extending it and going.
Do you remember what I said earlier about at what point do you get Figment of Triumph off of Halo to slow this turn down? Look at Adam's hand. It's right there in his hand. He can't do that even if he wants to.
On hit, I would get 1.
That also might explain why this turn has been as brutal as it is, because I think Adam would have done that much sooner, but now the Harmony is such a big deal here because, again, that Parable is still there.
Yep.
This is a Tiger Swipe for 6.
Somehow for 6, even through the Parable of Humility. +2 from itself, +1 from Shuko, +1 from Ancestral Harmony.
No reactions? Yep.
And then, of course, -1 from Parable.
Another Tiger Swipe at you. Triggers again. So that's for 5. Go again. On hit, 2 Tigers.
Oh, the Tiger Swipe number 1 hit.
Yes.
Which gives him a Crouching Tiger. How is Adam supposed to know that there was a second Tiger Swipe? This is devastating.
Yeah, and so if this one hits, this will create 2 more Crouching Tigers as well.
Yes, with the Shuko ability used, I think they're not representing damage at this point, but there is a Flusterfist for 5 to follow this to close the chain.
Well, the only reason I was mentioning is because you can take one of those and arsenal it, I believe, right? Or is Tiger Swipe
you're
banish?
right. No, you're... they do go to Banish because it's a Ninja card, not a Mystic Ninja card.
That's right. It's the Mystic ones that always go to hand.
Yeah. There's even a resource floating. There's a Zephyr Needle that's going to come in between this Tiger Swipe and that Flusterfist. This is what a Zen turn. You know, we talked about if you want to overcome that Arclight Sentinel, you set up as best as you can. Do you know the crazy part? There's still a Traverse on the board.
There is still a Traverse?
This was done without traversing for an extra chi. What an insane turn that we've seen.
And that just further puts the pressure on Adam because he wants to have some sort of crackback, because if you don't, even if even if you keep a 2-card hand, the problem is that Christopher is still at 10. That's enough health that you can withstand it.
Yeah.
You could block with that Traverse and then have a second go-round if you really want to.
Yeah,
because it goes to 4, 5, 6.
There's no Soraya Figment to try to go off on a small hand from Adam's side. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what his outs are at this point.
What a rough time to get the wrong judgment in your hand.
Yeah.
Or the wrong Figment, excuse me. Figment
yes.
of judgment. The right judgment, but the wrong judgment in your hand.
I mean, haloing for Figment of Triumph on this turn cycle would have saved 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 life on this turn alone.
I was checking if you can awaken.
Well, and potentially more because the grain that tips the scales also might not have been enough to push that over to hit.
You're right.
On the bonds. So
there is always the chance that... All right, so we are seeing a halo here.
Draw a card.
Did he just draw the Figment of Judgment? Triumph is in his pitch right now.
That's a...
So I presume what he's doing right now is haloing, going and getting Figment of Judgment, and taking that Flusterfist that was banished by the Ancestral Harmony away to at least, you know, at the very minimum, save functional 5 life this turn.
Yeah. Because this would be a place where you are okay to do it because it's been hanging out there for
yes. So
more than enough time.
You know, there's an interesting thing here, which is, like I said a while ago, there's a resource floating. So if Figment of Judgment takes away... Did we fail to find? I think that was a fail to find. No, it was a Figment of Judgment. Okay. Okay. Makes sense.
Oh, and a Light of Soul. So this was an awkward hand for blocking from Adam to begin with.
But there's something really fascinating here. You're totally right. Another no blocking hand. If Adam takes away the Flusterfist, so that's not, the combat chain isn't closing there. Christopher, with the one resource floating, can needle the Parable of Humility, since he's not committed to ending the combat chain on something without go again, and set up his next turn to not be under that continuous -1. I think Adam is thinking about, he's shown a yellow Herald on top of his deck with Light of Soul. Thinking about if he wants to put that in Soul, which will trigger trigger Prism again, he can go get another Figment. I think he's failing to find, or he found it right on top.
Sure, Flusterfist face down.
Just a free Soul. Free Soul,
Yeah, just
pretty,
a free
pretty
soul.
good.
So I have another question for you as a Prism player, right?
I can try to answer.
If Christopher does decide to just pop the Parable here, is Adam best served by just kind of taking an Arsenal pass to prevent an opportunity for Christopher to block with Traverse and go off even deeper?
To be honest, I think that is your out at this point. I think trying to hope that you draw an Arclight Sentinel and get to, have some sort of recovery turn on the next turn cycle is your best course of action.
Active, so pitches for 3. Yeah. Cool.
Right, so we're going to block with the Footsteps, and that was a Merciful Retribution there. So
Yes.
when we talk about the no blocks that were in the hand of Adam, holy cow.
He did not have a lot of agency this turn.
Yeah.
Yes. So he really relying on that Parable to keep him alive.
And there it is. There is the pop on the Parable, trying to set up for the future. And I don't suspect any offense from Adam, because the last thing you want to do is make that Traverse relevant. Out of cards anyway, right? Just drawing up, because we
just
pitched the
drawing up.
Merciful. That Art of War that's up on the top is not active anymore. That was the previous. Yep, they noticed it there. I was like, no, that's still there, but
It looks like Adam has a fistful of Heralds, so without access to any Spectra, he's going to have to hope that Christopher really bricked on this hand.
well, yes and no.
Yeah.
So Christopher's got an Enlightened Strike, a Command and Conquer, but he also has a Chi, and I thought it looked like it was a Bonds. And so with the Zen ability, there is a world where you can maybe try to do something here, or just go for a setup. The combination of Enlightened Strike and Command and Conquer could actually allow you to maybe arsenal the Bonds and then try to come back after you've blocked with Traverse. And that would still be a pretty relevant turn.
I'm hard-pressed to not attack with E-Strike Go again into Command and Conquer for 6. It demands at least 2 cards from Prism, and then assuming that their crackback is 2 cards attack with 1 Herald, you've got that beautiful equipment suite of 6 defense to eat that Herald and say, here is my 5 cards Zen hand to close out the game.
Yeah, I misspoke earlier, because you won't be able to arsenal the Bonds in that situation is the one downside. You would have to commit that essentially to the Enlightened Strike if you're going to do the 5 go again.
Is that all 3 Tiger Swipes in the graveyard? 1 left. 1 left. Really thinking about if there is a combo card in Christopher's deck that can kickstart this turn. Of course, he could pitch that Chi, go get Descendant Gustwave. The card does technically say combo, even though most people think of it as a starter.
Right.
And just play this out as a Bonds turn.
Well, yep, and that's what I was wondering, right? It's that decision of, do I want to go with the more generic route and set up for the future, or do I want to do this? I actually kind of like this, because you could go with the Descendant into the Bonds, and then even if that doesn't connect the way you want, you could end with an Enlightened Strike and maybe even choose the draw card, arsenal that for the future. Assuming you don't draw a Chi, like that would be a brick in that regard. But or you could just send 7. Adam is already down to 8, so depending on how that goes, that could be really relevant. Christopher actually pretty flexible with how he can approach this turn, but I have to assume it's going to start with Gustwave into Bonds.
There's a pretty big decision tree here at the start. He's going to have to pitch either E-Strike or CNC to play this Descendant, because he has no blues left in hand, and Descendant does cost 1.
Yeah, it would be the CNC. So, like in my mind, it was you pitch the CNC, play the Descendant into the bonds, and then that still leaves you. As weird as it is, that Tiger can be used to be paid for Enlightened Strike.
It's pretty reasonable Enlightened Strike fodder. Does he have the third red 100 wins? We've seen quite a few of them. I'm not sure if he has a copy left, because that would be the natural bonds target if you are wanting to end on Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, I know that we have seen. Oh, instead we're
choosing to pitch CNC, so maybe choosing to pitch E-Strike, so maybe arsenaling the CNC?
Yep, that also could be an option. Or maybe...
See your grave?
For sure. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Adam sniffing out the bonds of ancestry, so thinking about, what is this turn going to look like based on what's in your graveyard, trying to see if he can decipher what the banish will be. There's 2 Tiger Swipes in there. There's at least 1 bonds, 1 red 100 wins.
Yeah, there should be 2 red 100 wins because we know that on the one turn he played them back to back.
So I think the real options are 100 wins or Flusterfist, which there's 1 of in the graveyard. And it depends on... well, Christopher doesn't really have a way to generate 2 resources, huh? It's probably Flusterfist.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the safest option. Gotta be honest, I'm a little surprised that the Enlightened Strike was the pitch, so that signals to me he really is just going to sit on the CNC potentially as an arsenal target. Will have an abundance of resources if you do get to block with that Traverse, though, because, again, you'll have the arsenal.
Getting the last Tiger Swipe. Interesting. So it is... Yeah, no, it's just better damage-wise than the 100 wins because of Shuko with a Tiger that he already has in hand. It'll end up being a 0 for 5 go again. Not bad.
And even if you don't utilize the go again, a 0 for 5 is still your best rate.
Absolutely,
right? So
yes.
That makes sense. Sometimes the Tiger Swipe doesn't have to be for your big Tiger turns. It turns out 0 for 5 is still fine.
Yeah.
I'll take...
I
have no reactions.
You know what? I take back what I said. I was before saying Enlightened Strike puzzled me, but I had mentioned, hey, if you do the 0 for 5 and you draw a card, there is the chance that you brick on Chi. By doing it this way and then getting the Tiger Swipe, it's still a 0 for 5,
but it's a safe
like
arsenal.
It's a safe arsenal. It's like you drew a CNC off the top, right? So this makes a lot more sense to me once I see this play out. And by doing it this way, you also continue the bluff, right? Like, we know that that's going to go into the arsenal, but Adam doesn't. Yeah. So how he blocks this and how he navigates changes. He has to block something from it because it's threatening lethal.
So Adam kind of has
no resources.
2 possible choices in his decision tree this turn cycle. He's going to, let's say 3. He can block 2 cards here and just Arsenal if he wants to deny the opportunity to use Traverse next turn. He can block with 1 card here and attack with a Herald on his turn.
Block 6? Yep. Sure.
Or he could have awakened 2 Angels.
Yes.
Right? I think all 3 are very reasonable. It looks like he's once again saying, I really don't want to give you Traverse while I still have the out of drawing Arclight Sentinel from my deck, which I think is extremely reasonable. He's still at a high enough life total where if Zen opens on a small attack, that he can play ALS without having to block it, which could potentially let him hold 2 cards. And
wow.
have a pop off.
What a clunky hand for Christopher that he just drew up. If I'm not mistaken, he drew the other 2 E-Strikes, another Command and Conquer, and then an Ancestral.
Okay.
Harmony.
So this might be a turn where it's like E-Strike for 5 into CNC. Adam...
It might have to be just because there's not much else going on with that hand.
We'll wait to see if Adam managed to draw an Arclight Sentinel or anything that gets him out of this bind that he's in. Let's take a look.
Well, I don't see the
4 more Heralds, no.
The ALS there.
But if Zen just keeps attacking for 5 into 6, Adam is kind of just happy to lay down 4 cards blocking 12.
Yeah. Yeah, this is if you're Christopher, you're not happy. Like, it's so funny because any other deck would be fine with having a turn like this. This is going to be a needle for 2, likely into Easter egg, into Command and Conquer, right?
So I think these needles are actually going to break this parity here, because while blocking with 3 defense does destroy them, it doesn't matter on this turn cycle if you attack for 4 total into 5 into 6. I don't know that Adam has a way to efficiently defend that keeps him alive.
So he's going to go both needles.
Yeah.
And then probably, instead of keeping that 1 in Arsenal, just pitch the other Command and Conquer to play it, right? So you might have 1 Easter egg go down to do the other one, 5 go again, and
5
then
go again into CNC
into the 6.
6.
Yeah.
I think this might be the writing on the wall.
Yeah, that might be enough to get there, right? Because here, even with a 1-card block, you're taking 2, and then you're just going to have the 1 card left for the CNC, and with no equipment left, no resources left.
Well,
unless there's like a sink below in Arsenal, and it would have to be used now before the CNC or something.
So that's kind of the beauty of Prism, right? Prism has 3 Figments and 3 Soul. Those are 3 D-Reacts on the board.
Yeah.
Those are 3 Sink Belows.
Which are better because they can be played against CNC.
Yeah. So with this blue that was just pitched, you can block with Footsteps for 1 and Awaken to ward 4. So that actually there is a 1-card cover this Enlighten Strike, but it's just delaying the inevitable. It's not making any progress on the board state. It's just staying alive for 1 more turn cycle. I think it is the out, of course. We're still hoping to draw Arclight Sentinel off the top and 2 blues.
One thing that the last round taught me, it's that you play to your outs, because I saw a Teklo opponent that I thought the writing was on the wall for, and they pulled it out. So Adam, I think, is properly... but the Shuko here might be eating through some of those wards that you were talking about with the CNC when that comes up, correct?
Not quite. Shuko needs small attacks that have base power 2 or less. I think Adam was just confirming that it's not triggering on the Zephyr Needles.
Oh, right. Yes, because it's got to be an attack action. It cannot be the needle. Okay.
Okay, so this is a CNC for 6. Of course, we know that Adam does have something in his arsenal that he would like to protect. It's a Herald. He can block 3 from hand, but he only has 1 resource floating. So he would have to give up 3. I think he's always losing the Herald in his arsenal.
Yeah,
even if he blocks with 3 in hand, 1 on Footsteps, 1 on Vestige, it's only 5. And, like I said, you can block with Footsteps here, but they have this often unread clause. If they defend a non-illusions attack with 6 or more power, they are destroyed at the end of turn.
You say not red, but as somebody who's played a lot of Guardian into Prism, that's the only way that I know of Footsteps existing.
Very fair.
And it's the one moral victory I give myself, because that is always a nightmare matchup and I end up losing it. But if I pop Footsteps, I feel good.
Oh my goodness, what a hand from Zen.
So Adam at 2, going to be forced to just draw up a lot less permanence, no equipment. Things are already looking dire. And
Adam
then
has 3 cards in hand that do not block. It is looking unwell.
Yeah, well, on the other side as well, we have the levels of enlightenment, but we also have a chi and 2 red attacks. So Zen...
At the floor here, this is 4 into 5 into 5. Just playing spinning wheel kick, levels of enlightenment.
And that's the floor.
I
keep staring at this traverse, and at the time I thought, man, it does feel kind of early, but maybe Christopher should have went all in with that block, because I don't think it's going to get popped for the rest of the game.
I think you're right.
I guess that's a good problem to have.
It's a very good problem. Yeah, suffering from success, as they like to say.
From success. So spinning wheel kick, 4 go again. And as you rightfully pointed out, likely going to be followed up by another one, and then the levels. The question on the levels is, do you continue to just pressure the health total because Adam is low, or do you draw the card to try to arsenal
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we're going to get to the levels of enlightenment. I think Adam's hand might block so little that this is the game on the second spinning wheel kick. There's the chance with the Tome of Divinity in his hand that he draws into something a little bit spicier. It's always an option, but
Yeah,
we're Hail Marying at this point.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's been so resilient so far. I think he might find a way out of this.
All right, so this is draw 2 because no card is drawn to Soul. There's 2 Heralds. He gets to survive this spinning wheel kick. But...
Yeah, but then after that...
Block 6? Okay. For 5?
And
that's
4-5 gets there, and that's going to be the game.
Congratulations, Christopher Junk, staying in the running for top 8 at X and 1. Of course, Adam Franze also very alive, also just now in the 6th round becoming an X and 1. Very strong performances from both of these players so far today.
Awesome. Yeah, ALS was
And honestly, strong performances from both players in this game. Like I said before,
yes.
a lot of back and forth. I felt at several points in the game that both players had their moment to shine. There was definitely a point where I said, you know, Adam looks like he's in the driver's seat. He has a lot of permanence on the board. He's got that chip damage in. And then all of a sudden, Zen does Zen things.
Also just really appreciable technical play from both players. Knowing their interactions, knowing I need to do this in the link step, Adam identifying how to navigate those spectra mixed with the heralds, just really great play from both of them.
I think that I was just told that we can hang out with chat.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
This is not something that I'm normally allowed to do because people... if they ask me questions, I will answer them regardless of what the question is. And so I'm usually not allowed to do this, but chat here talking about that game that we just saw. Thought the Rapture was the pick in this matchup.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one, DCMJ. Until very recently, I also was of the opinion that Rapture was correct in the matchup. But after seeing Austin Sommer's performance at the U.S. Nationals, his run into top 8, and that was a mono vestige list, actually. And so he, of course, didn't have the choice of Rapture versus Vestige, but he was, I talked to him a little bit. I heard from him. He was really confident in his gameplay into Zen, and I'm like, no. Surely Rapture is correct. But the thing about Zen is they have so many small attacks to start the turn that you typically don't get real value from your ward angels if you just immediately Rapture them. And the combination of Halo and Tome of Divinity and Arclight Sentinel, like what we saw in that game, is so strong, combined with Parable of Humility specifically, that it can really put you ahead early versus Zen and kind of reduce the impact of their gigantic traverse pop-off turns. You have to really do unfair things to keep up with the unfair things that Zen does.
Yeah, I think that it's very easy to just discount the power of Vestige because of the outcome, right? Obviously Zen won, so you're like, okay, well, maybe the Vestige wasn't right, but those Tome turns were so impactful early on, and they were definitely helped out. M in the chat says, biggest fish you've ever caught. I don't remember the exact size. It was a 30-something inch muskie in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I'm from Michigan, and we would very frequently go fishing up there.
Interesting,
Yeah.
interesting. Biggest fish I've ever caught is, I think it was a redfish just over 2 feet long in the Gulf Coast of Texas where I grew up.
Okay.
The redfish, delicious. Highly recommend it.
Muskie are not traditionally what I would describe as a delicious fish.
No?
They can be prepared well.
Okay.
Or I'm not saying that they're always bad. It's just not one of the ones that you think of as like tasty.
I see.
It was not what I was fishing for that day. It just kind of happened. It's similar to a pike, and that's kind of the same thing.
I know what that is. Yeah.
So a muskie is short for like a muskellunge or whatever, and it's basically like a pike. They're huge fish.
Interesting. I'm learning about all kinds of aquatic ecology.
Yeah, see? Super Kami says, I just learned what a muskie is. Yeah, so big fish. They have teeth. You got to be careful when you dehook them as well. I'm skipping the ProTour to go fishing.
Muskie as an event code incoming. Deb, I can't wait to see the sketch.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be fantastic.
possibility of a top 8 heavy hitters UPF draft. I don't know that we're that ready for a format change going in the top 8, but that would certainly be a controversial opinion.
Yeah, I would love to see a UPF draft personally.
Well, I think perhaps more exciting, in case you don't know, as there are viewers at home, it's not a conventional top 8 tomorrow where all the games are played simultaneously. You are going to get to see multiple games from each round. It's a sequential top 8, just kind of like what you see at the highest level of competition for Flesh and Blood. You're going to get to see at least half of the games in that top 8.
All right, so a couple of great questions. Tiny 10 Hands, also fantastic name, by the way.
Incredible username.
Favorite tabletop RPG class you've played?
I'm very impartial to bards. I love playing support classes. Just helping my friends do really cool stuff. So if it's not bard, it's wizard, just because, of course.
Yeah, very utility oriented. I could see that. When I play Dungeons and Dragons, I traditionally lean toward sorcerer because I like to play spellcasters because that's something that you can only do in RPGs, right? So I want to be a magic user in a world where magic is a thing. But I, unlike wizards, don't want to have to remember the spells I've prepared. I'm lazy. So sorcerer is really just a lazy wizard, and that's perfect for me. But outside of Dungeons and Dragons, because I've played a number of tabletop RPGs, I am particularly fond of anything if it's either sci-fi or futuristic. I love the hacker classes. When I play Shadowrun, it's almost always some sort of runner. I would love that. I also love this question from John Hortman. Would you rather fight one chicken-sized Kayo or a Kayo-sized chicken?
It's got to be the chicken-sized Kayo, right?
No.
Chickens are so tiny.
Okay, hear me out, though. If you fight a Kayo-sized chicken, that is a big chicken dinner. There are so many nuggies you could make from a Kayo-sized chicken.
I feel like it's important to remember, though, chickens are just tiny dinosaurs. And if you fight a Kayo-sized chicken, it's just a dinosaur. And we've all seen Jurassic Park, so I don't think that would go very well.
I mean, you're right. That's true. However, I think we also have to remember that not every bird is smart. And chickens are kind of a dumb bird, so I feel good about it.
Actually, Humble Greek has a great point as well. It's a Kayo-sized chicken. It only has one wing, so it can't fly because it's Kayo.
Yeah.
Okay. Botyn Armory deck or Kayo Armory deck? What's your go-to?
Out of those two options, I would say Kayo, just because.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think the Botyn Armory deck is sweet.
It is. I mean, it is pretty sweet, but for me, Botyn as a warrior doesn't feel like a warrior to me. He feels like his own thing.
It's a room. He's a room blade.
So here's the thing. I actually think of Botyn as like a paladin.
Absolutely.
I would love if there was like an individual paladin class or something like that. I don't know. It feels like it's its own thing. Whereas with Kayo, I feel like I'm just getting more mileage because there's some of that stuff that could also be useful in other areas, right?
I don't know. I think the bang for your buck with the equipment in the Botyn deck is incredible.
I did see somebody that was asking about the other tourneys, so it is worth noting that this is a RealmFest 5K here in New Jersey. It is also a ProQuest Plus, but this is part of a larger circuit. So they are competing for an invite to the Brawl at the end of the year. That is a $50,000 tournament put on by the Realm. Last year's was phenomenal. I had a lot of fun. They had a cosplay contest, great competition, beautiful storylines. The next event that will qualify for that is going to be in about a month in Columbus. Also,
I'll be there. You should be too.
Yes. Local game stores can run invite tournaments as well. So check with them. They might already be doing it. And if they're not, then they can get in touch with the Realm for how to run one. But that is the best way to qualify for that 50K event at the end of the year.
I'm excited. I will be there. Hope to see you there too.
I hope to be there. I say hope not because I don't plan on attending, but mostly because my travel this year has been absolutely awful, nightmarish. I almost didn't even make it to this event. I totally missed ProTour LA. Like, I was in LA, but I arrived on Sunday with like an hour left of the event. So, yeah, it's been been awful, but this has not been awful.
This has
has
been an incredible event. Chat, we will be back soon with round 7, the last round of the Swiss. Catch you in a second with that.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I'm still Charm3r, once again joined by the immaculate Rhea Adams, and we have a fantastic Azalea mirror on deck, and this is a win and in for the top 8 tomorrow.
Only one hero undefeated on the day. It's not Zen, it's New. Everyone else fighting to get in. David Lee, who we saw earlier on coverage, is locked for the top 8. These two Azaleas are about to battle it out and see who comfortably slides in across the finish line. We have Connor Bryant and Nathan McCarthy. Connor going first. I've understood that to be quite popular in the Azalea mirror. You get that free arsenal, which tends to be quite important for Rangers.
turns out Rangers like an arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
I am not surprised that New is our only locked top 8, not because I think New is just the best deck in the format or anything, but mostly because when we saw the hero spread for this field, it was a lot of good matchups. New, pretty good into Zen. That was the most popular hero. But when I saw that the second most popular hero in the field was Victor, I said, News have to be very excited about that because that turns to be a very good matchup for them as well. So yeah, New is our only hero locked for the top 8 tomorrow. I love these altars on the Azalea.
Yeah. Also, something interesting going on Connor's side of the field, that is decidedly not Bullseye Bracers. That's Long Draw Half Glove. I wonder if it's the only arm equipment in his list.
It very well could be, or perhaps it's just something that he brings in for the mirrors for the extra block. Obviously, Dominate, something really important for Azalea players, and not a lot of armor typically available to these Rangers. Both of them not running the perches here. We've got Connor on the snaps.
Yeah.
Nathan on the snaps.
So we have just good old blind Azalea turn 0 into a codex with no targets. Not ideal.
Yeah, I was going to say, because why not? But maybe that's why not. And while you were setting up this exchange, our producer, Ethan, a fantastic person, all around, player, producer, human being, said as a teammate with Connor that the reason they run the long draw is specifically to play around red in the ledger in the mirror.
Turns
because
out
it is in an instant and not an action.
Lets you still maintain a little bit of tempo even when you only have one action point.
Yeah. And
so Codex of Frailty, just making a ponder and a frailty token there. Typically, not exactly what you want to do with that card, but you know, when your opponent's a ranger and it's you get to have a 5-card hand anyways, giving them a frailty for free is not the worst thing to do in the world. Looks like Nathan's hand is a bunch of pumps and a Knock the Death Whistle, which he is going to turn into an arrow, presumably.
Yeah, we have the knock resolving here. Also one of the few blues that Azalea runs. In many cases, it's the only blue that they run.
Yeah, we've seen blue Spire Sniping fall more and more out of favor for its yellow counterpart, offering that 1-for-4 breakpoint. I think most lists at this point only have knock.
Yeah, and also the other reason that you can get away with that, and this is the reason I'm mentioning it because it popped up in chat before they went away. Somebody said, "How much are you missing ice?" This was a conversation I had recently.
Oh, red in the ledger. Here we go. This is the use case for Long Draw Half Glove.
Sorry, 7.
Yeah, so the premeditate into the red in the ledger does get the -1 because of that frailty token, so not no value on that codex, but still not what you wanted to see here. This is a good start by Nathan, but I was starting to say, you know, Chad asked us how much you miss ice, and I've been saying that part of the reason that Zen is the boogeyman he is strictly because nobody has to pay the tax. So we're seeing blues drop out of lists left and right unless your hero specifically requires them.
You don't know. You don't need to ask how much I miss ice. It's probably quite apparent, but we'll get it back eventually. In the meantime, there is plenty of disruption in the game without it. We're looking at perhaps the best piece of disruption in the game, red in the ledger right now, and it is dominated. Not really a lot of ways out of this for Connor.
Yeah, Connor, perhaps just kind of saying, I really wish that this game didn't start this way. Again, the clunky blind Azalea into the codex that you had to play just to get rid of it, and then followed up by this dominated red in the ledger. Now, that being said, I do see that there's that...
I'll put this in my arsenal.
I thought I saw Rain Razors in hand, but now that he was flipping it through, maybe it was an Endless Arrow. I was having a hard time seeing which they both have similar art. Yeah, so it was Endless Arrow. I was going to say,
but there is a memorial ground there. It's quite interesting. So Connor opted not to block with the long draw half glove there. We know that's 4 riddles, which is shorthand for red in the ledger. But without a way to buff this at instant speed, it's going to be a Snapdragon's Tailor, perhaps? Or just passing to end the turn.
Getting that out and moving on.
And there's a Rain Razor on the top, actually.
I caster summoned it.
You
Sometimes
did.
you mention it. So now lots of instants available to Connor on the follow-up
Oh my
turn,
goodness,
but
Nathan has not one but 2 Rain Razors in hand.
yeah, the question is, does he have enough to also, yeah, we're going to pitch 1. But I was going to say, does he have enough to really warrant going the double? I think this is going to be a single tall arrow. However, we do have the snaps available, so you could slam down the Rain Razors on top of this.
Yeah, so this not only is 11 presenting up to 13, if he wants, he can Rain Razor and, as you know, a pseudo reaction and put it to 13, maybe 15 after the Blood Rot.
26, you get a Blood Rot.
And I suspect we're not going to see the snaps here. That might just end up being an arsenal and passing here. A double Seek and Destroy active.
Yeah, if Connor can't find a way to generate a Ponder this turn cycle, he is going to not have an arsenal for the next turn, and Stillbone Crosswrap, one of the most important cards in Azalea to keep your consistency. You know, you have to find that magic blend of some pump spells and some arrows. Not liking what he sees on top, so let's change what the top card is. Why not?
There's that Memorial Ground that you so rightfully pointed out before, because it allows you to do things like this where you're just like, all right, well, red in the ledger seems okay. We should play that.
Now, the perfect card here is Premeditate.
Yep.
And look at that. It's right there. So there's that Ponder generation that I was talking about.
I think biggest issue for Connor right now is actually just the widening disparity in health totals.
Yes. Well, this dominated red in the ledger is going to do a lot to close that gap, but you are completely right.
And the players did correctly fix it, because before there was the one single Botyn shot that was not pumped that did connect, but that had not been reflected in the health totals there on the screen. They were aware of it, but they went ahead and corrected that for us. It is a 10-point gap. This big red in the ledger is going to help narrow that, as you said.
Interesting decision point there to pitch the Rain Razors or to use Tunic to pay for red in the ledger and use the Rain Razors as a +2. Considering that Nathan is restricted to 1 action point this turn anyways, I think it makes a lot of sense to save your Tunic for a more powerful play later.
Yeah, especially with this Ponder, you're going to go into the following turn with an additional option, potentially, right? That 5-card hand if you don't block. I think that's the biggest problem with this mirror, is that both players are running so many on-hits, you almost want to block, but you don't want to be the player who's forced to block either.
Absolutely
Because
not,
then you are really feeling like you are behind. You're not dictating the pace of the game. And this...
Well, I need to eat my words for a second. That's not a yellow Spire Sniping. That is a blue Spire Sniping that we can see there on the combat chain. So Nathan is playing a bit more of a blue-heavy list. Maybe he got word that Ice is coming back. And this is going to be exactly the kind of response to Red in the Ledger that Connor was hoping for. Vanilla 3 damage.
Maybe the rise of Kano wanted
very
some more blues
possible
as well. We did see that Kano was the 4th most popular hero in the field today, and between the Bullseye Bracers and some of the other equipment pieces, it's not hard to really get Arcane Barrier as a ranger. Like, that's one of the benefits of the classes.
There's Arcane Barrier 2 on the field right now, and Nathan isn't even trying.
Right.
So
Fire sniping.
Vanilla 3 here, let's see. It looks like Connor probably can't take advantage of his whole hand. He has 3 arrows there. And unless this is the Snapshot and Scalar turns.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, excuse me. There's 2 pumps, 2 arrows. This might be the Snapshot and Scalar turn.
Yeah, because there was at least one Seek and Destroy as he was flipping through there. We also don't know what he has in the arsenal as well, so...
I will then
this could be really impactful. Production telling me the arsenal is the infecting shot, so that is going to be flipped over with the skull bone. We'll take a peek. Is there anything more enticing there?
Oh, really thinking about that Ponder, or that Opt.
I'm kind of wondering what would make Connor go this much into the tank about the decision, because depending on the arrow, it should be a slam dunk knowing that you could dominate it.
He might be doing the math on a pump versus the red infecting shot snapped, and then tunicking Death Dealer to get the endless arrow in or whatever.
Yeah, that is an option. The other thing I was considering as well is it might have been an arrow, but it might have been like a lower quality arrow. So then you have to do that math of like, do I want to dominate, one of my yellows or blues or something? That is often a trade-off. And when you have, again, this gap in health, you kind of need as much damage presented as possible just to catch up. So I think you stick with the quality. We are going to tunic this infecting shot.
Well, with...
Yeah, the snaps. I was going to say, that's the snaps because we have Seek and Destroys in the hand that never hit the table. So
I mean,
there's
four cards in hand. Unless 4 of them are Rain Razors, which that would be an issue unto itself, we can pretty safely assume, there's a Snapshot and Trailer there.
Yep, so pitched the other infecting shot to load the Endless Arrow.
And that's why he didn't dominate earlier. There's your dominated red in the ledger. Just commanding the tempo after that slow start to this game.
And all of a sudden, this is a Seek and Destroyed red in the ledger that is dominated, coming in for 8. It is going to get the Amplifying Arrow as the block, but the rest of the damage will leak through. Yeah, I was going to say there should be a Blood Rot token that Nathan will have to take care of next turn, but because of the red in the ledger and only being able to take one action, that actually might be one that gets pitched to.
It very well could be.
Yep, I will opt that to.
All right, opt is the action.
Yeah.
Passing and paying for Blood Rot, presumably.
First, I will pay 3.
Oh, he gets rid of a Codex, though. With Azalea, pitching the Codex to the bottom isn't as big of a deal. You're not necessarily kind of playing for second cycle because with Knock the Death Whistle and some of those other cards, you'll have the opportunity to shuffle. So it's not like you have to wait the full time typically, but still not something that you want to get rid of there.
Yeah, well, I mean, so Nathan was kind of stuck there. He was under red in the ledger, only one action, and his arsenal was a non-attack action itself. So he couldn't actually make any attacks that turn without something like Ravenous Rabble. Really a heads-up play to pitch the Codex of Frailty to that Blood Rot box because he was under Seek and Destroy. The rest of his cards were destroyed. Good went to the graveyard. So at the very least, it keeps a power card in his deck that he can still draw later if he does shuffle. We are... fully back to Connor now in full tempo. He has the third yellow Memorial Ground. We're probably going to see yet another red in the ledger dominated. And that's a Knock the Death Whistle as well.
Yeah, Connor finding everything he needed to make up for that clunky start. We saw him have not one, but 2 back-to-back hands. Just struggling to find any sort of offense. Couldn't deal with what Nathan was throwing at him, but he has now closed the gap and looks like might be able to continue to keep the foot on the gas pedal here, keep that pressure going.
There is an interesting interplay here, though. He doesn't have Tunic Counter available, and he doesn't have anything in Arsenal. To Memorial Ground a red in the ledger and dominate it, you need an Arsenal already, which would involve knocking, reloading one of the 2 buffs, Memorial Grounding it, and then you have to pitch the other buff to play the red in the ledger. So dominated 5... while that is a play, it might not actually be the best course of action here.
Yeah, I think he's doing that same math because I'm seeing a couple of different pumps in hand. So this is the take aim, which should allow him to do the reload. And then this will allow him to opt.
Yes.
And I think he's looking for an arrow because otherwise he's going to have to play this Knock or Memorial Ground, one or the other, to get any sort of arrow. So we're going to do that.
And then that leaves him with a Knock the Death Whistle to pay the resource cost.
Yes.
Yeah. So still finding a line, thanks to the reload on the take aim specifically, to get that red in the ledger out for 8 dominate yet again. And I feel like we're stuck in a deja vu loop here, blocking with Amplifying Arrow again.
So red in the ledger, active once again, but no Seek and Destroy this time. That's going to be potentially a big difference because Nathan will be able to carry an arsenal over with him. So we see the Death Dealer as the 1 activation.
carrying an arsenal, but that one action is Death Dealer. There's no actual zero pressure from Nathan in that turn cycle.
Yeah, the one thing that works in Nathan's favor is Connor also doesn't have an arsenal coming back. And while Connor now has the health lead and arguably the tempo lead, the one thing that Nathan has in his advantage is a 5-card hand, and he still has his snaps, and he has Tunic live. Also still has his Bullseye Bracers, which are typically a little bit more impactful than the long draw. I mean, obviously long draw meant for going through those red in the ledgers, but I just mean overall, as bad as it's been for Nathan, it could be way worse, and he's in a good spot to potentially bounce back here if Connor doesn't let up at all. Connor can close it out, but if there's any sort of stumbling whatsoever, Nathan has a lot of gas left.
I think it's a great point, the fact that the disparity in who has Snapdragon Strailers and who doesn't. We see an Endless Arrow here put in Arsenal, which cannot gain go again. So unless it's Azalea away, that will be the attack for this turn. Does he have 3 pumps?
Well, he has 2 and a Codex. So
Nathan has a card in Arsenal already.
This might be a situation where you consider going double pump, send the arrow, and then Arsenal the Codex, since you don't have a way to give it go again. Set yourself up for a good turn. But again, you want to keep the pressure here.
Memorial Ground. Yeah, you played all 3.
Asking for the 4th yellow Memorial Ground, which would be a bit of an eyebrow raiser if that did happen.
Instant judge call.
Oh, interesting. The long draw half glove, alternatively, can turn that Endless Arrow into a pump so that we can play the Codex. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're seeing happening.
You could do this and then also play
above
the Seek and Destroy, and now the Codex.
And while this isn't dominated,
doesn't matter. You guessed it. It's red in the ledger.
12. Yeah, we're looking at what, 2/3 of Nathan's life total threatened, and yet again only 1 action point, unless he lays down presumably his whole hand to block 12.
Listen, this is officially red in the ledger deck because between Memorial Grounds and Codexes and the actual red in the ledgers, it feels like that's all Connor has played since, getting control of his own turns, right? And we are going to see at least a 3 block here, but that's not enough to cover it by itself and not enough equipment to cover the rest either. So this is still going to connect.
Still taking 4, going down to 12.
Is that okay? I forgot to block with this. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're fine. Okay. So you want to block with that? Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to block your whole hand?
Yes, my whole hand.
Okay, so you're going to take
2.
All right. So
are taking the full block, still 2 damage leaking through, stuck with 1 action point.
Yeah, and I think that this is probably correct, strictly because with the Seek and Destroy hitting no matter what, holding on to any of these cards is not helpful. Codex definitely not helpful because, as you pointed out the last time this popped up, you can Codex and then you just lose it. So it's just going to be your 1 action of Botyn Shot. This is only for 3 because of the Frailty token.
18.
And Connor very easily says, yeah, I'll take that. No problem. I'll come back with a 5-card hand.
Azalea, absolutely terrified of vanilla damage from her opponent. Strawbone Cross Wrap shows us the opt. Let's see if we can... can't quite make out what it is. It was a yellow card, essentially Rain Razors.
Yeah, it looked like there was 2 drill shots in hand on the side of Connor as well when he was flipping through that. So we're going to start with a lace into Tunic to pay for the Death Dealer, and now a Botyn Shot shown. But we're gonna double lace this.
I've heard that multiple tokens threatening a non-hit is a pretty good way to start a turn off.
Yeah, and in case that wasn't enough, let's give this go again as well, because it's well above its base value. Also threatening the reload.
Yes. Oh, interesting. We see a melting point in Nathan's hand there. A card that goes very well with that increased blue count that we saw earlier is just a 1-for-4 buff, but importantly, one of the very few pump spells in Azalea that blocks 3, which might come really well in handy here on this Botyn Shot. Death Dealer has been used this turn already, and there's no Bullseye Bracers from Connor. So unless he has a reload effect like a Take Aim, if this Botyn Shot is blocked out, Turn's done.
Turn's done. Yeah, there's no way to get another card into the arsenal. Death Dealer already activated, so.
I just said that. I'll take one exception. Codex of Frailty will do it.
Codex of Frailty would do it, but we've already seen a couple of those from Connor. That's why we had like a million red in the ledgers between those and the Memorial Grounds. But there is, I believe, still one live. So that is something that Nathan would have to consider.
Nathan's hand looks like a Premeditate, a Melting Point, a red Infecting Shot, and a red Lace with Blood Rot. Does not block... doesn't block 9 very efficiently.
Doesn't block 9 very efficiently, and the worst part as well is Nathan still has all of those options for a big crackback, and that is the exact kind of hand you want.
Yes.
If you're trying to set it up, but you can't afford to take this 9 with Go again because Connor still has 3 cards in hand, and you would go all the way down to 5.
And you come at me with any old arrow, then your next turn is guaranteed to be lethal.
And I think that's exactly what the logic that Nathan is walking through right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you take this and then anything comes, you're forced to block. But then the worst part is you're low enough that Dominate is incredibly relevant. And so Rain Razors comes down, and that is also going to be brutal because we're going to get the reload into another arrow. Nathan's down to 3.
Frailty and Inertia, reloading presumably one of those drill shots that we talked about earlier. And there it is.
Yep, there it is.
That's for 6. We're going to take at least 2 cards or a card and a piece of equipment, neither of which Azalea wants to give up.
Yeah, but even with this taking the 2 cards, again, the Dominate is the real story here, right? Connor has now gotten Nathan. I think that's kind of the race in this mirror, right? You want to be the first person to get your opponent into a position where Dominate closes the game.
5, I'll take 1.
How many red in the ledgers have been played so far, by the way? Because there's 6 total copies between these 2 decks, but I think we're at something like 8 played with all those Memorial Grounds and Codexes.
And it feels like most of them have come from Connor. I do know that Nathan had the early ones, right? But Connor, once he found the one,
important draw here,
looped it with the Memorial Grounds.
Drawing a second buff, it looks like, to complement the lace that was in Nathan's hand. I don't know that with an Infecting Shot, which is very damage efficient, but it's not disruptive by any means. I don't know that Nathan can present an attack here that convinces Connor to block when Nathan is at 2.
No, I don't think so. When Nathan's at 2 and you're comfortably at 18 with the arsenal all ready to go in your 4-card hand, short of lethal, I can't imagine that there's anything you want to block. And also, the Frailty token is still wreaking havoc over there as well. Yeah. So Nathan,
don't wait for me to win this game without reading you here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nathan just said it. I was going to say the only thing that wins any sort of block at all would maybe be red in the ledger. But even then, you could probably still just go tall enough.
I mean, you know what they say. Play to win. Don't play to not lose. Okay. Azalea has an ability that can find you a red in the ledger off the top. It's not.
And that is going to be
That's going to be the game with no attacks for Nathan to make. Connor secures it. He guaranteed takes that winning in and is on to top 8 of this RealmFest. Of course, Nathan, not out of the running, will check with the rest of the top 8 and see how tiebreakers fall. He might land just across the finish line.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but fantastic game, in my opinion, as far as mirrors go, because there was that back and forth in the beginning, right? Yes. Connor did not start strong. I know that those health totals at the end might seem like, Connor was in control for the majority of it, but there was actually quite a bit of stumbling there. And then the moment that one red in the ledger found its way home, it was Memorial Ground, Memorial Ground, Memorial Ground. There was even the joke about the 4th, and then it was Codex. Yeah. So
that game really was the story of Memorial Ground's power in the Azalea mirror, and I think it was clear that it's a force to be reckoned with.
Well, Memorial Grounds is fine. It's what it goes to get. Red in the Ledger and continues to be an insane card for Azalea.
Ironically best in the mirror, perhaps. Well, that's the end of Swiss for this RealmFest. If you're interested in playing in one yourself, you can attend the next one next month in Columbus, Ohio, August 31st through September 1st. It is another $5,000 prize pool Classic Constructed Tournament. I know I will be there. I know all my friends will be there. You should be there too.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic event because all of these are. I've never not had fun at any one of these Realm events.
Absolutely.
Also, fantastic because of $5,000 on the line with the chance to qualify for the big $50,000 brawl at the end of the year. Last year, that was an amazing event won by Brody Spurlock, and I expect a stiff competition once again this year. There was also wonderful side events at the previous one. They had the cosplay contest. It is the place to be. So qualifying for that is worth your time. All right. So with that in mind, this was the final round of Swiss.
Yes.
We are going to be taking a short break here in a moment, and then we're going to come back and tell you who has made it to the top 8, and we are going to be showing that tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah, we know one new. We know one Azalea.
And we know one Azalea from the win to win it to
I'm also hearing reports. The 2 Prisms played a mirror, so at least one of them is in the top 8. We'll be back real soon to tell you what the other 5 heroes in that breakdown are.
I am joined by Nathan Crawford of the Card Guys fame. Nathan, how are you? How was your nationals? You have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend. Seeing everybody is always like the best part. Got to play a lot of Flesh and Blood, and then a really good, nice set got announced that I'm really looking forward to as well.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely have to have you back to talk about first thoughts, first decks for the upcoming set. We'll have to make sure to make that happen. But we are here to talk about the tiger in the room. I'm not going to say the elephant in the room. I'm going to say the tiger in the room, because coming out of national season, it feels as though there is a best deck. Everybody's decided, all right, we're all in agreement. Zen is the probable best deck, or at least it's going to be highly represented at Armories, Battle Hardens, and potentially even at the Pro Tour in Amsterdam. So if you out there at home are not a Zen gamer and don't plan to be a Zen gamer, you're asking yourself the question, how do I beat the Zen gamers? And that's why we have brought in the metagame master himself to talk us through it. But before we talk about how to beat Zen, Nathan, we got the RealmFest coming up in July. I know you were right at the cusp of breaking into the top 8 at the Rumble last year, but you were there all weekend long. So tell the people at home why they should come out to the RealmFest this July.
Yeah, last year I went to the 20K, and it was a private invitational. Basically, you had to accumulate points and earn an invite in some way. And yeah, I ended up getting 12th there, but it was an amazing event. I considered it a calling. I mean, there were so many top level players. Talking Brody, Yuki came down. I mean, there was just so many top tier players. It was very competitively dense, right, as far as the competition goes. And then they even had customized play mats. We all sat down at the tables and they had our name on them and stuff. It was just an amazing event, very well ran. Just had an amazing time overall.
Well, talk about top players. Brody, Yuki, Nathan. You count, my guy. All right. Well,
we'll take it.
Getting into how to beat the new Tiger Ninja. Talk to me about it. I'll give you the floor. If I have questions, I might jump in, but otherwise, the floor is yours, my friend. Go on in.
Yeah. So I guess we have to appropriately identify what Zen does and why it's so good, right? I think that yes, he's an aggro deck, but he basically scales better per card than any other hero in the game. The only other hero that can kind of contend with the scaling is Kano, right? Kano with Kindle and that kind of shenanigans is the only other aggro deck that can really contend on that play style, right? Anybody else that tries to just go up against Zen and race him, you're probably going to come short. So with that being said, we have to say, okay, how do we combat that? Well, you have to reduce cards out of Zen's hand or arsenal, either way. But that's a lot easier said than done, right? Because he has the fridge to lean on, right? 7 block worth of equipment between the head, chest, arms, and legs, and then he even makes a tiger with the foot piece as well. So if you look at an average Zen hand, right, every card kind of compounds on one another. For example, Harmony of the Hunt, right? It's just an innocent 1 cost 3 go again, make a tiger, right? But then that tiger that's created off that card fuels the Chase the Tail, which adds another 3 damage. So every card just kind of compiles onto one of another. So if you just take one of those away, as Flesh and Blood players, we have it locked in our mind that one card is worth 3, one card is worth 4. Zen does not work that way. If you take one card, it can be 7 value, it can be 8, just because the way the numbers compound. So after identifying the way to combat Zen on a somewhat fair axis is simply disrupting him, you have to do it in a way to where you actually have damage throughput while you're doing it, which is the issue that we saw with Nu at Nationals. Everybody thought that Nu was the way to combat Zen, which it kind of is, because Nu has the unique ability to kind of look into the hand and disrupt it very precisely. However, her numbers are not that great, and Zen is already learned before she even got a shot. Everybody was bringing Snag just as an answer piece, right? And so that's why I came to the conclusion that I think Victor is a great pick to combat, because you have a lot of armor to lean on if they get that early aggressive start. You have a bunch of disruptive cards like Chokeslam, Crush the Weak, Disable, Spinal Crush, CNC, and then pummel on all of those, right? And then you can even take it a step further and add Amnesia and cards like that to increase it even further. But the biggest thing is you can't have too large of a gap between the disruption. But Victor has the unique ability to draw cards on defense via Clash, which he doesn't have a problem winning against Ninja, which allows him to keep his health total high, so that if he does have a misstep, he has enough runway to get to the chain of disruption a second time. And then also, if you do disrupt and you have a situation where you don't have that disruption on the following hand, you can always crack that gold and dig one card deeper and deeper and deeper to look for that target that is so valuable to keep the pressure on Zen.
Absolutely. Well, I think you've brought for us a little Victor deck list to go ahead and take a look at. So we've got it pulled up now for the viewers at home. So this is, talk to me. Is this, you're playing at an Armory, you're playing in a Battle Hardened, between now and the Pro Tour. This is a list you would consider to be a good Victor list to build off of?
Absolutely. So basically, I took my teammate Ed Knight's Victor list and I changed about 5 cards to kind of tailor it a little bit more towards Zen. He had Debilitate, where I have Crush the Weak. I think Crush the Weak is just a card that Zen absolutely has to block, right? Because most of those cards are going to be coming in for a power of 3 or less on the base. And whereas Debilitate is like -2, okay, I'll just do 28 instead of 30 kind of situation. It's a little bit of a different scenario. So, but other than that, it's just good stuff. Victor, you have the Crown of Dominion on your fast turns, so you can start with 3 gold in play, or not 2 gold in play. So that way, with the first cast homes you play, it creates a gold, which is the 3rd. So your Might Engine is up and running from the beginning of the game. And then you still have Balance of Justice to get that card draw on those Art of Wars to kind of weather those storms.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking here at the list, it also does seem to have a lot of the kind of more aggressive pieces we're seeing in, this is going even back to Worlds when the Wolfpack came with this aggressive Bravo and everyone was like, excuse me, what? And we're seeing a lot of that tech in a lot of Guardians now. You have the cards like the Out Muscle, you have the cards like the Zealous Beltings, the Enlightened Strikes, the Rouse the Ancients. Is this also, to contend with the other decks in the meta? Let's say you've beaten your Zens and now you're coming into some other decks that you might need to actually put the pressure on. Is this where these cards kind of come in to the picture?
Absolutely. So it's basically there for Enigma, right? And obviously other matchups as well. But you can't disrupt Enigma, so you basically need that pressure with E-Strikes, Out Muscle, Zealous, and Rouse, and cards like that, right? And then we even have Vambrace in there to even further that, because if you're blocking Enigma as Victor, you're, with the exception of Clash cards, you're probably losing. So just having that extra aggressive arm piece, it's not like a game changer. It's not going to flip the matchup 20% or anything like that. It's a couple percentage points that I think is worth the investment.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking here, this is kind of interesting. You have a 45 card deck, a 29 card sideboard here. These all coming in. What cards are mostly staying out, do you think? The Disable looks like an interesting card. You know, the 5 for 9. When are you kind of bringing in all these cards? I'm looking, I'm like, damn, there's a lot of cards in this sideboard right now.
So I think the way Ed designed the deck was he basically said, okay, you have your aggressive value go again package, which would be your Zealous, your Rouse, your Outmuscle, and your E-Strike, and you would just put those like 15 cards in. But then you have your like Disruption package, right? Chokeslam, Crush the Weak, and then you can kind of plug and play to where, like, if I need to be disruptive but Crush the Weak doesn't do anything, like say for Azalea, then you just swap that with another piece, maybe an E-Strike in case you get Red in the Ledger or something like that, and give you that flexibility.
Yeah, interesting seeing Spinal Crush in the sideboard. I do understand that not every deck plays Go Again, but I'm like, dude, Spinal Crush. You tell me you're not playing Spinal Crush in all the matchups? Come on now. Look at that. But, and then, of course, the Command and Conquers, the Pummels also weighs. You know, Pummels is basically disruption on all the cards, right? Which is, I think, a huge key to what you've been talking about. Getting the disruption, making the Zen lose a card out of the hand, and then also having all the block and the extra life gain from the cards like the Trounce, like the Test of Strength. Makes a lot of sense to me. Now, let's say you bring Victor. You say you got to watch out for Enigma. Anything else you got to be aware of in your armories in these battle hardens? Anything you should be thinking about? If you're like, great, I can beat Zen, but what are the things you need to be a little careful of still?
Kano. Kano's still going to be rough. There's no magic sauce that's gonna save you there. Just the way that Guardian works into Kano, especially the way and how they're explosive with Kindle now, it's just gonna be a really rough matchup. And also, believe it or not, Kayo can be a little bit rough because on a card for card basis, with them winning clashes, they actually end up outvaluing you most of the time. Yeah, is kind of the problem.
Because it's funny, both of those decks cheat their clashes. It's like Victor literally cheats. He pays off the arena man, but KO just gets a +1 out of nowhere. It's like, wait, hold on, who's the more dishonest of the two? All right, well, thank you so much, Nathan, for taking the time and sharing not only the thoughts but the deck list with me. If you want to check out the list, it'll be down below this video. And I wish you all the best of luck, not only at the Pro Tour, but hopefully we see you at the RealmFest in July, and then definitely at the event, the 50K this year in December. So thanks again for hanging out, Nathan.
Thank you, Sam. Take care.
Waste of time? Yo, you know it's not a waste of time. Is checking in real quick with the chat. That's not a waste of time. So real quick, where we're at for the end of day one here. Everyone has kind of headed off to go talk amongst the players here, kind of get a vibe check on the room and things like that. There's some, really exciting people here. We haven't seen everyone on stream, but Brody Spurlock, of course, is here. last I checked in with him, he wasn't doing so well on Zen. He definitely missed top 8, unfortunately. Michael Fung as well also missed top 8. So this is kind of a slew of not necessarily unheard of names that are making their way back to the top tables here, but names that you don't see as consistently across these events, but names nonetheless. I wanted to shout out real quick before we take a look at the top 8 because it's not quite ready yet. Joshua Borger is up there as a Kano who was at least X1, so he's almost assuredly in the top 8. He might have missed it. We're still waiting on some results. But he is the Kano player who made it to the finals at the Battle Hardened in Battle Hardened, New Jersey. I forget exactly. It's the one at the casino. It's the one that's underground in a casino, run by SCG. But Josh is that young player who put on a absolute showing with Kano until that unfortunate game state error that we kind of ran into with the judges. So he's back, hoping for some redemption, which I'm really excited about. I really want to see his play tomorrow. It looks like the other names, we saw Adam quite a bit. The other Prism player near the top, Barrett Goss, I don't recognize that name. Christopher, of course, we saw him doing some amazing stuff on stream. He won his win and in, so that is a Zen lock for top 8. Michael Clare, who was the Levia ball breaker that we saw, did lose, so they're on the bubble for top 8. Like I said, we don't have all those just yet. Of course, we saw Connor win, so Azalea is making it in. And that's all we really know. We now know a New, a Prism, a Zen, and an Azalea. So we know for sure 4 of the top 8, and then are waiting for these last heroes to really see how it shakes out. But the heroes that it could be are Kano, Levia, another Prism, another Azalea, another New. Those are all possibilities. It cannot be another Victor. It cannot be another Zen. Ain't that a thing? There will only be one Zen in top 8. We had a Max who got very close but is not going to make it into top 8. But it was a 5-2 Max. A 5-2 Max. They will not be making it, unfortunately. But man, that would have been cool to see. Unfortunately, we never got to see them on feature because when we tried, I don't know if it was the Max player or someone else, but we had to reschedule those features. I tried to get you the Max, guys. I really tried. Other than that, it's been some really exciting games all day. A reminder of how tomorrow is going to go. So because there is also a battle-hardened blitz going on tomorrow, we are not going to actually do the round of the quarterfinals in the sequential order. We're not going to show every top 8. We're going to show 2 of the top 8, the feature and the backup. Then the players will have the option to join the Blitz Battle Hardened or not. And then we'll watch both top 4s, and we'll watch the finals, and then do something with the Blitz Battle Hardened that's ongoing. We're kind of making that schedule a bit ad-lib as we see how the timing and all that works out. But today was a pretty short day. Looks like we're going to wrap up the stream in about 15 minutes or so as soon as we have the actual top 8 announcement. So with that, I'm going to grab Sam so we can get back to what was planned for this little last bit of the stream. But before we do that, let me buy some more time. Barrett Goss is Vishra. Oh, that's sick. Oh, Vishra. How did I not know that? Vishra is awesome. Anthony Vera says, can we get deck lists for top 8? They should be published sometime tomorrow. If not by the top 8, I don't think it's going to be open deck list. But yes, they are all collected digitally already, and the Realm instantly pushes those out to February with like the click of a button. They're either going to do that, yeah, just sometime tomorrow. And if they forget, I'll remind them. And then if that doesn't work, you'll say it in chat, and I'll remind them again. And then I'll yell at Sam, and through some chain of command, it will work out. Only one Zen in top 8 is beautiful. Agree, Terrence. Couldn't anyone go to Camp Green Tree? I really want to go to Camp Green Tree, but it falls the same weekend as. Actually, this isn't my stream, so we're not going to take up too much time here. You're not here to hear me ramble. You'd go to the Man Sant channel if you want to hear me ramble. But I am starting a production internship actually at the local broadcasting station, WCNY. So that kicks off the weekend of Camp Green Tree. I'll actually be working in TV broadcasting, which is like kind of awesome. I can't believe what this has led to. I'm super excited for it. And as the power maybe goes out again, what the heck? It does start the same weekend the same weekend as Camp Green Tree. So I might be able to go for one day, maybe, but I do have to finally put work priorities in order, and I'm not going to mess this one up. I have been on quite the journey from speech pathologist to UX designer to Flesh and Blood content creator to Flesh and Blood streamer to now we'll see what happens with this broadcasting role, but I'm super stoked. So that is all upcoming on my end. I'm going to grab Sam, and we're going to get to the on-the-floor segments that we were planning. So bear with us for just a little bit of time. I'm going to grab that sucker, and we'll be right back.
This is it. Look, there's Justin Gottlieb. You want to come say hi? Hello. Hello. This is my new friend Justin Gottlieb.
Hello, everyone.
I've worked a lot with his big brother, and now I've gotten to work a lot with him here. And by work a lot, I mean watch some great games and hang out. Just how's your day been going?
Not too bad. I mean, We did see
that first round was...
Yeah, listen, we saw how I started on round 1, and then shortly thereafter there was a cast bones into a double blood rush bellows.
Yeah.
And then after that a triple artivore against me, so you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes the cookie crumbles in a way that isn't best for everyone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Todd, just what's your recent Flesh and Blood been like? What hero you've been playing? What kind of tournaments you've been playing in?
So I am coming back after quite a layoff from the game here. I have been kind of doing some other things. Haven't been around to be joining in on the competitive scene, but I cannot even put into words how happy I am to be back. Just to be in these rooms, see all these familiar faces, play awesome games of Flesh and Blood. It's awesome. I'm very happy to be here.
You playing Blitz tomorrow?
I am.
Who you playing Blitz?
Ryer. Channel my heroic all day.
Right before Rosetta, maybe he has some secrets? I don't know.
Listen, we got skirmish season coming up, and we got Cold Foil Channel Mount heroics out there for the grabs.
You got your eyes on.
Get out there, play some Briar, play some Flesh and Blood, do the thing.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank
See you out there.
Absolutely.
I see is your roommate right here?
Absolutely.
I got the roommate.
This is the beating of round 1 right here, where I made so many critical decisions in a game of Flesh and Blood. Now, I don't know how much of this game everyone has played, but the most important decision of every turn is, do I attack this Arclight Sentinel? Or do I not?
And this would set you apart from the riffraff, from the swill.
It's not easy to make these really tight decisions in these very pinnacle moments of these games, but
you did it.
A lot of experience.
They're built different over there in the Gottlieb family. How about you? How's your day been going?
Wonderful. 6-1, made top 8. So definitely gonna be playing that.
So there's maybe a new in there. It might be a Kano in top 8. We're gonna wait and see. What hero do you want to avoid in that top 8?
Honestly, I am not a huge fan of facing a Zen. As we saw on camera, it is definitely a special match. Definitely would love to face more Kano, face new, just a little bit of enjoyable matches on my side.
Are you guys going to run it back in the hotel room later?
I don't think I ever want to play the match again for as long as I live, unless I can do something,
Unless you can, these are time skippers.
Unless I can submit 4 time skippers in the section of the equipment where I put all that stuff out. I mean, I got a lot of feet today. I don't know. I need a lot of shoes.
Yeah, Victor, he is a horse.
Yep, absolutely.
He could have 4 leg pieces. He's a horse. All right, I'll let you guys get to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's time in the round, which means that we're going to be getting ready for our top 8 announcement. I don't know, should we keep going or should we let it be top 8 time? Like, should I go over there? We'll just walk around a little bit. Come on with me. You want to see the stream area? This is where the magic happens. Where everything gets made. This is how the sausage gets made. You see your do's and don'ts. Beautiful Realm Games mats. Of course, Ethan's incredible setup. I don't know if you guys are I'm sure you guys are aware because you've been watching all day, but the stream just looks so gosh darn good. It's so cool to see how much this has evolved, how much Ethan has evolved. So sick. There's the feature mat. Brand new life counter. Specially designed by Alan Chavadine, quasi-local of mine. Shout out to Joe Biden West Kanye Burger Femboy on Twitter, I think is what it is. I don't know, I didn't pick it. Everybody's having a great time. Final rounds finishing up. Oh, you got some people finishing up their game right there. That's my new friend, he likes the show. Yeah, man, it's been a great day. Got some judges right here. How was your guys' day? Kenny, right?
Doing good. Yes, Kenny.
We met earlier. This is Kenny.
Hi, how are you?
How's that?
Tony.
Tony, you were kind of helping with the stream, right?
Yeah, they had me on the coverage today. Nice. So any questions they had, they called me.
Nice.
And I was on the walkie-talkie, so just figuring it out and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Let's listen to the top 8. Let's go this way. We're going to hear the top 8.
In first place, undefeated today with 7 points, is David Lee.
David Lee is on new. David Lee is the new player.
Second through 5th place, all have 6 points. In order, number 2, Adam Franzi.
Adam is playing Prism, of course. Adam is on Prism.
In 3rd place, Christopher Young.
Christopher is on Zen.
4th place is Connor Bryant.
Connor is on Azalea.
And in 5th place, also still with 6 points, Joshua Lovell. 5 match points extends all the way down to 19th place in today's competition. The 3 players who will be advancing to tomorrow's single elimination rounds. In 6th place, Barrett Goss.
Barrett is on Prism.
In 7th place, Michael Clare.
Michael Clare is on Levia, Ballbreaker Levia.
And our last competitor in the top 8 tomorrow, Joshua Borger.
Joshua is on Kano.
If you placed in the top 8, I'm going to ask
So,
you to
maybe
right up
2
here
Kano,
on the
2
realm
Prism?
banner, your
Yeah,
table.
that's 2 Kano.
I think
Here we go.
definitely 2 Prism, 1 Kano. Let's go figure it all out. We're gonna make a little graphic. We'll talk about it. We'll send you on your way, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right? Don't go anywhere. We're gonna talk about the top 8, and then we're gonna do the top 8 tomorrow.
Standings
See you
will be
soon.
posted shortly.
All right, much thanks to our team on the ground. That was fun. That was fun. I dropped it in chat. Now that we have the top 8, I'll make the nice graphic for him, and we'll get the casters to actually jump in and give the full breakdown of it. So let's give ourselves about 3 minutes on that. It is new Prism, Zen, Kano, Azalea, Prism, Levia, Kano. We'll be right back with the graphic and the casters to give us the full rundown.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am once again Charm3r, joined by Rhea Adams, and we are here to celebrate all things the Realm. This event, the future events, and the top 8 that we will be seeing live on stream tomorrow. We actually have the breakdown now for you, so we can showcase not just the players, but the heroes that they will be piloting as well.
And this is the first time we're seeing this live, too. Some interesting things going on here.
Yeah, specifically, before I even get into the real depth of it, one Zen.
Only one Zen, yes. The boogeyman of the format reduced to a reasonable part of the metagame, perhaps?
Yeah, perhaps the hit to bonds was as impactful as some folks would have liked. So going through it here, the only undefeated after 7 rounds of Swiss was David Lee on new. We got to see David on broadcast. It's a spicy version. I was having a brief chat with him after the rounds. He actually said that this was a list that he's just been toying with because with the Pro Tour so close, he wanted to bring something a little bit different, a little more fun. Can't argue with having fun while being 7-0.
Absolutely. Next up, not one, but 2 Kanos sneaking in at 8th and 4th seeds. 4th most represented deck, excellent conversion rate into the top 8. We talked about it earlier on the stream. I think this might just be a fantastic meta for Kano.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because if both of those players win with this bracket, we could not just have a Kano mirror, but a Joshua mirror as well.
Joshua mirror.
Both Joshua Borger and Joshua Lavelle on the Kanos. Then we have Connor Bryant. We got to see Connor on the broadcast win an Azalea mirror, a true win and in, because I was told that the other Azalea was the only X1 who, after the loss, did not make it on breakers. So Connor in 5th place.
Next up, my favorite to win the event, Prism, both Adam Franze and Barrett Goss, who I'm being told will be our feature match tomorrow, Prism versus Levia.
Yeah, well,
only 4 of them in the entire event. This is a 50% conversion rate to top 8. Something to keep an eye on.
And again, you and I were speaking earlier on the broadcast that it's a deck that is perhaps underrepresented. It's got a lot of power. I think it's in a good spot in the metagame. And of course, it's going to be the feature match because when your producer is none other than Ethan Van Sant, aka Mansant, the Levia player, of course we have to have the Shadowborn Abomination on the broadcast. And that is the ball breaker list that we saw earlier on the broadcast. And then the Lonely Zen, Christopher Young, rounding out our hero representation for this top 8. So a lot of emphasis was put on Zen, especially after this most recent ProQuest season. But here, only 2 heroes repeating. So actually a pretty diverse top 8. You have 6 different heroes represented. I feel like perhaps the changes to bonds have had the effect that perhaps LSS was hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing 6 unique heroes in this top 8. Obviously, this is kind of defining the new meta going into Amsterdam post-bans. So going to be really interesting to see exactly who takes this down. If you want to see that, we will be back with this top 8 tomorrow morning, and we're doing a sequential top 8. So you're going to see not 1, but 2 of the quarterfinals, both semifinals games, and of course, we're going to show you who takes it all down in the finals.
Yeah, I can't wait to see those matches because if they're anything like today, they're going to be phenomenal. We had some outstanding games on the broadcast today. Another thing that we're going to have is somebody who qualifies for that $50,000 Brawl event at the end of the year. Again, this is RealmFest, part of the Realm circuit. The next event's going to be at the end of August into early September. That is going to be in Columbus.
Yep.
And then again, that will qualify you for the $50K, the $50,000 tournament that will be occurring at the end of the year. Another thing that I want to point out, since we're talking about the RealmFest, is that there is an active flash sale with the promo code RealmFest. So if you go and you order a case of Rosetta as part of your cart, you'll be able to take $120 off your cart in total. So you can load up on singles, you can order some of the past sets. Perhaps you're somebody who's new to the game and you don't have a lot of Tales of Aria stuff and you'd like some of those elemental cards to be part of your collection to prepare for Rosetta. Whatever the case may be, if you have a case in your cart, you'll get $120 off your total order with the promo code RealmFest, and that is live through the weekend.
Yeah, incredible deal. I know I will be taking advantage of it to stock up on Verdant's singles. We all know how much I love my wizards, so...
You know, I might be a convert because I really like the new Lightning Wizard. I think that it looks fantastic, and it's going to be a ton of fun to play. So I will likely also take advantage of this flash sale and get $120 off of my total cart because I want at least a case of Rosetta. I like to get a case because for me, that's like that sweet spot of getting enough of my bulk and then getting enough stuff where I can just fill out the singles that I'm missing. But I also do need some other singles as well, and so I'm going to load up my cart and take advantage of this amazing flash sale.
I'm all about, packs are made for drafting, and Rosetta is going to be in the format for the World Championship, so I definitely will be putting those 4 boxes to good practice.
I agree with you. Limited is my favorite way to play almost any game. If they offer a draft format, I'm all for it. The problem is I need to attend a draft. If they're in my possession, I'm going to open it. Like, I can't stop myself. I have a problem. Well, so I need to show up where they tell me I have to draft.
No, there is a happy middle ground, and this is what I do with all of my boxes. I'll open the boxes, I'll take the packs out, I'll crack them, and I'll just take the expansion slot cards out. And I'll leave the packs together. So you get the best of both worlds. The box is still draftable, because you leave the packs together, but you still get to see what shiny legendaries and expansion slot cards that you pulled in your case.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. I might have to do that with my case of Rosetta, but that is it for today's broadcast. We appreciate everybody who stuck with us throughout. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, because I certainly had a wonderful time. Tomorrow we will be back. Again, we are going to be seeing the top 8 of this RealmFest 5K. We are going to see sequential matches, as you pointed out. So we're going to see 2 of the quarterfinals, 2 of the semifinals, and then, of course, the finals. It's going to be a jam-packed day. I'm also told that depending on when those end, we might even see some of the Blitz, the Battle Hardened that's going to be occurring here as well. So a lot of flesh and blood that will be on the docket tomorrow. But again, we are done today. We appreciate you hanging out with us all day. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 8:30 to 9 o'clock-ish. Roughly ish. Eastern time. That's Eastern time, by the way. I guess I should clarify that because America's kind of a big place. But yeah, 8:30 to 9 o'clock Eastern time will be when we kick things off.
I'm excited to help out with that. I will. I'll see you there tomorrow. Hopefully, I see you.
I mean, I hope so. Maybe not. We have had the lights flicker a bit, so we might be doing this in the dark, but that's okay. And we'll be here to call the action.
And hopefully we see you there tomorrow as well.
All right, so thanks for joining us. We will see you tomorrow. Until next time.